Almost half a decade of Blast Premier culminates with one final weekend. Many legendary names have hoisted this very trophy, from Na'Vi back in 2020 to Vitality 1 year ago. Now, just 6 teams remain for the last ever World Final live from the Lion City. Singapore, we are ready to get this show started.
And we get this show started in the Lion's Den. Singapore, how are we doing? This makes me very happy to see, as I'm sure all of you are as well. This is the last ever Blast Premier World Final. And we get to do it in a brand new city. One that gets to experience global Counter-Strike for the very first time. Are you guys excited? And that excitement will continue across today and the whole weekend. We've got 6 of the elite teams right now looking to grab this trophy behind me, looking to achieve glory just before we get to the major. But it is not going to be easy. They're going to have to fight harder than they have all year long, because there is no easy game. We've even seen Na'Vi, the best team in the world, eliminated already, last place, unexpectedly. We've seen Liquid fall once again, struggling to find success. But Astralis, they've risen up, they've found their form, and they may be a team that could be the dark horse and take this trophy. Singapore, are you ready? Well, let's get this show started.
Oh yes, 4 world-class teams ready to take to the stage for today's quarterfinals. We've got FaZe eliminating world number 1s to secure their playoffs berth. Spirits, hungry to bounce back and claim the hat-trick of trophies in 2024. Mouz, on a mission to lift their first ever Blast Premier trophy. And last but by no means least, Vitality, standing tall despite wielding a stand-in. My name is FaZe Spears, joined by Stiko and Pimp up here on this beautiful stage in front of a very loud crowd today. Stiko, how are you feeling being here in Singapore?
It's absolutely amazing. First time for me in Singapore, not as a player right now, but obviously new experiences, new culture. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I can only echo that sentiment. My first time in Singapore as well, and as you said, on a Friday, coming in early, the game is not even about to start and the crowd is already filling up, so I think we're in for a couple of good days.
I feel like it's so amazing to be rounding out, the culmination of what has been 5 years of Blast Premier here in Singapore, a brand new city for us with so many passionate fans as well.
So many passionate fans, we're getting stopped on the streets. I know that people are staying at the hotel in order to get the autograph from their favorite players, so very passionate, very into it, and honestly very enjoyable to be around.
I was in the mall this morning, I saw a fair few jerseys, mostly Liquid jerseys,
Ouch.
which is a pretty sad feat, but I think we have to talk about Group A before we dive into anything, because I would argue that there were more upsets going down in this group than there were in that latter Group B. Most of all because Na'Vi, as James Banks said, #1 team in the world, not here anymore, Stiko. I can't believe that FaZe knocked them out.
So far, the biggest surprise of the tournament is that Na'Vi is out, and it's only the fashion that they went out as well. It didn't look too competitive, it didn't look too, it didn't feel like a #1 team that got 6 back-to-back consecutive finals in a row. And honestly, it's coming down to a jet lag for the most part, and hopefully we will see different Na'Vi moving forward into the major.
That's the thing for me as well. They played 5 maps here in Singapore and they lost 4 of those maps, and 4 of those losses were not even competitive. You see the scoreline versus FaZe, they lose 13-8, they lose 13-6, so I can fully understand why LXCB, why Bit and the boys in the Na'Vi camp were super, super disappointed in their performance.
No, you could see it just from the cams, right? The fact that they were so disappointed, obviously not great signs, and they will have a little bit of an extended time to be preparing for that RMR, an upcoming major in Shanghai. The other side of things though, Astralis topping the group. Jacob, were you there? Danish good luck charm? Is Danish Counter-Strike back? Are we back in 2018?
Well, trust me, I've also been there where it didn't go too well for Astralis, so
Yeah.
I don't think I'm a good luck charm at all. However, I do want to give the credit to Astralis because it's been many, many years where we, for the vast majority, have been a little bit negative, you know, in regards to the signings, in regards to the way they play Counter-Strike. But what we've seen so far in Singapore has been absolutely stellar. Kaden is energized, the team is energized, Stavn is playing well, Yabi is playing well, Device seems to be back. There's only positives attached to Astralis, and that's a natural cause because they won 4 out of 4 maps.
There's absolutely different Astralis compared to what we've seen 1 month ago in Copenhagen, and you can attribute it to a lot of things. Obviously, they found their playstyle, they finally get the chance to practice, and well, it's no feat to play like this without an elbow as well for Kaden. That's another thing.
So no longer Tezza's best Danish player in the world currently. It's Device. Now, Jacob, you're going to eat your words?
Let's see after today.
Group B, let's move onwards and upwards towards that because Vitality going against Liquid in that elimination game yesterday. It was kind of a sad state of affairs for Liquid, right, Stico? Because they win both of their first 2 maps in both series, obviously versus G2, 13-0ing them, and then subsequently both teams reverse sweep them and push them out of the tournament.
Yeah, I think if you look at the group as well, Liquid would be the team that you look as a weakest link, I would say. By no means they're bad or anything like that, but you know, it just didn't go their way. And after 13-0 on Ancient, I think there were high hopes of the overall team to do well at this event. I have a personal attachment. Obviously, Mitter used to be my coach. Now he's coaching Liquid. I was really cheering for them and hoping for them to see them in the arena. Didn't work out.
Nah, it's looking rough for Team Liquid. They got off to a good start. We saw them at the Blast group stage where they beat Na'Vi twice coming into the season. We were all having high hopes. We were all thinking this is going to be a very interesting project, but they've lost 6 best-of-3 series in a row. They have a best-of-1 win against Complexity during Cologne, but apart from that, they got nothing to show for. So right now, I'm a little bit disappointed in the whole Liquid camp.
Talk about interesting. That seeding game for that semi-final spot late last night, just yesterday, Stico. G2 once again taking down Team Spirit. This is the 4th time in a row. Obviously, that 5th time before where Spirit did manage to best him. That was when Taz was standing in, you know, for a moment for m0NESY when he was trying to get to London quickly.
This is a new kryptonite that we're talking about. The G2 Spirit becoming the kind of a signature matchup that will always deliver both on individual front, but also tactical one. And the mind games that the teams are playing against each other is one thing, but the players are leading mind games between each other as well. So it has layers and layers of, you know, interactiveness.
One thing I want to give G2 as well, as we now know officially from the CEO that Nico is going to leave this team.
Yes.
It's been speculated for quite some time. The fact they remain competitive, the fact they come into this tournament and doesn't let that affect them at all, taking down Spirit, booking a spot into the semi-final. I want to give credit to that, because some players, some teams will fault under the fact that you know certain players are leaving, but that's not the case with G2, at least not at this tournament.
Well, we've had some winners and losers so far, not least in our predictions. Because somebody died yesterday.
Ooh,
yeah, I'm talking about Mr. Maui Snake. We get to see the steals going in as well. You had a steal, Stico, so that was going towards Jacob's side of things. Very sad indeed. Any
well,
words?
you just made an enemy, you know, so at that point, watch your back tomorrow, my friend.
I want to be the analyst that gets the most points, so please, let me have that one.
Well, you've already beaten Maui, and I guess you've subsequently pushed him off the desk as well. He's going to be commentating today alongside Henry G. I think we should take a look at the plays of the day coming in from yesterday as well. Day number 2 of the Blast Premier World Finals. You guys were voting over on the Blast Premier Instagram. What came in as the 3rd best play of yesterday, Jacob?
Well, Nico with the Deagle, as we know him best, you know, doing the dirty stuff to Spirit. It's some nice shooting, very calm, very composed, and yesterday he had another great showing despite him leaving G2.
For another one, we have Bit, and he is the man of Inferno. CD side is just wherever he pushes the issue every time he plays this map. 5-man kills towards this bittersweet victory, or I would say against first opponent.
Now pay attention right now, because this is going to be fast. m0NESY with the AWP. The first kill right here is absolutely ridiculous, and he stays composed, stay calm, get all these kills, and look at the scoreline right here. We're deep into overtime, 13-13, and this young gun is just keep on delivering. m0NESY right now is again opening up that whole conversation as in who is the best player in the world as of right now, and when you do plays like that, I guess you can make an argument for m0NESY. honest.
I don't know whether the viewers at home could hear the gasps coming from the crowd just witnessing that play
That was
going
just a
down
highlight.
again.
Yep.
I'm sure he's going to be a firm fan favorite up here on the stage, but we need to check in with the schedule as no G2 today. That is going to be tomorrow. Today we've got 2 quarterfinals going down. Later on it's going to be FaZe taking on Spirit, not before Mouz take on Vitality, which is obviously rematch from Rio. I'm interested to see how your guys' predictions are shaking up for today, because obviously there's a bit of an asterisk alongside Vitality. It's not the full 5-man lineup that we saw back in Brazil. Oh, Launders has actually joined me with the Vitality pick. Why did you guys go for Mouz?
Well, Stuko, if you want to beat me and be the best analyst with the most points, you gotta get creative. You can't keep picking the same team and copying my homework.
Please let me do that during the actual Saturday and Sunday games. Okay, for now, I do believe that Mouz and Spirit are going to be taking this home, but you know what? I'm terrible at predictions, so we'll see how it goes.
Did you pick with your heart, Freya, or do you pick with your brain?
100% I pick with my heart. Apparently, I don't even have a brain, according to you, Jacob.
True.
The fans are going alongside with me, though. They picked on Vitality too. FaZe versus Spirit. I went with Spirit on that side of one. How likely do you think FaZe is to, I guess, upset that one? We would look at them as, I guess, the underdogs in that matchup.
I will give credit to Spirit because head-to-head throughout the year, they were just having FaZe's number. And apart from the one hiccup that happened, ironically, at the PGL Major when it was a really, really important game, I do think that Spirit are playing a little bit better Counter-Strike, both individually and tactically.
I think both games today are going to be ultra competitive. I think they're going to be very, very even, and I would argue FaZe have a great shot at beating Spirit if they can continue playing the Counter-Strike we saw yesterday versus now.
Well, the fans have been arriving all morning long, and for good reason indeed, as we have 2 banging quarterfinals coming your way. Not least starting off with Mouz, looking to lift a trophy on the big stage, going up against Vitality. A bit of an asterisk to their roster, with Jax finally back in an arena. It's going to be going down after the break. is no sweeter taste than revenge, and that is exactly what Vitality are hoping to be sipping on today, because what was the quarterfinal of IAM Rio just over 3 weeks ago, once again will be playing out in Singapore. That is where Mouz had the edge, and they managed to make it all the way to that grand final. And for Vitality on the other side of things, there is a bit of an anomaly when they're coming in to this tournament in Singapore, because no Mezzy, he is now newly crowned a father. Jax will be stepping in to replace him in his first arena in quite some time. Stiko, just from a top level, how does that kind of affect your own expectations of Vitality? Is it already surpassing expectations to see them on this stage?
Honestly, I expected him to get so far, but the way that Jax is playing is actually showing not too much of a sign of weakness, I would say. I expected much worse for him, and by no means he's doing bad or anything like that. He is just delivering how he should be for a stand-in, and it's not like he's a liability. I think he's fitting nicely into the system. The anchor roles he's playing instead of Mezzy are new to him, but he's doing fine.
I think that's a key word. He hasn't been a liability thus far on the team.
If anything, he brings a new kind of energy into this team.
He's
and
got
I think
aura.
He got aura, you know, and I know Mausnik would love to explain what exactly that means to the viewers out there, but I think in terms of energy that he brings to the team and a fresh breath of air as well, you can almost see when they're walking around, they're laughing, they're having fun, and I think Vitality, they're also coming into this tournament with a mindset that they can't really disappoint. Even if they were to lose today, they can always throw in the excuse that, yeah, we're playing with a stand-in, yeah, we're playing with Jax, whereas if they surprise us all, if they were to win, go into the semi-final, and maybe even make the final, that in itself would just be a Cinderella story. So no pressure on Vitality, and I think they like that because it has been a little bit of a turmoil period for them as of late.
Well, I think we should go ahead and check on in with Jax, courtesy of James Banks.
Jax, first stage game in 2 years. What's it feel like for you? Because you've been on the stages, right? But it's been a while.
Yeah, my last time was in Lisbon, Blast, so I'm really happy. I'm gonna just enjoy the people here, and let's see what's happened.
Is there any like butterflies in your stomach, some nerves at all?
For now, but I think when they're gonna come to the arena, it's like good pressure, you know, when you kill. It's always a good vibes to go to the arena.
Now, for me, it looks like game to game, you are improving. We're starting to see you get more comfortable, more confident. You had some big impact moments yesterday as well. How does that make you feel?
I'm feeling good. I have some impact runs, but I'm not like happy with me for now, but it was hard because I have a lot of keywords, reaction, system. If I have like 1 or 2 weeks practice with them, I think I can do better, but I'm happy to have some impact rounds.
When you made it to playoffs yesterday, what did that mean to you?
A lot, because CS is my passion. I live every day for that, and my wife, of course, and my family. But yeah, no, CS is my passion, and I'm really happy to do it.
Obviously good vibes for Jax and the Vitality camp all round. What's been the kind of litmus test for you, Stiko, in terms of how he's been slotting into Mezzy's roles, particularly on that CT side? Because they're not roles he's necessarily so familiar with, right?
I mean, it's blessing in disguise. I mean, if he would be replacing some star maker or playmaking kind of guy, he would be much more resourceful. He would need to ask for a lot of more stuff. Now he's kind of slotting in and basically doing what other tells him to do. So I like the fact that Mezzy is the one being replaced, or like in terms of stand-in, because of the fact that it's not resourceful.
Yeah, and it's a rough position to come into if you're Jax, obviously, and just to contextualize it for people watching at home, they have been very open about the fact that they didn't practice with Jax coming into this tournament. They had 2 games, not 2 days, but 2 games of practice leading into the tournament. They're still focusing on the armor, they're still focusing on the major with Messi, of course. So in terms of practice and getting to know the feeling of playing the game again, it's very rough for Jax. So in that regard as well, I think he's done more than you could expect.
I think there's 2 ways you can kind of look at a stand-in situation. One, it's from the player in isolation and how their own form is kind of being relayed on the server. The other side of the coin, though, is how it affects the rest of the team. What's your take on that, Jacob?
I think we've seen signs of Apex struggling a little bit more than we normally see him during this tournament, and I can only imagine why that is. You know, one of the thought processes, one of the theories would be that as an in-game leader, when you're integrating in a stand-in, you are demanding a little bit more in terms of your own energy and allocating that to the stand-in. So he's probably trying to help Jax out, he's trying to micromanage him, he's probably focusing a bit more on him than on himself. And I think from an individual point of view, we've seen the consequence of that. Apex right now, as of currently, is the worst rated player in the entire tournament. And I can't help to feel that part of that is because he's trying to help out Jax.
It might very well be. Whenever you have a stand-in situation, IGL should always tell to this, and whenever you need help, whenever you need something, please do ask me. There's a way for it to discuss things before the game actually starts. Once it starts, we need performance, and Apex is maybe kind of leaning away from that team preparation into specifically talking to Jax, making sure that he knows what to do.
Did you see that maybe at all playing out in the server? Of course, we can only theorize about that. We're not in the comms, we're not in the practice room. Has there been any indication that maybe he's giving Jax a little bit more room, maybe micromanaging him a little bit?
I wouldn't say that micromanaging is discoverable for us by eye test, but what we have to say is that they're using him a little bit different from Messi point of view, especially on that T side, where he's kind of the guy going in, trying to be traded, buying space for the rest of the team behind him. So it's a kind of mishmash that for CD side, he is this passive guy, but for T side, he's actually the guy going in.
There's a lot of really interesting head-to-heads in this particular matchup, not least the AWPers, because ZywOo, oh my lord, okay, he's been on tip-top form, he's been looking really, really hot alongside Flamesy just yesterday in that Liquid matchup. Tell me a bit on your take so far on ZywOo here.
ZywOo is not happy with it just being top 3 in the world. Obviously, he's competing for the top 1, and the performance he's showing here so far is just testament of that. I mean, he's impactful with every single weapon, every single round. You can give him a Glock, and he's going to make the round dangerous. It's insane how many times he won unwinnable situation or unwinnable duel. I have 3 on top of my head just from the Liquid game, and it's insane how much of a consistency he's bringing into the team. And it might be a thing that when he goes quiet, it is going to be rough for Team Liquid, but we've seen even on Dusty, where he was lowest fragging guy on Vitality, they still decimated Liquid 16-3.
It's the consistency coming in from ZywOo. You said he had one half or one map where he necessarily didn't show up to his normal level, but apart from that, he's always there. He's always the guy making the difference. And as we spoke about with Apex, ZywOo doesn't seem to be affected by who he's playing with or who's around him or who's surrounding him. There was this whole storyline for a long, long time that ZywOo wouldn't be as good as he is if it wasn't for Apex constantly flashing for him and sacrificing his own life for ZywOo. I think we're above that point now where ZywOo is just playing whenever he wants to play. He'll decimate you if he wants to.
And I think that's where the scale really tips in the side of Vitality, right? If we're putting both AWPers head-to-head with ZywOo and Torzy on the other side of things, we're not looking at Torzy to be, a top 3 AWPer or even a top 5 AWPer within the world, right?
No, and it's quite puzzling because Torzy right now, during this tournament here in Singapore, has been struggling a lot. In Rio, he was playing well, and I think we praised him a lot for being one of the few players you could always count on within the Mouz camp, especially when you head into the stage, when you head into the playoff. But for some reason, he hasn't really been hitting his strides. Obviously, they haven't played that many games, they haven't played that many maps, so it could be a couple of games off for Torzy, but bet you, if ZywOo is playing to the level of a 1.3 rating and Torzy is continuing at a 0.8, then they are going to have trouble in that AWP-to-AWP duel.
They're going to need more from him, but statistically speaking, yes, we can keep bashing him. But what I heard from the listenings during the group stage, where I actually paid attention to their communication, Torzy was probably the most positive one, making sure that energy is flowing within the team. Obviously, that's another thing. If you're having bad performances or bad tournament, you can still be this, I want to say quote-unquote cheerleader of the team that is making sure that everyone keeps up the communication and the good energy is flowing amongst the teammates. That is actually a huge win factor for a team like Mouz.
Well, let's hear from Torzy himself. It's Torzy with Banks.
In terms of looking at you individually, this hasn't been the strongest event for you. I'm sad to say it, right? But I want to just understand, do you know why? Do you have an understanding?
Yeah, I mean, I have been pretty consistent this year, I feel like, but you are totally right. This event, I'm not playing well until now. And yeah, I mean, I don't like to search for excuses, but I have been sick for a little bit. But also, you are totally right. I'm not playing like my sharpest games. And I'm trying to get back into shape because I know it is really important for me to show up for the team, and it is needed. And I also want to be consistent, but I really hope for the upcoming games, for the stage. I really love the stage, so on the stage I can come back and play good.
And I'm glad you said that yourself, right? Because you have been consistent all this year. But what I have noticed, I was listening to the comms, and you're still giving the same energy, the same hype the whole way through, which is very impressive. Have the team been happy with that regardless?
Yes, I'm trying to be the same person as when I play good, and when I have a bad day, when I have bad games, I just still want to do the same thing, like I would have a good game. So yeah, I'm just trying to be the same. Of course it hurts me a little bit that I'm playing not my best at the moment, but I'm working on it. But yeah, and I think my teammates appreciate me, my energy. So, and I also know it is important for us to feel good. So yeah.
Okay, that's exactly what you guys were indeed discussing, Jacob. The fact that even if you're having a bad game, even if you're not putting up the numbers in the server, you can't let those bad vibes, you know, spread out, infect the rest of the team.
No, I think we all had teammates, you know, throughout our careers, at least the two of us who would be that kind of guy. And I think I myself was one of those guys once in a while, you know, having a bad game, it could affect the surroundings around you. One thing I also want to credit Torsi for is what he also alluded to right here, the fact that he plays the same way. Sometimes when you're having a rough game, when you're not feeling it, you're maybe a little bit sick, you're maybe thrown a little bit off, some players will become different. You know, they'll stop taking the duels they normally take. They'll stop being aggressive like Torsi normally is. And that affects the players around him. That makes it very tough to play around Torsi when he's not doing what he normally does. So even if you're having a bad game, you still gotta go for it. You still gotta play the same way as you normally do. And that I have seen, you know, being a consistent thing for Torsi. When he's struggling, he's still the same kind of player, still going for the same duels. And that's another strong attribute to the player he is.
It's part of the skill set, the hidden skill set, I like to say, that player are going to be inconsistent in some departments.
Yeah.
And aim is going to be the most obvious one. Everyone will see when someone whiffs the shot, but communication is something that you can actively practice within the rest of the team, and you can make that consistent throughout the game, no matter what your scoreline is. If you focus way too much on your own performance, you don't want to spread it across all teammates, because, as you said, it's an infection and it's hard to get it out.
Well, this next head-to-head, it's not necessarily such a traditional one, per se, because the rumor mill, it's been grinding, hasn't it, Jacob? With young Jimmy, some people are saying that maybe he would come in and replace Mezzi, which is now currently Jax due to that stand-in situation.
Yeah, I mean, we're entering a point in the season now where some of these rumors are starting to circulate, and I think a lot of people would agree with me when we say that Jimfat is arguably the best in the world in his role. As an anchor, as a player, he's doing fantastically well. There's still some potential for him to develop as well. So if you're Vitality, if you're FaZe, if you're T2, if you're anyone out there with big budgets, you're looking towards Jimfat and you're thinking to yourself, that could be a potential replacement. And the reason why I wanted this head-to-head is not necessarily because of Jax, because he can't do anything about that.
No.
But Messi is not here, and Messi has been a point of conversation. Vitality has been a point of conversation because there hasn't won enough with Saivu on the lineup. They won Cologne. Apart from that, it's been a pretty shaky season for them so far. So if you're Vitality, if you're the CEO of that, you're looking at a guy like Jimfat and you're thinking maybe, just maybe, he could wear our jersey next year.
I mean, yes, as you said, we are approaching the end of the season, end of the year, where all contracts are kind of expiring or being resigned. Another thing is he's on the way of being the anchor of the year.
Yep.
Yeah.
If he continues this form, he very, very well might be uncontested for it. Other names coming into the mix, such as Bit or Zontex, but Impat is definitely one of the best players in the role right now in Counter-Strike 2.
Okay, put your Vitality managerial hat on for a second. Imagine that is your job right now, Stika. You're not up here in front of thousands of wonderful fans. Does this make sense? Is that the best move you think Vitality could make? I imagine we obviously have to wait until after the RMR, after the major, for that to happen. Is that something that you think makes sense for Vitality?
With my managerial hat, as you say, it is kind of hard to discuss because sometimes the best move is not possible because of negotiations, because of blocking the contract, etc.
Sure.
A player doesn't want to come. It is a factor that you have to take into an account. Statistically and looking at the paper, yes, it does make sense. But however it plays out, it will be, remain to be seen.
I want to be ruthless. I argue that's the best possible solution they can go for. I know Jimfat could theoretically be expensive depending on his contractual situation. Even Jimfat as a player, he would probably require a lot of salary because he knows that he's a player right now that FaZe are looking at, Vitality is looking at him. Even if you're G2, you should be looking at him. So he may be expensive, but I think if you're Vitality and you want to win more trophies, yes, I would make that change if I could.
Yeah, I've heard a fair few team names circling around young Jimmy, and for good reason. I think we should take a look at the Mouz roster as it stands currently, though, without any of those rumored changes coming through. What's your take on why Brolin has had such an uptick at this event?
It's a good question. I really like to see Brolin play well, and I think he's been sort of like a hidden star within this lineup, sort of like a hidden signing as well. We saw him for the first time standing in for Mouz exactly a year ago in Abu Dhabi, and we all thought back then that was a bit of a lukewarm signing. Surely Mouz could find someone better. Surely Brolin wouldn't join them on a full-time basis, but he impressed back then. He impressed the coaching staff of Mouz. He got a full-time contract, and he's just steadily been getting better and better and better. He's not the most flashy player, very passive on the server from time to time, but you can always count on Brolin, and I think at this tournament, he's been the best performer.
And you have to think about it this way, that other players are underperforming a little bit, which will give eventually more space and more frags and more stat padding for Brolin as well. I'm not saying that he's playing bad or anything, but you can see the dip in Impact's performance throughout the event towards you, as we mentioned, and that will leave naturally more opportunities for a player like Brolin, which does have unforgiving roles for the most part, but he's managing to squeeze the best out of it.
And I'm glad you bring that up, because I agree with you. It does leave more space to Brolin, but some players won't take that space. Some players will just continue to do what they normally do. Robs is a great example from FaZe. Even when he's having more space on Inferno, usually Robs will just do what he knows to do the best. It feels like Brolin is stepping up to the occasion. He's well aware that the players around him is maybe underperforming a little bit. We've seen plenty of entry fragging action from Brolin at this tournament, so I feel like he's taking a step forward and showing his real capabilities.
Jacob, remember like the community's whole sentiment when this roster move first happened just a year ago? We were kind of like, is that the best you can get, Mouz?
Yeah.
Brolin from NIP, who was kind of locked in that jail for such a long time. The fact that he's had this uptick, can you give me some words, Tico, as to the pressure that he might have felt, you know, standing in for a roster like Mouz, receiving that criticism, and then, you know, they had some decent runs considering that he was only there temporarily at the beginning.
If anything, I think it made him really, really hungry that he got that opportunity, because Mouz is a young team. Brolin fits into that category. They want to nurture this kind of environment where they have a young team and they are kind of developing all together as a unit. On the other hand, Brolin was proving himself after, let's say, turbulent times in his previous teams where he did not have that best performances when it comes to individual-wise, but also team-wise. They were just not getting wins necessary. I think it is a good sign that they chose him. In the end, it was a good investment.
Let's talk maps, because last time around, just 3 weeks ago in Rio, it was Mirage, Nuke, Inferno. Is it going to be different this time around, gentlemen?
There's a chance that we see a slightly different veto, given the fact that we saw Vitality lose. I think we're going to see some of the same maps being circulated around. The bans are not going to be a big surprise. We know the perma bans of the two teams. However, if you're Vitality, if you're Mouz, are you going with the same picks as last time, or are you trying to change it up just a little bit? I'd expect it later.
I think the change is necessary, especially with the fact that Jax is in. We have a map pick of Dust 2, and then it continues with Mouz picking Mirage.
I like that. You know, I like making the playing field as simple as possible for Jax without taking anything away from him. I know Nuke as a third deciding map, that could be quite complicated for Jax as a stand-in. There's a lot of communication, a lot of rotation, but the first two maps, you're talking Dust 2, you're talking Mirage, and, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think those are two of the most simple maps you can play in Counter-Strike, where Jax can easily slot in without too many complications.
Now, this Dust 2, Mouz are going to be starting on the CT side of things. What's been the story of the Mouz CT side so far, though, Jacob?
It's been strugglesome for them. It's been one of the weaker points at this tournament. Normally, I'd say they're good on the CT side. However, they have the second worst CT side out of all the teams so far here in Singapore. I would argue, and I would attest that to them underperforming a little bit from an individual point of view. Equally, the T side has been somewhat decent, but it is going to be a point of conversation. And I'm sure Vitality would have done their research and be like, listen, T side, we got to apply pressure straight off the bat because Mouz have been struggling.
Dust 2 was banned in IEM Rio with their previous matchup, and I think for a good reason. Dust 2 is just not a good map for Mouz. I expect that this trend will continue going on. I think that the whole best of 3, when you look at the maps, it favors Mouz, but Dust 2 nowhere near them.
I hope that we get the full 3-map affair, just like we did back in Rio. Jacob, tell me your take on what went wrong for Vitality in that matchup, because they won the first map of that best of 3, and then Mouz, they came back and really smacked Vitality down.
Yeah, I've been trying to describe it for a couple of times. I think right now Vitality needs that killer instinct. I feel like every single series they lose, whenever they're in a quarterfinal, whenever they're in a semifinal, they always have a chance to win the game. We're always standing at some point watching it in the green room thinking, okay, Vitality, you got this one under lockdown. And then somehow, some way, they lose grasp of the game. I felt the same when they were playing against Mouz. So ideally, I wouldn't change too much. I don't think Vitality are too far off from winning these games, but they need that killer instinct. They need that extra prowess, I guess, to get over the finish line. And the problem for me has been it's only ZywOo stepping up from time to time. They need that secondary star in Spinks, sometimes in Flamesy, to help him out a bit. And
understand that for that IEM Rio, it was actually ZywOo obviously getting the biggest amount of impact, but the second one was Mezzi, and he's not here. And Jax, is he able to carry that performance from Mezzi? It's very unlikely. However, it might happen. You never know when the standing comes in.
No, you don't, but he shouldn't be needed, right? You got to look at your Spinks, you got to look at your Flamesy as well, and the reason why we can put them under the loop is that, you know, they have great abilities. They're great players, and Spinks were once upon a time regarded as a top 5 rifler as well, maybe still is, but if you're a top 5 rifler in the game, you got to be able to help your boy ZywOo sometimes.
I think my eyes are going to be set on Flamesy, because just yesterday, Stico, we said his name, we wanted more, we demanded more from him, and he really showed up in the subsequent 2 maps versus Liquid, right?
And especially on the Dust 2, he was getting entries left and right. He was the one stepping up instead of Zyvu, who had a terrible map. I mean, terrible. I mean, below his standards, obviously. But you have to look at it this way: that whenever he's needed for that entry fragging duty, he's there and he's delivering. And now together he has a Jax to pair it up with, so it might be a good tandem to work with around the dust too.
I will say the Exertion versus FlameC duel is going to be very interesting. Two players who are mega aggressive on the server, and if anything has taught us that FlameC on a stage is not affected at all, whereas for Exertion, I think the conversation has been that sometimes he's not as successful as in the studio environment, as in the group stage environment. So if I'm FlameC, I'm looking towards Exertion. I'm thinking, I have the upper hand right here. I can definitely go for those duels, and I can maybe shut him down from the beginning of the game, and that should alleviate some of the pressure that will be on Jax later on in the rounds.
Would you agree with that sentiment, Stiko, that Mouz are maybe still a bit in flux in terms of the form from being group stage gods to maybe having slightly shaky legs coming on stage? I don't think I would agree with that just based off of Rio and making it to the grand final.
I wouldn't consider like a curse, like they cannot perform on stage, but it's definitely a little bit more shaky, and you can see it, and you can also feel it when it comes to results. It's just how it is. Sometimes I don't want to say that they're nervous on the stage. It's just that I feel like the stage gives the opposition team a little bit more energy. You know, they're like still trying to realize how to work with the crowd. If you look at both teams, it's going to be Apex kind of doing the crowd show here, and therefore might be the majority will cheer exactly for Vitality.
Yeah, I agree. I think the whole Mouz not performing on a stage conversation has kind of died out for good reason. They have been at the stage many times now. They've gathered some experience. My point is that there's certain players within the Mouz camp who are maybe not over that hurdle just yet. And I think as an entry fragger, you know that yourself when you've been playing with them, it's very tough to play on sound when you're on a stage. It's very tough to do the exact same thing you're doing in a group stage environment. So in his specific role, looking at Exertion, it's a demanding task for him to find the same amount of impact, and I think he specifically is still struggling a little bit, but the rest of the team is doing just fine.
Well, gentlemen, it is almost time for that coveted rematch, Vitality versus Mouz.
I mean, they are still a really good team, you know, they have Zyvu, so everything can happen, but I want to go to the server as confident as I can.
So just CCS, huh? Everyone can beat everyone, but this time I hope it's gonna be us.
We're about to get into our first quarterfinal and our first match on the stage here in Singapore. Now, Singapore is the Lions City. Well, I'm calling this here the Lions Den. So let me hear you roar! This looks great. You guys look absolutely fantastic. But just everyone over this side, make some noise! Pretty good. And the middle! And how are we doing over here on the right? That's what I like to hear. You guys are ready for some fantastic action. We've got Mouz over here, we've got Vitality over here, and the teams are getting ready to step to the stage. I see a few jerseys in the crowd as well. We got some Mouz fans? Not bad, not bad. Vitality? Well, I think we might have a winner, but before we get these teams on the stage, I need all of you to be as loud as possible. Let me hear you roar! Let's get our teams onto the stage.
Underestimating us was their first mistake.
That's not the Mouz, you know!
We are ready to write our own narrative.
What a victory for Mouz.
We are here to prove ourselves.
Everyone turning up on the Mouz side. Mouz getting stronger and stronger.
I don't know how they turned this around, but that is remarkable for Mouz.
It's not a shame to lose to a team like Mouz.
Another playoffs achieved for the mighty Mouz. Now it's the rematch from Rio. this time with the advantage in their favor. But they can't get ahead of themselves just because their opponent has a stand-in. It has to be full force and full focus all the way to achieve victory against Vitality again.
Now there's pressure. Now there's a lot of pressure on Vitality.
We keep losing these close games. We need to step up in that regard.
We faced worst odds before. This is nothing.
Yeah, we need to be a bit better individually.
Vitality fighting fire with fire.
They need more than luck to stop us today. We trust our strategy, but definitely our firepower.
Vitality into quarterfinals.
There's still a long way if we want to win the trophy.
We're just not here to play, we're here to win.
A baby B was born and a familiar face came in to support. This team is standing strong with a stand-in, and this Vitality still has a strong sting. But how far can they take it? How far can they get here at the World Final? We're about to find out.
In Brazil, now the showdown in Singapore. It's Mouz taking on Vitality, where the former had the edge last time around. Is it going to be the same state of affairs today, Jacob?
I think there's a good chance that Mouz will walk into this game feeling very, very comfortable, very confident as well, considering the state of Vitality, considering the fact they're playing with Jax. Yes, I can see no reason why Mouz shouldn't believe they're able to take down Vitality once more. There's a couple of worrying signs. We spoke about Torsi not performing. We spoke about some of the individuals maybe not playing up to the best. It's been a short tournament though, so that can quickly turn around. If I'm Mouz, if I'm in that camp right now, I would feel confident.
Yes, I agree with that statement. I think they are taking this game, but at the same time, they are starting on Dust 2, which I will going to favor Vitality.
Yeah.
And that might be that actually will snowball into the map number 2, depending on the scoreline. And you know that might be one worrying sign for Mouz.
Vitality going to be starting on the T side of things, coming into Dust 2. It's a good pick in terms of, you know, coming in with a stand-in, right, Stico? Because it's not such a heavy reliance on those roles when we do get onto the CT side. A bit more freedom for Jax to be moving around.
Yes, we mentioned in the first group stage as well, where Jax making sure that on Dust 2, he is not a weakness when it comes to specific role. On CT side, it is very spawn-based heavy map. If you have that long spawn, you're going to go and fight for it. If you have that B spawn, you're going to be the one taking that B side. So Jax is going to be all over the place, and that will be even harder for Mouz to even kind of create a game plan around specific person. They need to look at the broader picture here.
And I think that's a key element to, I guess, if Vitality wants to win this game, to make sure the fact that you don't place Jax in a certain position. You don't give Mouz an opportunity to make him a liability. You don't give Mouz an opportunity to pound on him round after round after round. As long as Jax is moving around with spawn-based calling, as long as Jax is allowed to do some aggressive pushes in towards B tunnels whenever he's on the B bomb side, I think it's going to work out fine for them. So I agree with you, Stuko. I think Dust 2 is the way into the series for Vitality. Without winning Dust 2, it's going to be a, well, I want to say a long night for Vitality, but probably a short one.
Yeah, well, it's not just great games going down today. You guys can get involved in the action over on Blast.tv with the signed nameplate giveaway, a raffle exclusively for the Blast.tv viewers. One raffle ticket costs 1,000 Blast TV points, and there's going to be 2 nameplates a day to be auctioned off to a winner. You can enter multiple raffles a day as well, so head on over to Blast.tv. When game 1 starts, it's going to be going on until the game finishes. Gentlemen, I want to get some predictions in the house. I saw you guys siding with Mouz in our predictions earlier on today. Stico, with these maps, are you going to still be sticking with Mouz?
I predicted these maps to be played, so yes, I'm sticking with my decision.
I would too. I think Mouz is going to win this series, but I think it's going to be super, super competitive. And I wouldn't be surprised if we need Nuke. And I sure as hell wouldn't be surprised if it's going to go all the way.
Well, we can check in with the live odds as well to see exactly where the bettors are supporting in. And it is going to be very, very close indeed. Does that surprise you? 0.02 of a point, Jacob?
Yeah, a little bit when you consider Mouz is here in full force. They just come off a grand final victory. Sorry, not a victory, but a grand final at IEM Rio, where they did beat Vitality in the quarterfinals. So yes, I'm a little surprised that it's that close, especially when you consider that Vitality are playing with Jax, but then again, you can never count out the who, and I guess that's screwing the odds a bit.
You can look at it this way, that maybe it influences the way Mouz has been playing this tournament. It hasn't been too great. It hasn't been the one that we've seen at IEM Rio.
True.
And that might be the weakening sign that Mouz will show.
There's one question to me still, and that's, I guess, partly because we're in a new area of the world where we haven't been that much. It's the first time in Singapore as well. We know Apex and we know Vitality to be a fan favorite pretty much everywhere we go for it, but I have no idea whether or not this crowd is rooting for Vitality or if they're rooting for Mouz, and if anything, can Apex activate a new crowd in a new place it's never been before?
Did you not hear the cheers when James was announcing the teams? I think they love a bit of Vitality inside.
I did, but I also saw a couple of signs, you know, something, Vitality, change airport, go home. So I think there's a little bit of a diversion in the crowd.
Okay, we got a couple of Mouz Ultras in the fan base as well. Any individuals that you're looking to really be shining from either side of the server on this particular map of Dust 2 first map?
Okay, let's start with Vitality. Obviously, the answer is Zaivu right there. He's going to be probably the one that carrying the flag for Vitality over on Dust 2, especially for Mouz side. I'm going to give credit a little bit to Torsi to step it up, but also Exertion is the one I'm going to be looking at the most.
I echo that sentiment. There's two players in the Mouz camp that I'm looking towards. One being Exertion. I'll put one eye on him, and then the perks of being cross-eyed is that I'll look a little bit at Brolan as well. I think if he's playing well, if he can be rock solid, if he can be a player that you can count on, which has been the case so far in this tournament, then Mouz is a scary looking team. Exertion to me is the difference maker, he's the X factor, whereas for Brolan, he's the guarantee almost.
I'm loving that kind of regional rivalry, you know, friends but enemies when it comes to the server between Spinx, FlameZ and then Exertion on the other side of things. How would you kind of compare the impact that FlameZ and Exertion could be delivering on this first map of Dust 2?
Pure aggressiveness. Rifle is going to be taking a lot of space on the map, like Dust 2, especially for that T side, and you have to understand that you have to neutralize the ops somewhat, and that's going to be either well-placed utility or just taking roll duels, and it's going to be hard to determine whether it will be a win factor for them, but Spinx and Flames are both doing really good job on Dust 2 overall, and I think they can carry it over.
I'm super curious to see how the two teams are going to approach the CT side and how aggressive they want to be. Most people think that on Dust 2 these days you control the pace on the T side, which to some degree is true, unless you have a CT side who just constantly keeps rushing in towards lower. There's nothing you could do from a T side perspective to make sure that there's going to be no CT inside lower dark, and we've seen that time and time again that some teams struggle with that pressure. We also know that FlameZ, whenever he has a spawn for it, whenever he's feeling it, he wants to rush inside lower, and so does Exertion. So I feel like that whole, you know, beginning of the round, first 15, 25 seconds, the duel that's going to transpire in lower dark, whoever wins those duels and put themselves in a favorable position for the rest of the round is going to have a good time on Dust 2.
Well, two familiar foes set to face off. It's Mouz versus Vitality.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Singapore Garden of Counter-Strike. We've got Vitality taking on Mouz. They battle it out for their share of $1 million. A completely packed arena is ready for the pandemonium of Dust 2. And it looks like we've got a nice B execution coming in, Maui. Nice and quick here, 5 players, but the CT defense looks locked and loaded.
Yimpat in the back of the site already. Brolan up close with the dualies. He's been devastating with those. Great counter smoke, but it doesn't even matter. Zaiwu quick with the headshot. Yimpat still shooting from the back lines. Not able to find anything just yet. It's actually Shuhei from the window. 4 kills for the leader. An ace to kick things off for the leader of Mouz.
A fantastic defense rattles Vitality. The perfect smoke is set up as they come through the tunnel entrance, and Shui decimates every single player. Nothing but headshots here. Look at him go. It couldn't be cleaner. They executed a B side, sure. The Molotov doesn't quite land. The window is wide open, and Shui punishes with an opening ace here in the quarterfinals. We are going to see a force buy in response of no bomb plant. 3 players go back towards B, but that is a statement to kick things off here for Mouz. What a showing from the in-game leader.
Mouz already showing that the big arena doesn't scare them. They've been gaining momentum off of the back of a grand final finish at Rio, and Shuhei, he's leading by example. Apex trying to do the same, but it doesn't matter. Brolin, so quick with the MP9 right there. This is looking pretty good already for Mouz. Yeah, they've been trying to find these advantages through middle. This has been a very common response. If Vitality lose a man, they try to find something through those double doors. It's what they did versus Liquid, and they're trying it once again, but Mouz, they seem ready for it. Good counter utility, and Brolin doubles up.
Brolan's been having a fantastic tournament wherever some of his colleagues haven't stepped up. He has been a constant force of nature. Finds himself another hat-trick here. And now that should be the round. This force buy has done literally nothing for Vitality. No damage inflicted, no bomb palm, that's for sure. As we see a 5 versus 1 ensue here for Spinks. He's got the scout, the deagle, the flash, but bomb down, and it should just be a matter of time. This is looking way too good for Mouz here. Vitality, bear in mind, with the stand-in and getting their clocks rocked here, as it will be Torchy to close things out. Has to be the full eco, Maui. That force buy has done nothing for him.
Accomplished absolutely nothing, not even a point of damage right there. Vitality, they've got the crowd on their side, but Mouz, they have shown at this point to me that they are not worried about big stages. The performance in Rio, where they're able to take down Furia in a hostile environment, and now at this point, this feels like a cakewalk. This is nothing to them.
Well, this round should be a bit of a walk in the park as well, as we will see just a few deagles. I say a few, there are 5 actually. No Kevlar, of course, and no utility, but bear in mind, these deagles can cause a lot of damage, but the MP9, the perfect weapon to take down these squishy players towards top and middle. But there's the first deagle shot landing. It's ZywOo to find Torchy. That's probably about all they find here, but would love to be proven wrong. Apex with the bomb, top of middle. ZywOo waiting for the flank along, as they might as well just bleed this round out, see if they can expend any CT utility. But Brolan, he really is feeling himself right now. Gets the timing perfect towards middle, and that should be all she wrote here for round number 3. The perfect start. I say that. ZywOo getting warmed up now. At least he's showing some form. He's got 3 kills. The only player to have fragged so far for Vitality. And they do have the option to bring out the AWP, which they're going to, Maui, which is going to be very important here on Dust 2. Torchy hasn't shown his best form, and now he's going against one of the GOATs here on Dust.
Oh yeah, ZywOo, one of the most fearsome mid-pickers in the game. One of the few people that'll actually go for the shot when they're crossing through those double doors. If Mouz jump lackadaisically, if they don't throw a smoke, a nade, ZywOo is good for the shot.
Oh, the HE, that's an old school approach there. I love to see it, and a long take coming through. Long corner smoke enables Spinks to go for the challenge towards the car itself. Jackson, Spinks working in tandem, cracking things open. Vitality have arrived. This round's locked in. There'll be no way you can consider the retake here. Jimfat and Brolin already in towards T-spawn. That's more like it. This is a lovely pick for Vitality, I think, with the stand-in. Dust 2, you're playing on spawns, you're playing off instinct, and players like Jax are going to thrive in this environment.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a classically French map, and now that the roster boasts a majority French players, why not go back to this one? It worked against Liquid. They're going to try to make the same thing happen versus Mouz, and first gun round going their way off the back of a great long take to kick things off, and I'm glad to see that Jax is in the server, because already it does feel like Vitality find themselves playing with house money as they invite their good friend to the stage.
Well, well, well. What a round to kick things off there. ZywOo not required this time. Picture perfect long take there. The corner smoke, you can see how Spinks was able to navigate his way towards that car position, mow them down. Jackson the opening frag through the smoke itself, and there we have it. It will be Vitality keeping 5 players alive. The money starting to build here, but bear in mind we saw so many MP9 frags and so many clean rounds from Mouz. They've definitely got enough resources themselves. That was a bit of a bonus round, I suppose. We had some SMGs in the mix. Now we've got the first gun round here in the quarterfinals. Nice work from Apex there, holding the extremities of the map. But yes, Torchy has the AWP. They have a nice strong buy. Here we go then. We'll see if ZywOo can inflict any opening damage. He's not going for that opening pick, so this HE approach enables him to get across unseen, but we'll see if this works out for them. No mid-aggression in front of the CT so far, and this is what we call a default, ladies and gentlemen. Holding up, waiting for CT aggression.
A bit slower on the approach this time from Vitality. They didn't like their spawns all too much. They want to go through their map control procedures, get flames and Speaks activated from the lower tunnels.
Yes, indeed.
But Mouz themselves, they are playing so far back. One of the greatest parts of Mouz's improvement on stage is the fact that they just get in their opponent's faces fast and early. But this time around, they're on their heels. They are devoid of information, and this is actually going to enact a pretty strong plan for Vitality. But a little bit of span damage right there onto Flames.
They've actually missed their mid-double door smoke there, so if they want to go towards short, it could be a scary prospect. You can see that gap at the top of it.
Oh, you are right, yes.
So they actually get away with the fact that no AWP is peaking, and we're going to see a short position now from Jax, followed by the AWP. It's a very defensive hold from the CTs this round. As we get ready for potential execution, Maui, we're going to see an all-classic smoke on the cross, smoke towards the boxes as well. And speaking of the boxes, Shui's there. Lovely defensive smoke of 40 seconds. That is stifling. Can pop it open and go for an all-pick here, but Shui's repositioning and might be funneling them through middle with that short smoke.
I think this could be a thing. Oh, Shui pushes the smoke. What is that? All right. Well, there's two players that are actually trying to go mid to B right now. Brolin finds Spinks, and now Vitality, they're still behind that smoke. There's 20 seconds left right now, but there is nobody guarding the bomb site except for Torzi, holding the cross. This is the first shot, unfortunately.
Torzi, no!
Oh, we can't hit the second either. Jax takes him down. It's got to be exertion at this point. One headshot to kick things off. It's tough to approach this position. We got to jump up on the boxes, but all three players from now stuck, trapped in CT spawn.
What an absolute fumble there from Torji. That's what he's designed to do. There was no flashbang, no pressure. They were scrambling in towards the A side. He's cost them the round. He's had a difficult tournament. He's admitted it himself, but that's a travesty. You've got to hit at least one of those, Maui.
That is not what you want to see. No flashes in his face. It's a simple shot. This is one of those moments where it does feel like the stage has gotten to Mouz in the past. I thought they shed those kinds of demons, but like you said, Torzi, he's not feeling it right now in the Garden City.
Certainly not. This was his moment. The round was done essentially with 15 seconds, no utility. They have no real game plan. You locked them out. You funneled them up towards middle, then back towards short. They had nothing to work with. A simple procedure, not converted there. And now Mouz starting to spiral here in terms of the economy. They'll go for an eco this round. Xerxion's got an MP9. Some Kevlar there as we push towards middle. You're going to see a lot of this on the CT side and Dust too. It's very meta right now, but we'll see whether this first kill goes in their favor. We've got something going on here.
Oh, they catch Jax off there on the long lurk. ZywOo, though, usually not the one to be caught off himself. Able to find one. No, Yimpat actually is able to take him down. 3-on-3. Yimpat, he actually recovers the off.
Yo!
Yimpat, he's able to find it one. Oh. Apex quick with the trade.
Man, oh man, that's getting very scary out there. Bear in mind, Xerxion has Kevlar and the MP9. A nice position here. Spinks comes through. Can't nail the initial shot, but he converts it on the spray. Man advantage here. 2 versus 1 for Mouz on the full eco. They brought just an MP9 and USPs into this particular round, and Vitality potentially give it away. It's Apex. 50 seconds remaining, Mau. He's got the bomb on his back and a boatload of utility. This could be the play as he flanks in towards B. Xerxion is exposed.
Oh yeah, if he finds his first. Long range with the MP9 makes it look easy.
It looked like he was out of position. You can see the frustration there from Apex. The fact they've given this round up to USPs. Why is no one watching middle?
That's unbelievable. That is truly unbelievable.
Crazy fumble.
Yeah, they are letting that one go. They are going to be mad at themselves for that. Oh, wow. Mouz, though, the active posturing, the way they pushed up Cat, that's what you want to see from this team.
Some redemption now after those missed shots of the AWP. That's a sigh of relief. You're able to convert the eco and now put Vitality in a very precarious spot. Smoke for the cross and another default here, and I'm sure they'll be ready to patrol middle. Apex has had enough and full sending it up towards short. That's a risky maneuver.
Oh, yeah, that's fast. Apex saying nobody is actually watching this. He's done his homework on this team.
Yeah, right.
Already has the cat control here, but Torzi right on the line.
Here we go.
Okay, he needed that one for himself, for us, the audience, everybody.
Yeah. The Counter-Strike community love to see that one converted. It's going to have to be a mid to be split by the looks of things here. Flames and ZywOo have decent control. In terms of the util, they have smoke for spawn, Spinks waiting towards upper, but it looks quite telegraphed. No pressure elsewhere. Jimmy and Broline in towards that B side together.
Yeah, but there's a double op. Brolin's got it right in the B bomb site right now. That is going to surprise Vitality if they do decide to end there. Jax still making his presence known at short, but it seems to be a ruse. Brolin holding the line. He spots an elbow. Oh, Spinks, that is quick.
Had all the advantages you could ask for there, and the round starting to fall apart once again. Jimmy, considered to be one of the best anchors in World Counter-Strike right now. A huge spray down. Barely touches Spinks, and he gets himself double entries in towards the B sides as ZywOo answers back. Another clean round. And it looks like Mouz will have to hold on to the AK-47. Another collapse there. Looked like Brawlan, like you said, the secondary AWP against the rifle. I don't know how he doesn't win that fight.
This is already a wild game. The gun rounds seem to be so in favor of Vitality, but all of the mixed buys, the pistols, all of that seems to be favoring Mouz right now. And I just feel like when Mouz are going for these standard approaches, these standard defaults, it's just not going their way. But every time they decide to change things up, go for a push, do something a little bit aggressive, a setup, that's been what's working in their favor. And at this point, in the half, you have to recognize that defaulting has not been good so far.
Well, this was much better from Vitality. Xerxin will save the AK-47. In terms of the finances, there is a buy. I would speculate this will be the first tactical timeout now. It's been a scrappy game from both sides, and I think the coaches want to chime in here. Let's calm everyone down and understand what they're up against. That's what I'm expecting here, but let's see whether it's got the call from Mouz. Lovely opening kill from Torch. He has a 5 versus 4, but this shot from Spinks, Brawlan should be hitting that. Didn't even react in time, and then it's a double entry from Spinks there. Jimfat, again, it seemed like he had all the advantages. He had a nice position. He had about 2 seconds of spray time. Only got 80 damage there, and that was the round. If he gets the kill on Spinks, maybe he can find multiple kills. And indeed, there's the timeout. It has not been a pretty game so far. Bear in mind, it's the first map of our quarterfinals here. The nerves and adrenaline are flowing, and we've got Vitality with a stand-in here as well. So Dust 2 always lends itself to pandemonium, and we've certainly seen that so far.
Cyclone on the microphone for Mouz, telling them that it's all in their head. They just need to get into this game. They need to get active because it has been so effective for them thus far. A scrappy buy, though, we see. Yimpat on the FAMAS, Brawlan on the MP9. Those are the 2 B defenders, though. And so that side of the map is going to be quite weak.
I don't think we can just run a standard CT setup here. I think they'll be looking to push in towards B. They're going to boost at the back. This is quite nice, and it's worked out. Great maneuver. ZywOo didn't see it coming whatsoever, and they've got the early advantage. Torji warming up into this series now. Can they convert, though? Jax taking some control towards long. We've got Xerxin tucked away in the pit. I don't think they really checked this. They certainly do. I take it back. Beautiful shot there from Jax to equalize the round to a 4-4.
That's a great shot. Great clear from Jax as well.
Got to react, though, Brawlan, considering we said they have to push.
Yeah, exactly. Mouz, they're getting active. They know that they're on the back foot right now, but they're not going to stay that way. Brawlan pushing up right now through the tunnels. Might be able to catch a timing here. There's an opportunity for him, and you can see that he's going to be joining up from the short player as well. They're going for a pinch right now towards this middle site. Spinks, it's such a strong off angle, though. I think he might have spotted a shadow. Yes, he did. In fact, 1 kill from him already, but there are bodies that are coming at him. But it doesn't matter.
Let's go.
All these angles are covered. Vitality knew exactly what was coming next.
God damn, Spinks is in the zone right now, reads them like a book, waiting for those reactions to present themselves. They get the opening pick, but then a few in return. They have to push in towards the B tunnels. It's well read by Spinks, and they let them play themselves to this point. Pump the brakes, knowing the CTs are on the back foot financially. They won't have the utility to retake a bomb site, so they need information. It all went wrong at this point. Xerxin tucked away towards the pit, was hoping he would be overlooked, but Jax 1 step ahead, and so is Spinks. Apex on the AWP as well, recovering it for ZywOo as we get another full eco, Maui, and I'm sure Vitality will be watching for the mid push this time.
I don't think they're going to be fooled twice this time around. Vitality can finally breathe a sigh of relief, or so they think. Spinks, he was hot in the last round. A few challenges right here, and a great spray. Well controlled from Spinks. 3 kills for him. Flames right behind him at this point. Nade to soften the target up as well, and it just leaves Xerxin.
Yeah, nice work there from Spinks. Almost lost control of the garden hose there, but ultimately gets himself 3 kills. Jax! Oh! He had to do a full 180 there. I love that from Jax. He was spraying the smoke thing, and the CT was in there. 180 took care of the last player, but that was the full eco. But it is going to be Vitality now taking the lead after a very bumpy start here. It was 0-3 against them, but only 1 gun round found for Mouz since then.
Oh, and no op for Torzi. Oh, that is going to hurt. He's been so good on those entries for the last couple of gun rounds, so they're going to have to find another in on this one. Round number 10, and Mouz desperately want to get things back under control.
Yeah, but knowing you got ZywOo with the AWP, that's the mid-smoke we were looking for. This looks to be the B execution. We saw this on the pistol. Didn't really work out for them. Fast Smoke from ZywOo. Hopefully the window will be taken care of as well. We said Jimmy's good in this B bomb side, but the flashes are even better. Deploys a defensive smoke. Can he find anything whatsoever? No, he cannot. Dust 2 can be a nightmare in that B bomb site. If you go down quickly, there's zero chance of a retake, and that's exactly the case now. Mouz will have to sit back and wait for the next round as another rifle round falls against them.
Very straightforward round there. Early B execute, good smokes to block the angles.
The flashes were superb. I love the angle from Jimmy, but just one flashbang took care of him. He had to dismount, and then they weren't really working together. There was no crossfire there. They go down in separate duels, flashed off. This suggests Vitality have outplayed them there.
And just a huge pace change. We've seen Vitality go for these defaults on these gun rounds. Finally, a fast play overall. They've shown the whole strat book at this point. That's something that was a bit of a concern coming into this tournament, whether they were able to fit Jax, but like the Death setup, like you set up, it is a map that is going to be easier. Exertion's got to keep this gun alive, and he will do so.
Nice work from Vitality, keeping it nice and simple. I have to say, in terms of the initial utility there, Mouz didn't set up much of a blockade. The flashbangs come in, where's the tunnel smoke? Where's the Molotov? There's just nothing. It's open runway, and you can see they've got a nice setup, but again, one flashbang completely destroys them, and it's a double kill from Flames. Can't believe his luck. They were so blind, and he helps himself to 2 freebies.
That's one of those setups that you think is going to work if it's a guy that's just lurking out right there.
Exactly.
You've got a double vertical hold against him, but no, those flashes were just perfect.
I guess the reason they don't smoke it because they want to take the fight. They're welcoming in the duel, right? So
any dry peek, that's going to get demolished.
Yeah, but unfortunately, one single flashbang destroyed the both of them, and we've got another tactical timeout. Only one gun round really found here for Mouz. Fair enough, they did win a full eco as well, but only one single rifle round will not do here after winning the pistol and getting that 3-0 start. Couple more to go though, and it's 6-4 overall. Plenty of money for Vitality. As you see the buy come through, it's not the same story for Mouz, I'm afraid. They go for a partial investment around these saved M4s, so it's going to be the 5-7 and the Deagle for Brawlan and Co.
Okay, we got Shuhei making a play early on, realizes that he's got to change the grip, but immediately taken down by Spinks. Vitality, they're just too thorough in these defaults. Catching every single aggressive play now. Mouz feel like they're just getting stuffed at every single corner.
Mouz could be in trouble here in terms of the individual prowess. I have to say, it's Dust 2, it's a deathmatch affair, and Vitality are nailing their shots and making Mouz look foolish at times as well. And bear in mind, it's Mirage coming up next. They haven't gone for a very tactical map pool here. This is where players like Jax, players like ZywOo can thrive and play off instinct. And it certainly seems to be the case so far. 5-on-3. Pistol for Jimmy, Torji, and Xerxon have the M4s, and they've gone for a little stack towards middle. This round is not necessarily over.
No, definitely not. Yeah, this is Vitality potentially overcooking the situation. They got these 2 kills towards B, but they...
Oh, the boost.
Oh, okay. This could find something. All right. Torji's able to get one, but a quick trade. That's necessary.
The thing is, you now know the 2 players are there. They boosted behind that smoke. You've got that information. It's a 4 versus 2, so you can pretty much guarantee there's only going to be one player at that A bomb side. But here comes Xerxon as well, still towards the double doors. Will he take the peek? He's going to have to, and the shots land to some extent, but he takes heavy damage himself. Jimmy, we need to see something quite special here. Good for one. They know exactly where the final player is. Apex, he can't find him, but Spinks certainly can, and Vitality, Maui, are officially on fire. 5 rounds in a row as they start to dominate the battlefield of Dust 2 right now.
A very thorough closer for a Vitality team that you think would want to cut corners with the stand-in situation, but going together towards middle, making sure Apex is coming from long. This is the exact Vitality you want to see powering up into this tournament that is obviously showing some growing pains early on given the Jax situation.
Oh, I'm fearing for Mouz right now. These gun rounds, they're looking weak. They're getting outplayed at every juncture. As we head towards the B bomb site once again, there's the initial utility. You want to see at least a Molotov, then smoke it afterwards. Buy yourself some time and space here. The bomb's in towards upper right now, trying to bait out some utility themselves. And there's the smoke from the CT side. 4 players towards upper though, and we do have who's going to be holding long? That's going to be Apex, waiting for any sort of aggression from Xerxon. CTs are hunting for information. It's Torji off towards short with the AWP, but doesn't spot anyone just yet.
He's got to come up with something.
It's too shallow, I think. Oh, no, it's quite nice, actually.
That is not bad. He's been so good at finding the openers with the AWP. This time a lot of damage with the AWP, but now the pressure is on the B players once again. Brawlan and Yimpat, they've been stuffed this entire half, but this time they stand up. Brawlan with 2, and now the bomb is in no man's land. Right there on the B ramp, Apex fully blind. Okay, finally, Mouz, they're back into this one. 5 rounds at the half, unless ZywOo has something to say about it.
It was looking quite woeful here for Mouz on the gun rounds, but finally they wake up, and it's gonna be 5 on the board. A disappointing performance, but signs of life towards the end here as we go 7-5 in favor of Vitality.
What does mental health mean to me?
What Movember does is we're the largest men's mental health charity in the world, and we've identified that esports is one of the best ways to reach kind of isolated young men.
Are you with me? For me, mental health is so important to make sure that you're vigilant of how you're feeling. It's something that you can't take for granted just because things are going good. You always just need to be aware.
How should we try to cope with uncontrollable stresses?
I mean, I remember I walked out the last fall final in like 2019, and before the game started, I was like, we know how to cast. You know what I mean? Like, we know how to cast. It's a crowd, like I've seen 1 or 2 of these before, no big deal. And then I walked out, and then I remember I was just like, like I couldn't do my intro, I couldn't speak, and I didn't know what to do.
In 1 year, I had a child being born, and then my dad died of cancer later in that year. I had some crazy anxiety attacks. I'd basically be in my bed for like 6 to 8 hours, just like, I could take deep breaths, but I couldn't, it was like I couldn't get enough oxygen.
So I think the players, though, they get it the very worst because people don't realize that outside of the game, they also have a normal life.
You play so many matches, you have shit travel days, like so many things that go into this. It's not really in your ability to choose how you perform in game.
I think definitely overwhelming part about Counter-Strike is the schedule. It gets just tiring to travel from event to event.
People, when they want to blame you for something or they want to criticize you for something, they come at you from a point of where they're anonymous. They don't have their face, they don't have their real name there. Death threats and all sorts of people get.
Oh, man. We're all human at the end of the day, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly.
If you're gonna get stressed out, it might be bigger than you know? You don't really have a choice. You can only decide whether or not you're going to address it.
That's what this is day 1 of. How can we create psychologically safe spaces that help improve mental health such that the hundreds of thousands of young people that watch this tournament engage on Twitter and all the media streams go, I want to be just like you.
At the time, it was nerve-wracking to talk about it, but now I have no problem doing about it. And you see the wonderful benefits of being able to speak out about it.
So when those things happen, what strategies do you guys use?
Maybe it's praising them or saying, don't worry
Building
about
them back up.
Yeah, building them back up.
Part of being a pro CS player is looking after yourself.
I actually started doing this to people when I meet them, like talking each other up before going on camera. It just makes people happier.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the last ever World Finals here in Singapore. Mouz Sports with the flying star, Maui, that 3-0, the ace from Shui. It looked like they were onto an absolute barn burner of a game. They started to shrink, though, some key mistakes, some big misses from the sniper especially, has led them to a 7-5 deficit. But that final round, an excellent sequence there from Jimfat. This game is not done, and thankfully, with the pistol in the bag, they still have some runway here to convert Dust 2 in their favor.
By no means is this one over. Mouz showing life at the end of the half.
B-rush, bro.
Okay, I think we got a B-rush once again. Jax, though, quick headshot to kick things off. Flash right there in his face. So many targets to present themselves, but Spinks is also firing in from the window, and they are immediately stopped at the entrance of the tunnel.
Anything Mouz can do, Vitality can do better. It's the exact same approach, a B-rush on the pistol and 5 headshots delivered once again. Not an ace this time, but still just as clean there. It will be Vitality going 8-5, and more importantly, no plant here on the B bomb side. This has not worked out for them whatsoever, but it certainly has for Spinks. That is something quite special there. Ice cold with the USP. As we get into a full eco now, Mouz bring nothing to the table. Not one single dollar invested. His Glocks, no armor, no util. And now no Xerxian, he's taken down early.
Yeah, quick cleanup there from Flames. And this should just be a great start for Vitality. This is exactly what they wanted. Game was looking a little bit scary for the first 5-6 rounds here, but it really does feel like Vitality have stabilized into this. They've stabilized into the tournament. They're now becoming a quick threat, but Brolin.
How's he got away with that?
How do you win that?
I have no idea. You've got no armor and just a Glock up against the rifle. They exchange damage and he somehow comes out on top. That is bizarre. Shouldn't have too many ramifications, I will say that. It's a nice kill for sure, but not really much they can do with it. They might as well slow down the round, though. We talk about this so often, bleeding out their utility. Every grenade deployed has a knock-on effect, $300 per smoke, $500 for the incendiaries. And we'll see now, as we go towards long, should be a nice opportunity for Flames to mow them down.
This is a pretty long range, though. Okay, Flames, yeah, he realizes he has to back up. Flash actually doesn't go far enough, but a double hold between him and ZywOo. This should mow them all down. Okay, ZywOo from the back line, and Shuhei, he does pick up that A4.
Oh,
okay.
dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Unlikely he does much more than this, but 3 kills, Maui on the full eco. This is already a bit of a disaster. Jax should be able to take him down, got the sound cue, and yeah, we'll take it, but still a hollow victory of sorts there. You can see the frustration in Apex's face. He gives up the rifle, and yeah, that's actually quite a disappointing round, all things considered. We've got a full buy for Mouz coming in next. That means Vitality are now very fragile in terms of the CT finances. I don't think we can see a ZywOo AWP here as well, so got to be rifles across the board on both sides of the equation here. 9-5 as Vitality hunt for double digits on their map pick. Smoke towards the double doors, and we'll see what kind of setup or aggression the Vitality want to present here.
So many CTs now opt for a heavy rifle mid setup. Doesn't look like Vitality are going to be going for that this time. It is in fact a long hold, and Mouz, there's a late long pop. There's no one to actually contest this.
I love a long take that's delayed. I wait for the initial util, don't have to run through the grenades, corner smoke, and it just takes so much away from the CTs. They have to react to this. You can't really allow 5 players out of the long area, see if they can answer back, and it's going to be ZywOo arranged. That will do nicely. Dorji in all the chaos did find Apex at the same time, but Zertian with the bomb towards long, Jimmy patrolling towards lower B, and they're going to try and find some intel here. They don't know how many players are towards long, so pushing towards short, making sure they can't be pincered on the A side.
The utility, though. Look at this. Mouz, just a single Molotov left. It's going to be nearly impossible to cross, and they're actually vacating the premises. They're leaving Torzy in the pit, but it looks like the real fight's going to be towards mid. It's all about timing here. Shuhei with the spray, but ZywOo quick on the trade. Yimpat, he's not able to find anything from lower. Oh, important duel play. Both players back on up.
Jax is pushing in towards upper B, and they are none the wiser. Jimmy is preoccupied with the short play. ZywOo just showing a barrel, keeping him interested. If Jax goes any further, he's got a free kill. He decides to hold up for now. Spinks, he'll find Torji, and this looks like a perfectly maneuvered flank as Jax has timed it well. He'll spot him and get the freebie. The money was low, but Vitality, a perfect reaction, Maui. After losing long, they push in towards short, reclaim middle, get upper B, and make sure there's no execution potential whatsoever. It's a very convincing round as 2 players survive, and it's double digits here for Vitality. They get 3 rounds in a row with no bomb plant so far. It has to be a half buy from Mouz going forward.
That's a stand-in. That's a stand-in that made a solo B tunnels push.
Yep.
When everyone is looking at you to be the one that maybe makes a mistake, that all the pressure's on your shoulders, it was Jax that actually decided to push into the tunnels, find the flank onto Yimpat. That takes some guts. That takes some guts. You just don't want to mess things up sometimes, but Jax is getting more comfortable every single map he plays with this team.
Here we go then, the Tech 9s. They found some success with the pistols, not so much with the rifles, I'll say that much. We'll see what Mouz can bring to the table here. ZywOo has had enough of this nonsense. Takes down Brolin early, starting to power up into the quarterfinal here. In towards B we go. Jax, good reaction, nice movement, gets the smoke down and alleviates the threats.
The difference between day 1 to day 3 Jax is palpable.
Yeah, right.
So clear. Mouz, they really haven't outlined any sort of win condition for themselves in this round just yet. No utility to work with. They have to hit some shots, or they are going to be falling deep into a pit of despair. This is not looking good, and Vitality, they look so comfortable on this map. If you told me that there was no stand-in here, I would completely believe you. I can't even tell.
That's why I'm concerned. Like, you know they've got a stand-in. Why would you allow them to play Mirage and Dust 2? Like, of course they picked Dust 2, but I'd love to see that's a very tactical map at this stage against the likes of Jax. Make him uncomfortable. Bring out something like the Vertigos, you know.
Oh.
As we see a massive grenade. 89 damage there to Torji. He's saving for the AWP. He doesn't have the Kevlar here on the half buy. Jimmy goes down, and ZywOo He ain't gonna miss any of these shots. He's in the zone right now, looking for the hat trick, as he's done significant damage. 5-on-2, no real reason to force these battles. Spinks, though, wants a piece of the action. Jax is there to defend him. He's having a great showing here, Jax. 12-6, nothing to be sneezed at, as Torgy hunts for 1 kill. Not gonna happen. The Frenchman closes things down. Apex, you're winning. What's going on? What's wrong?
Yeah, what's up with the nervous look right there? A single death, and he's saying that's not good enough. Yeah, that's how I want my leader to be.
He's hunting for, I guess he's 5-10 right now. I think it's more of individual frustrations. He lost to that Glock at short. I think he's just getting in his own head a bit. But overall, the team's looking fantastic. Spinks and ZywOo and Jax. 16 kills apiece for the first 2. Jax climbing the leaderboard as well. You love to see it. And this one's getting out of control. Mouz look weak, Maui, I have to say.
No one has shown up to the server with the exception of Shuhei. And at this point, really, you need anybody else. I mean, Torzy, yeah, he had a couple opening picks early on in that first half, but 6 total kills for an Opera on Dust 2.
Dude, on Dust 2, for a sniper of his caliber, he's in the conversation for the top 5, right?
Yes.
And you're Dust 2 against a team with a standard. You should be thriving. You should be dominating this one. And we've seen really nothing out in terms of output from him. And now 11-5, 1 round away from map point. This has been a little bit too convincing for my liking. Mouz need to wake up right here, right now on their T side.
Brolin testing the waters at long A. Okay,
we'll take that.
That's an opener. Kill onto Apex.
He's not going to be happy with that.
Doesn't press the issue. No, of course. Apex, yeah, he's having a struggle-some game, but at this point, his team has been so polished that I don't think he needs to worry all too much despite this man advantage. But we'll see. This could be a round that breathes some life into the Mouz. And it looks like they're going to be making their way up short. But at the same time, Vitality, again, a reaction. We can already see that they're right next to each other, that they're ready for any kind of mid-crunch. They're even giving up all of long, they're giving up all of tunnels. They don't even worry about that stuff because they know that if they work in numbers, they can bring this one back.
ZywOo is looking so assertive right now, looking to lock them out of shore. Torgy with a nice pick. They've got to convert this round. They can't allow a 5-on-3 to slip by the wayside here. Rotations towards B, a bit of a gamble stack. You don't see many of them on Dust 2, to be fair, but it's going to be saving the economy of the looks of things. If they go towards A, there's probably no way you're going to win the round, but will Shuey and co overcook? It looks like they're absolutely fine. The bomb's towards long. This one's done, and it will be a clean round finally here for Mouz. Flames and ZywOo hold towards middle. Shuey watching the extremities, make sure that no one can get up towards short. So everything is looking rather nice.
Well converted off of the opening pick from Brolin, playing to punish in the middle, understanding that Vitality are one of the most active teams in the mid round. As soon as they lose a pick anywhere on the map, well, you don't want to lose everything here though, Vitality. Hold on. Flames, this is a precarious position, one that you do not want to find yourself in when you're just trying to keep this gun alive. Nade right there at his feet, able to find the kill on a Gimpat, but I do not think that he is long for this world. Exertion's right on the other side in CT spawn. Shuhei's going to be approaching from both sides. He will be crunched in a matter of seconds, and really, it's just this is a foregone conclusion for me. Wait, okay, hold on. hold on. Exertion at this point, surely.
Okay, nice work. That's more like it there from Mouz, slowing things down, finding those picks, converting their advantages, and finding all 5 players there in the end. Down but not out, the individuals slowly coming to life here. Not the cleanest spray from Brolan, but like we said, Apex showing signs of frustration. He's going to be in his own head right now. He goes down. They're not working together on that long take. It's a little bit messy from the CT side, but still, that's their one blemish so far in the second half. It's currently 4-1 in favor of Vitality on their CT campaign. Shot through the doors. Jax gets a taste of the AWP, down to 19 points of health.
Good tag right there.
ZywOo's had enough, Maui.
Oh,
He's
no!
gonna hit that all day long. You knew he was. And now, Xertion removed. A 5-on-4, still hunting for map point here. And I dare say they might have it. 5 versus 3. Jimmy, Shuey, and Torgy need to work together now. Heavy lifting, I hate to say it, needs to be done by the sniper. He needs to find these picks. He'll be challenging one of the world's best right now. ZywOo, prime position, takes him down and guarantees map point at this stage. Another headshot delivered as Jimmy, there's nothing he can do. Ding to the back of B. Jax stepping up to the plate once again and delivering the goods. They've got 6 map points in the bag, courtesy of ZywOo.
ZywOo putting the team on his back in that one. The aggressive play towards lower, the reroute towards short. It's like every single fight he knows before it's going to happen, every single time. One of the most prescient players that this game has ever seen.
He's not even an AWPer. Gets it done like that. That was remarkable. So sick.
Oh, this is it's not the best for Mouz. They've got some firepower there, some rifles to work with, but the utility is a bit lacking, and you can see that Vitality are feeling emboldened. The captain of the team himself going for a mid-swing, not favoring his chances at this point. There's no support, no backup, but some long control. Flame getting flashed deep. Yeah, they're taking down Brolin.
Okay.
They've had enough of him.
Yeah, he's been the only one finding those picks towards long time and time again. He's had relative success, but this could be GG, ladies and gentlemen. Vitality with the stand-in. Their map pick have just outclassed them in pretty much every facet of the game. I guess the pistol opening for Mouz in the first half, they got that nice 3-0 start, but we've seen literally nothing since.
Apex, what is this? The gamble stack towards B? At a moment like this, he's in his head. If this works out, he is going to feel so good about this read. Jax playing the close corner. Spink's got the nade in hand. He's going for the jump spot. Jax, as long as he's able to get a clean
down.
Yep, there's one, and Spinks with the quick trade.
Oh, that should be all she wrote, I'm afraid. 2 players and the bomb down in the worst possible position. They've done well with the flashbangs here. One more kill from Spinks will do it. Brings out the USP, wants to close things out in style. And Xerxin to keep the dream alive here on Dust 2. A map they will want to forget, Maui. They have not turned up to the first map of this quarterfinal. The individuals have looked weak as Vitality smothered them on their map pick.
Oh yes, Vitality arriving with a sting in their tail to convincingly take the first map of Dust 2. Despite Mouz having a pretty hot start, I'm sure we're going to be talking about that Shuei pistol ace very shortly indeed. Vitality standing tall despite having Jax here instead of Mezzy.
One thing is winning, another one is dominating your opposition and dominating your opponent on your own map pick, and that's exactly what Vitality did in this game. Pretty much from the get-go. As you said, Shuei got off to a good start. Mouz were fighting in the beginning. From that moment and onwards, though, it felt like Vitality showed us why they picked us 2 and why that was the same case back in Rio.
The rounds that Vitality won, actually, they weren't even competitive most of the time. There were just triple entries coming into the side, and it was not like abusing one part of the map. They were all over the place, and they were just straight up winning all the duels. Or should I say, Mouz weren't winning any? It's hard to judge, but it definitely felt like that way.
Which is kind of crazy when we saw Shuei doing such dirty work on that first pistol round. I thought this was going to be enough, you know, to put the momentum in the favor of Mouz. Should we roll it? And can you describe the mastery we saw?
I think so. You know, it's a strong start, especially when you consider the first guy goes down right here. Jimfed as well under an awful lot of pressure. And luckily for him, Shuei standing in window and getting all the job done. 4 kills and making it 5 as well. That is one of the highlights of the year for Shuei, especially considering him as an in-game leader. Not known to be the strongest individual, but this shooting you're seeing in front of you right here, that was world class. And as you said, right, we then expect, all right, Mouz came to play, Shuei came to play from an individual point of view. That is beautiful, but in terms of raw duels and raw aiming on the server, we never really saw anything transpire once more like that.
Yeah, I mean, he was the one that was actually carrying the aim department from the Mouz there. And even the fact that he got kills all over the place on that B-side shows you how he's snappy. The movement is actually there, and it looked like, oh my god, is Mouz actually going to get away with the early part of the round? And they really didn't. I mean, the Vitality smacked back very early on, and it was a tough game to come back to.
Let's continue to talk about that first half, the CG side, obviously, for Mouz. What was the story of round 6, Jacob?
Well, I thought that was going to be the story of Mouz, you know, actually dictating the game and starting to dominate the game. You see Vitality, they respond after a strong start for Mouz. Then you see this buy coming in right here. There's a lot of USBs, a lot of upgraded pistols, and a single MP9. Jax, unfortunately, will be caught off guard. Saiwu is rotating away. Maybe that could be a communication issue, the fact that Messi and Jax are not the same player. At least, you know, it didn't turn out well for them. Saiwu being put under an awful lot of pressure, training coming in. Unfortunately for Apex, he can't find the kill on towards Jimfed, who then picks up an AWP, and for some reason they're charging into him, making it a 2v2. Spinks then will walk into Dark, and here you have the MP9 in Exertion. So they actually end up losing a round that they had no business losing whatsoever. They go down 4-2, and I think to myself, all right, Matchday came to play. CT side does too. If you can win rounds like these, it's going to be a long, long game, or a short game for Vitality. But from that moment and onwards, they completely lost control of the game.
The round specifically looked ugly just because of the fact that Saiwu is holding top middle and he leaves it 1 second after. Jax is unaware that he left it, and that might be the miscommunication that either Jax didn't pick up the comms from Saiwu, or Saiwu didn't give them, or there was someone else, because Saiwu was dropping nades to them. And this little timing frame, that 1 second, cost them the round. It could very much as well cost them the Dust 2. Now, hindsight 2020, we know how it ended, but it could have gone either way.
Despite fumbling that round, though, Vitality massively answer back. Mouz take a timeout, Does it pay off coming into round 11?
Unfortunately not, and that was the issue for Mouz. It felt like they couldn't find any solution to the pressure that Vitality was mounting on them on that T side. We see a timeout, we see Cyclone explaining the boys, listen, let's do this, let's try to change up the pace a little bit. The reaction is Mouz and having two players pushing in towards lower dark, Shuhei being one of them, and another player is pushing up Catwalk as well. Shuhei is getting caught off guard, his teammate is getting caught off guard, and just 15 seconds into the round, Vitality is playing a 5v3. And at that point, it felt like Vitality had an easy time. You said it yourself, most of the rounds weren't even competitive. So when you take a timeout and your plans and everything you talked about gets shut down 15 seconds into the round, it must be such a tough ball to swallow for Mouz.
And to put it to the context, previous round, before this pause, what led to this pause was the B execute from Vitality, and they absolutely obliterated both Roland and Impact on B side. The solution, seemingly, was the aggression. Don't let them execute, break their plan during the default, and it couldn't gone worse, really.
Now, we normally talk about, the AWPing clips that we might see transpire on a Dust 2. Today it was about the pistols, though, because Shuhei, he gets an ace in the first round. Jackson Spinks, though, they say, hold my beer, we're going to show you something else, too.
We can do it, too, and I love the fact that we see Jax in action. Again, they want to apply pressure towards Jax, and I think that was part of the game plan for Mouz. They wanted to test him on the B bomb side. He stands tall, gets the first kill, does a great job of staying alive and staying together with Spinks, that they combine for 5 kills in the matter of no time.
And what we've seen for the first half is that Vitality were clearly a better team when it comes to gun rounds. And I was worrying for the second pistol round, how it's going to set the tone. Because if they get to actually win these rounds, such as pistol rounds and T-Ecos, that will be a one-sided affair for the remainder of the map. And lo and behold, it happened.
I mean, shout out Spinks, finally coming alive. He's kind of been, a little bit absent in the group stage side of things. Obviously, didn't matter for Vitality to qualify, but I'm really glad that he managed to show up here on the stage.
We called him out, saying that someone has to help Saibu once in a while, and that someone has to be Spinks more often than not. And so far in Dust 2, he was all over the place. Very strong in the duels, very aggressive, didn't stay away from anything. This peak right here is nasty as hell, and that's what you want from Spinks. People sometimes forget that he is a very strong aimer. I know we had the likes of Bit, which time to kill is very, very low, but when Spinks is hitting the strides, it almost feels like he has the same qualities as Bit. It's just a little bit too inconsistent in some ways, but this game on Dust 2, firing on all cylinders.
You have to think about it this way, that his counterpart, Impact, on that B side, was actually having a pretty terrible game, and Spinks leached off of a lot of good stats from beating Impact straight ahead. There were multiple clips in this highlight reel where he just straight up out-dueled Impact, not only in a 50-50 duel, but actually where Impact had an advantage. He should have gotten that kill. Spinks recovered, killed him, and that's when he kind of boosted his performance up.
Just to take a slightly different route in this segment, just for a second, I know we're going to be talking about our top 10 players in the break on Saturday. Where's Spinks at the moment for your money, Tico? Is he within that top 10 player conversation still?
I think he is, but just barely. I would have to really think about it a little bit more deeper, because obviously there's loads and loads of players, and Spinks, it was definitely much better with previous year. I will have to say that, but he's on the edge of top 10, I would say.
I'd agree with that. 9, 10, 11, 12, somewhere along those lines.
Something to be maybe looking at going towards the RMR Major, I'm sure, for Spinks to be resurging. Let's talk about the AWPing side of the equation, though. Obviously, we were prefacing it, Dust 2 is usually an AWPer's playground. It was for one man, that man's name is Zaiwu. Maybe not so much for Torsi on the other side.
No, the problem is we saw early on in the game, Torsi missing some crucial shots, missing an easy, execute over towards the A-bomb side. There's no flashes, there's no smokes. The work conditions, so to speak, were great for Torsi. He misses those shots, and I think that tanked his confidence. We already spoke about the fact that coming into today, he's had a bit of a rough tournament so far. Atypically, we spoke to him coming into the game saying that he's been consistent throughout the year. I would agree with that, but for some reason, he's not hitting his strides right here. And the problem for Torsi and for Mouz is that we saw the implications of that very early on in the game, and I believe that tanked his confidence.
One of the frags that he got actually on Zaiwu was only frag I can remember. He won in a head-on-head duel, which was the boost over the mid-smoke to kind of surprise Zaiwu, and it gives you the context as well. Like, he's playing on these gimmicks that he's trying to, surprise the opposition AWPer, but when it's a pure head-to-head duel, he's just flat-out losing.
I love that we get to see Zaiwu form back on Dust 2 again. Obviously, that game versus Liquid yesterday was quite a whitewash. It was the Flames he showed. Didn't really need Zaiwu to be showing up in order for them to get the win. On the inverse, though, for Torsi, we obviously heard it from Banks' interview just before that even when he does have those games where he's, not feeling himself necessarily, he doesn't want to play any different. Did you see him maybe changing his play style? Did he look less confident on the server, or was he trying to bring the heat like, if he was having a decent game?
I feel like he looked less confident in his duels, but not necessarily the way he was positioning himself. He was still in positions where he could get kills, where he could be a determining factor on the server, but unfortunately for him, he was missing. And I guess when you're having a rough tournament, and one of the first crucial buy rounds in the game is basically you losing it. I even saw the body language from Torsi as well. I believe he said sorry to his teammates. That's on me, don't worry about it. Let's continue to do what we were doing, because normal circumstances, we would have won the round had I hit the shot. So in that regard, I don't think he steered away from the playstyle that he normally has, but in terms of the confidence in his own abilities, you could definitely see that tank.
It's just Counter-Strike. If you're missing the shots, your position can be flawless, and you can have a lot of good stuff when it comes to utility or strategic part, but for the most part, it's about hitting shots, and Torsi wasn't the only one missing out on Mouz. There were multiple situations where the whiffs, the so to speak whiffs, were occurring way too much.
Go on, put someone on the heat then. Who else was not stepping up enough for your money on the side of Mouz?
All right, I'm gonna go for Exertion, and this is basically, I'm setting myself on fire, because before the game I said Torsi and Exertion are the ones I want to be looking at for. Maybe I cursed them a little bit, but Exertion and Impact both had pretty quiet game for my liking. Torsi to add a trio to that, and it's hard to perform when your best player is an in-game leader of Suhi, and he built up on that this round really nicely, but it was just not enough.
Now, let's be completely honest, right? If you have your AWP player on Dust 2 not hitting the shots he's supposed to, that's a massive weakness. If you have your B anchor, who normally in GymFed is super strong towards the B side, not having a great game, that's a massive weakness. And then your entry fragger in Exertion on a map like Dust 2, where there's so much freedom, especially on the CT side, to do whatever you want in the beginning of the rounds, even on the T side, not having a great game, there's no way Mouz would win this one. You could play this game 10 times more with the same outcome if they were not showing up. So that was a massive weakness for Mouz coming into Dust 2.
Well, hope potentially on the horizon for the side of Mouz. Their map pick of Mirage is coming up after a short break. We continue at the Blast Premier World Finals here in Singapore, where the fans have been coming in all morning long, and for good reason indeed. We got 2 banging quarterfinals going down today, and from the reaction to the veto earlier, sounds like a fan favorite map as well. Mouz hoping to be favored coming onto Mirage. It was their pick coming into this series. Starting on the T side of things, Tico, just give us a brief history of maybe both teams on this map of Mirage. Does it favor Mouz in theory?
They honestly played the map a lot, both of these teams, so clearly there are some tendencies where they like to pick it, or they like to have it as a decider at least. But what I have to say is that last encounter that these two teams had in IEM Rio was actually going in the favor of Vitality, and now Mouz picked the map. So it's kind of nice storyline to follow, because you have time between these events to actually adjust your play and kind of analyze what went wrong and what could be done against a team like Vitality. Now they have a stand-in, they better put it to work.
Yeah, I think Vitality is going to feel a bit more freed up on Mirage, and we all know Mirage to be a map where the more space you give your individuals, the more they can express themselves in a way. And sometimes it's going to work out, sometimes it's not. But I would argue that if you give FlameC, Spinx, and ZywOo enough space and enough freedom to do whatever they want, it's going to take a big effort for Mouz to shut that down. So I am also very curious to see how it's going to pan out. Vitality's win percentage right here, 63% the past 3 months, is not looking that great. If you just go a little bit back further, you know, 4, 5, 6 months, they had a long period where Mirage was one of the best maps in the pool. So by no means is this an easy pick for Mouz.
They managed to take down Na'Vi, one of the best teams in the world, or if not the best team on the world, on this particular map, back at IEM Cologne in such a barn burner of a map as well. When we're looking towards Vitality though, obviously you said about Dust 2, it's not gonna take too much of a hit, evidently, by Mezzy not being here and Jack stepping in. Like, what are the percentage differences when we come onto Mirage? How much more of a hit, in theory, do you think Vitality take with having a stand-in in this situation?
Yeah, so we touch upon that as well, where, you know, on Mirage there's much more set roles, and obviously Jax is going to be tasked with this B-Abs Mirage thing, and it is a difficult position. Everyone hates it, no one loves to play it. It's challenging, so to speak, but Jax found a way to find a certain amount of impact in the group stage as well, where he was pushing this B apartments position for the information, he was flanking a lot, and he was always in a good position at a good time. So he's crafty when it comes to this. He doesn't just play passively and just wait for his duels or ways to get killed.
If anything, he needs a bit of help, and he needs Spinx to have a great game as well. Obviously, being the short player, Spinx, he can perhaps take a different position, being less aggressive towards middle and have a half an eye, so to speak, on the B-bomb side, just so he can be more of a supportive element should it be needed with Jax. Another way around it would be have ZywOo be a little bit more flexible, you know. Play ZywOo in B-Abs, first buy round with an AWP, install a bit of fear into the Mouz guys, make them feel that you can't just punish Jax by going B over and over again, and by that way you accommodate for it. So there's many different ways where Apex right now in the team talk can be like, listen, we can help you out, Jax, so don't feel any pressure. Don't feel you have to push or make the play or get the kill or whatever. We can help you out with Spinx and with ZywOo.
I mean, Stika, you said nobody likes playing that position. You play it yourself. Was that out of choice or out of being forced?
You made a career out of that, didn't you?
Yeah.
I made a lot of, I think, meta-changing development. It wasn't not me per se, but it was a lot of people had to figure out different ways how to play around the B-Abs, because once you die and you give up that side, as borderline unretakeable. So you have to be really crafty and really think about your moves, but at the same time Jax has this benefit where he can just jump check and he's going to be pretty much fine for the most part. Torsi is not having that great of a time. Biggest counter to that is actually fast Oper that is going to kill you on these jumps. Torsi is not having a tournament right now where he can manage to enable that.
I know that it's only been a small sample size of what we've seen Jax playing this particular position on Mirage. Can you give him a grading, Stika? If you've got like an A star up here, a big fat F down here, what are you grading it?
I'm going for a real average here, so is it C? Is it
He's
C?
in the middle, yeah.
C is kind of the reasonable, I would say.
C+.
C+, let's go.
We love that. Should this, in theory, though, still be favoring Mouz? Do you see a third map on the horizon?
It depends whether or not Mouz decides to show up. You know, again, if you have Torsi playing at the level we saw in the first map, then most likely not. If you have Exertion not finding the impact that you like to see him find, then most likely not. So I think it comes down to Mouz. We cannot forget the fact that these two teams played at Rio just a couple of weeks ago, and Mouz beat a full force Vitality where they were playing with Messi. So yes, to be completely honest, I would be slightly disappointed if Mouz is unable to push this to a third. It does depend on whether or not they're going to show up, because the first map was not a great look.
And we have to think about the fact that they have a little bit of buffer. This is the luxury that they get to pick the first map they wanted, and now there is no pressure on them for Mirage as well. So because if they lose, it's okay. We can reset. Let's get into that third map, which is pretty comfortable for them.
Let's talk about the T side of Mouz, which we're going to see them starting on. Vitality CT side, we've kind of already talked about the intricacies of that in terms of the Jax stand-in situation. Who is going to be having the most impact on this aggressive path for Mouz?
Shuhei is a specialist in running out top middle and headshotting people with an AK-47 on that C-side. I don't know what it is with him, but that's one of the most comfortable duels for Shuhei in the entirety of the game. He's very much the center of focus together with Exertion in the entry department. So I think the partnership between Shuhei and Exertion to either create chaos or create enough pressure towards the mid area that some of the other places are going to be weakened. We talked about Jax. He needs some help from Spinks, but what if Spinks has to help middle because Shuhei is out there causing havoc with Exertion? That's what I would do if I'm Mouz. I would see if I can dominate the mid area, win the duels, because we do know that Spinks and Cyber on the CT side as well, they love to be aggressive.
It's going to be as well looking at the fact that Mouz, we're really struggling when it comes to gun rounds on the first map. They need to enable these gun rounds a little bit more and maybe drag the rounds for a little bit longer, try to take this mid area and then try to go for the A-B splits. You know, all these kind of stuff are really important to have for Mirage in the playbook, and I believe so that Mouz is going to rely on this as a winning condition.
Well, we are ready to be diving into Mouz's map pick of Mirage with Henry and Maui.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, on Dust 2, Mouz looked more like mice, Maui, I have to say. The star players didn't turn up once again. We're seeing no output from Torji, Xerxin is MIA, and more importantly, Jimmy is looking weak. We move on to Mirage now, and I don't think it's much of a punish pick considering they're playing up against a mixed team, but do you feel like they can bounce back here and take us to a third?
Oh yeah, no, I believe in Mouz right now. But on the other hand, Vitality already feel like they're playing with house winnings, getting this far with the stand-in, and they're getting ever closer to cashing in big.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, another 5-man attack. This time towards the A bomb site. Mouz need to show us some form here. The individuals were weak. The in-game leader is a top fragger. That's great for him, but we need to see massive game here from this young man, Jimmy, as they set up for an A execution here. Expect smokes towards the steps, towards the jungle, and Flames to receive first contact. He can't find the initial headshot. Struggling here, but somehow still alive, burning to a crisp, living up to his name, thriving in the chaos, gets himself a couple. Xerxin fighting back here, and it looks like Mouz, they can't find any footing whatsoever. The initial kills were theirs. Low HP on Apex and Jax as the round comes to a halt. They're going to try and reset and make their way towards Connector.
No CT smoke makes this ever harder, more difficult, but Exertion, he's gonna fight his way out of it. Takes down that connector presence, some damage towards Apex, but with 2 HP, he's able to fire back and take down Yimpat. Now, Exertion, 47 HP, he needs this one for Mouz. They need a good start here on Mirage.
It's looking like he can pull this one off, though. Working together, going to put Apex on the end of the fishing rod here as bait. As they try and work out exactly what Xerxin is, and where's the trade? Where's the swing coming through from Spinks here? He holds his nerve. He knows he has the advantage here. Bomb plant at the very least guaranteed. There's a grenade, though, Maui. That could be enough. Touchdown! As we do see him convert the round. Unfortunately for Spinks, the bomb is planted, which is an asset going forward. They will be able to buy in the second round, but I have to say, it looked like Mouz had all the advantages. The opening kills, it was Flames who was burning to a crisp underneath the Palace position, and somehow they don't punish, and it's a pretty scrappy finish, but thankfully, the bomb was planted at the very least.
Yeah, the fact that Flames was able to find so much, despite the fact that there was fire at his feet, that was one of the most impressive moments for Vitality in this one. And Mouz, I mean, they throw so much utility early on, but they wait so long to actually try to get that bomb planted. But that just goes to show that Flames over-delivered in that spot. And at the same time, a bomb plant, they are going to be happy about that. AK coming out already for Exertion, and he needs to deliver. He's had some difficulties in arenas thus far, but he needs to silence the crowd.
Yeah, it's Shuhei sacrificing his round essentially to give him the AK-47 here. It's a helmet as well. Massive grenade on towards Torji at the start here. 1-0 Vitality. If they can fend off the force buy, they're off to a flying start here. Nothing really given away. Not so much a default. I think they're getting ready for an A play. We've got 2 players contact in towards the A side itself, and it's going to be a smoke deployed by Flames. Tucks himself in. Dominates Xerxin towards the ramp, and he's ready for the second as well. This is beautiful from Flames as he lights them up with the M4. 5-on-2, and the round is done. Shui and Torji limp in with a scout and a Tech 9.
Oh yeah, this was just supposed to be a lurk play, an X factor in the round. It was supposed to go better out of that ramp, but no, Flames stops them all, looking for the ace. One more kill, that's all he needs. Torzi though, he will be contested by Apex, hits the headshot on him. That still keeps the ace alive. That's what the crowd wants right now. That's what they're waiting for. And Flames, he's right there by the ramp, standing practically on the bomb at this point, but he is low HP. They definitely want to keep him alive into this one. Playing on top of the balcony, Torzi, he will be coming from Palace. There is a chance here for Flames to complete the highlight. That's what we're looking for. Torzi, he's got the FAMAS. No hope in this round. So little time left. And it looks like the spot will be there. Smoke right at his feet. At this point, you might just call it off completely.
Ace
Flames,
ready.
he's going to clean him up. Burning the whiskers off of Mouz is Flames.
Dude, that was such a sick sequence. I can't wait to see the replay of that. What a position he finds towards the bomb site itself, leaps up, finds a pixel-perfect headshot to open things up, and then a lovely spray down to get the 3 kills, and of course, the ace as well. You love to see that from Flames, and this is a real problem. He is looking razor sharp right now. Look how confident he is. There's no real pushback. There's no flashbangs. The contact play, sure, there's something there, but I'd like to see a little bit more execution potential when you're going to be making your way in with such a heavy investment. Speaking of which, nothing can be brought to the table here now. It's going to be Deagles, no Kevlar, and maybe a massive grenade to open things up here.
And this has not gone all too well for Mouz. The lack of utility, the lack of a clear plan. It looks like it's just going to be a big swing towards middle. Apex, it's your time to farm them, but already forced off of the angle. It's in fact Zayu and Spinks that connect with a couple of kills apiece, and that's going to be it. Apex with the final one, a very clean third for Vitality.
I'm going to say it again, I feel like Mouz have fumbled this veto, allowing a team with a stand-in, especially of one of Jack's caliber, to play some real comfortable maps. Dust 2, a Fragger's Paradise, especially for the likes of Zaiwu. Then you move on to Mirage as well. I feel like, considering you're the 5-man squad, a tactical team, bring in the nukes, bring in the Ancients, anything. But the Mirage, if you ask me, and it hasn't gone so well. More of the same issues, the individuals unable to deliver, but we have got the first gun rounds.
They've got to challenge him. That's my call. They got to challenge him at some point in this one. See if he is uncomfortable in this B anchor position, but that's not how Mouz are going to start this one. Shuhei, early map control. Window smoke, top, mid smoke as well. Seated at the bottom of connector. They already have some good space, but this is how Rio played out for them. They were able to find this mid control, but it was the bomb site conversions that were their undoing. Those players in the sites were able to assemble crossfires, but Flames wants to go a step further. Goes in front of the smoke, in front of the molly. There's a tick right there, and he nails Torzi across the map. Searching, quick with the trade. Zaiwu tries to stand up, and now Mouz, that's a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, you love to see that. Good trade. That's more like it from Mouz. The bomb is down, but they've got plenty of time, and it looks like A is wide open. This round is going to be theirs, no problem. Spinks and Jax holding in towards B, and it's the first gun round landing in their favor. But bear in mind, with a 3-0 start, this round will always be a little bit compromised with the CTs. You're going to have some residual FAMASs, SMGs in the mix, and now the first real gun round comes up next. That's when the Zaiwu AWP can be deployed, and we'll see if Mouz can hold their head above water, as it was the gun rounds in Dust 2 where they really started to shrink. But a convincing start. Can't take that away from them. Flames, it looked like he was going to cause chaos there once again. In those Flames himself, he gets one, but traded out. As we do see the first for Mouz confirmed. It will be 2 players to survive. Those Spinks and Jax will not be challenged, so there will be a very healthy buy going into round number 5 here.
The one thing I am concerned about with Vitality is that when they actually played against Mouz at Rio, they were able to find 9 CT rounds, and so many of the rounds developed exactly like that. But they let Mouz try to actually get into the bomb sites. They would have someone under balcony, they would have someone CT spawn, but this time they just go for a little bit of a mix-up. Flames tries to push past the smoke, Zaiwu on top of that as well. They try to surprise Mouz, and that is actually playing a little bit outside of Vitality, trying to one-up them, knowing what's coming next, and trying to get ahead of it. But why fix it if it ain't broke?
I agree. No tactical timeout just yet. As mentioned, the Zaiwu AWP is going to be a fierce factor going into round number 5 here. We'll see where he wants to position himself. There's plenty of options on Mirage. Looks like he's heading towards window to kick things off. He'll be jumping up towards short. We'll see what he's got in mind. Initial smokes will dissuade him from the angle, and we will be entering a classic default here for now as Mouz set up players towards underpass and top and middle.
Very similar look to what we got in the previous round. Exertion coming from underpass right now. Again, Flames and ZywOo, they are contesting this connector. They don't want to give it up for free, but this time around, ZywOo, he's got the AWP. Re-smoking towards window, smoking towards top con. Vitality, they have no in on this
Apex,
one.
what are you up
Flames,
to?
he still wants to push it.
Yo!
He still wants to go for it. Apex out of the window right there.
Oh,
able to find a
man.
kill, but Torzy's there to clean things up. He's had a difficult game thus far, a difficult tournament thus far, and it's actually going to continue.
How badly did Apex want that AK-47? It cost him his life, but still they have the man advantage. Very, very important round for their economy. The bomb hasn't been spotted. Spinks has got it top and middle. 1 minute remaining. Plenty of time for Brolin and Jimmy, but so much to do. And ZywOo encroaching on their position. I was about to say a freebie. That's one of the rare misses you'll see from ZywOo. That one was on a silver platter. Does it cost them the round? That is the question. Spinks still with bomb control. Ticket booth peak, and he nails the second and the third.
Give him 3 shots.
Yeah.
He's going to hit 2 of them. Okay. Corrects course. Vitality able to find another gun round. Very similar starter there for Mouz. And this time around, Vitality, they just send more bodies at the problem. Apex able to get out at the bottom of window right there. The flurry of trades going in favor of Vitality. And unfortunately, that was the bomb that was dropped to top middle.
I haven't seen that maneuver before. Apex gets his teammates to show some bait, some aggro from the connector. Window is smoked off. He just vaults out of the window as they're taking contact there and manages to get himself a nice free kill in the back. Very well played. And a very good start here for Vitality on their CT campaign. Looking for the 2-0, looking to eliminate Mouz, who said the arenas don't faze him anymore. I'm not so sure.
Okay, they finally want to do it. They need to test the stand, and this needed to happen at one point or another. And Jax
he's ready
right there with
bro.
Spinks. There's a smoke right there at Spinks. That's going to take him off the angle. Good Molotov. That's going to slow the push down. And now Mouz, they're rethinking things. They're thinking, are we going to double pump this? Because Brolin, he's made his way out Tetris at this point. ZywOo, he might get blindsided at this point. This is a good angle for Brolin. Oh, he has a real opportunity here to find a kill in the jungle. Apex. Oh, it doesn't matter.
What a shot from Apex. And Jax, you said he's going to be tested eventually. Can he rise to the occasion? 1 kill would do it. Shui's looking for a double, and Jax will find him. Maintaining that advantage down to 19 points of health. It's Urshan playing on the front lines here. Didn't anticipate a second player. Back and forth we go. Jax and ZywOo now thrust into the clutch. A nice grenade. Won't deny the plan, but definitely chips away at Jimfat. 1 player towards the bench. Jimmy, he'll join him as they wait for the rotation to come through. Jack is walking wounded. He actually rotates all the way back through towards the kitchen. He'll join ZywOo. Offensive smoke allows him to get out the window. ZywOo will throw away the AWP. Time ticking away now. Who will make the first move here? Another nice grenade. There's significant damage once again. Jimmy, 1 bullet away. Huge round here for Mouz, looking for their second. Up against ZywOo though, and Jimmy will find him. Finally they break through. And it's a decent finish there. It looked a little bit precarious, but the B split works out as Vitality will take a timeout here as well.
Finally, they test the stand in, and Jax, he's able to stay alive till the very end of the round, but so much pressure on top of him, and this is such a shocker. When you get this kind of kill as Apex, you feel like you're in control at this point, but it was a ruse, it was a surprise. Brolin was just going for a hero lurk by himself. All in all, great hold between Yimpat and Torzy still on the bomb side. So much utility damage that is constantly inflicted, but no bullets to finish the job.
That's a huge round. Could have been a 5-1 deficit. Mouz closed the gap instead, coming out on top in the 3 versus 2. There is still plenty of cash here. A significant purchase for Vitality. ZywOo will have the AWP once again. Rifles otherwise, but this is the last of their cash. They give this one up, the floodgates will open and we'll have a tied game.
More or less a swing round.
Yeah.
Both teams cash in tatters. So much to build on here.
Guys, very important round here. We fucking win this round, we break them, okay? Yeah. Let's go, boys.
My thoughts exactly.
Oh, okay. And he starts it off himself. IGL versus IGL. Shuhei finds the advantage. Exactly what his team needed. And once again, it looks like they want to pressure that short position. But this time around, there is a bit of a mix-up. Vitality have slotted ZywOo at B at this point.
Bit of a gamble here. You don't really see this too often. They're hoping they'll walk into the Lion's Den here. It's a 5-on-4 advantage. Mouse Sports pump the brakes, hoping it provokes some sort of reaction. They've had no vision on the B apartments here, so they're cognizant of the fact there could be a flank coming through, but it's actually a bit of a B stack. Got a nice setup here as ZywOo and Jax on the van, ready and waiting. It's not going to be that B finish. It's going to be an A execution. Jimfan, Brolan waiting towards the ramp, and Palace, Shui with the bomb, and Torji will join them momentarily. Is it another contact play? It doesn't really matter. As long as they finish up this side of the map, the round is theirs, and Vitality will certainly be saving.
Flames, the lone defender here. Almost a blessing in disguise that they didn't have any players in the B apartments to default towards there, and yeah, that's gotta be it. Torzi nails him immediately. Round done and dusted. 40 seconds left, and at this point, as long as Mouz don't overthink this one, it is clear as day that they are gonna be finding a third into this one, and like Shuhei said, ever so important. However, Vitality keeping these 3 guns alive could mean that there is a bit more adversity than Mouz had anticipated with the victory on this one.
That's more like it. But as we mentioned, there's no choice but to save here. The money is in a very dangerous spot for Vitality. There's going to be ZywOo with the Orb Sphinx and Jax with the M4, so they've got a nice reservoir of utility to take to the next round. They'll get some lost bonus, so I'm sure they can piece this one together and get a buy out there. It might be pistols and MP9s for Apex and Flames if they want to invest around it. There is an argument to be made to try and just play with the USPs and see whether they can make the 3 guns work. That was a lovely shot from Shui to open things up. And then, like we said, Flames alone towards A. As soon as Torji gets him, that is round done. But that was by design. They had to take a risk there. A bit of a gamble considering they lost a player so early on.
It's still a little bit early, but we got to keep our eye out for Brolan. He's yet to punch in a frag on this game, the sole player with 0 kills. I know Blast has a graphic ready if it's 0 and 7, so we don't want to see that one, as comical as it is.
Okay, then. Any more tactical timeouts, or a Vitality going to roll the dice and fully invest here? Bear in mind, the loss bonus is low. You get $1,900 per player, and as mentioned, the MP9 is likely, and they'll be in the hands of Apex and Flames here. They have a decent amount of utility. It will be the 5-man execution here. An out-of-spawn call from Mouz. You're probably going to see them going in the next 15 seconds or so. They look like they're going to be popping out of the Palace instead of the ramp. And we've got mid-control from the CTs here. They detected nothing on this side of the map.
It's just an MP9.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, Flames, this is going to be so difficult. Apex, yeah, he's at the jungle right now, but he's being mollied out right now. Okay, that molly doesn't actually burn him. They might overlook this position for Flames, who's now hiding in the smoke. That is a great support smoke. Able to get out there. No way. 2 kills to his name. This has thrown everything out of order, and look at this. Vitality, despite the fact that the lone defender had an MP9, the cavalry arrived. They threw all of the utility he needed, and Flames is able to stand the test.
I love that defensive smoke as well. You're right, the Molotov didn't really affect him, but he saw his opportunity, threads the needle through the smoke, calls to the flashbang from his teammates as well, and you can see as he leaps out of the smoke, he's just got so much open runway here. No one anticipates it. The double kill, the flash from Apex as well, finds the AK, eviscerates Shui, and that's a massive round. Bear in mind, they had 2 MP9s there as well, and now we've got 2 AWPs. Spinks will be bringing it out towards the B bomb site, and he's going to have some action here. We might have a B rush. Spinks is ready. Can he open things up? You better believe he can.
Great start, and it's already dissuading Mouz. They're tuck and tail, running on back, recognizing that there is a new danger afoot, a double op setup. This is not what they anticipated. They thought they were going to run right into that B bomb site, bully Jax on it, but no. Spinks already stands up, and now, look at this, a push from Vitality. They're even taking space with a double op setup. This is going to be so unexpected. Mouz should never expect a double op to have this kind of aggressive presence on top of it.
Timing eludes them. Torji just about gets in towards the Palace. Flames, though, he senses something's afoot. This is the bomb, Maui. If he gets his kill cleanly, the round is in tatters. As now it's a 5 versus 3, and he's not going to just hold on to it. It's fine. They can go recover the bomb. We don't have the resources or the manpower to justify staying there, so he's just going to peel off. And ZywOo, another miss there. Maybe a significant one. This round was looking super comfy for a second, but Spinks, he gets his second all frag of the round.
Just such an imposing presence from Spinks on his AWP. Mid-round kill right there, and really, Torzi and Shuhei, this is a monumental task. Shuhei's got to find something immediately. Labored spray around the triple box. So much damage inflicted, but no kill. With 25 seconds remaining, this has to put a win from Torzi, but no. Flames holds on. 6 rounds on the board for Vitality, and the money for Mouz, oh, it's not good.
It's not good at all. They get the bare bones in terms of the loss bonus at $1,900. I love this adjustment as well. Double orb setup is so viable on Mirage. Like we said, it's Jax the stand-in playing towards B. Of course, I got to challenge that. And now you've read it. You send the secondary AWP over there, and Spinks is ready to strike. Gets himself the double kill, secures the round. Lovely reactions across the board as well, finding the bomb. And it has to be the full eco now as Mouz present nothing. We've got Glocks. That is pretty much it. Zersh with the P250 and Apex looking to pad some stats right now. Getting towards top and middle. Damage inflicted and headshots in return. And that's Jax. A little bit of a struggle there and towards B, but thankfully Spinks is there to pick up the pieces and deny the rifle being recovered. Speaking of which, though, towards B, it's going to be a finish on that side of the map. You can see him just trying to get the utility and maybe deny the rifle, throw it out the map potentially, and we'll see if he can hold on.
Oh, there's no help, though. Okay. Oh,
he gets
wow.
lucky for this
Well
smoke
done.
one.
Good job. Oh, what a transfer. What a spray from Spinks right there. No worries. No worries at all. The ace for Spinks.
Dude, he was such a beast on Dust 2 as well. Very impressive in toward that B side. So yeah, you might be trying to challenge Jax on that side of the map, but you have to get through Spinks as well.
Not even a single bead of sweat on his brow off that one. He made that look too easy. Mouz, they've got some thinking to do. Timeout here from Cyclone has to consider the fact that they've gotten that mid control. There's been so much aggression at connector in some of these rounds because the B hits, I mean, they got one of them to work in the split, but overall, they've been getting some good mid control. They've been getting deep into apartments, but the A finishes, that's been really a lot of trouble. And I feel like Vitality at this point have to realize that too.
Here's the replay of the spray. Like you said, just looks so comfortable. No panic whatsoever, barely received any damage. Couple more rounds, Maui. This is just exactly what we saw in Dust 2, a pretty limp and weak-looking Mousesports. Where are the individual stars? Where are the heroic moments? Where's the AWP presence?
It's not there, Henry. It has not looked good. The individuals for Mouz, they are having some difficulties here in Singapore.
Like Jimmy, considered one of the best Mirage players in the game, I would say. He's currently 2-7, Zersh in a star rifler. He has turned out to be fair, but Brolan 1-8. Flashbang towards middle, and it's a bit of a fumble this time from Spinks. He had a freebie there. He thought he got the kill, disengaged, and actually is taken down, but Zaiwu towards short. A scary prospect in Jax. I like this, Maui.
Oh, yeah, this is oppressive here. Jax deep in the apartments, but great counter strafe there from Exertion. That was swift stuff. Zaiwu, though, he's already holding the angle, and an off angle at that. Exertion contests the player at window, drops a smoke out. He's just going to cover his own retreat. Brolin, you got to win this one if you want to give your team a chance. He does. Now the A-bomb site is free for the taking, and at this point, it's just Zaiwu left there. And Mouz, they look to be converting what was in some ways a very chaotic round. Fights across the board in middle and B apartments on the A-bomb site, and they thrive through it.
That was looking so good for Vitality. A nice little push towards top of middle. A perfect flashbang, Maui, but he thought he had the kill. Didn't quite connect and got the dink, but no further damage. If he gets out and falls back, it looked like there was no chance for Mouz. And his Zaiwu...
He's got money. He's got money.
Might as well go for it. There's only one more round after this. 3 versus 1. This one's well within his wheelhouse. Desert Eagle could be the perfect weapon for the job as well. Look at the low HP for Zertion and Brolan. He's got a smoke to apply pressure to that defuse. Waiting for a mistake here. Looking if he can find anything, but time is ticking away. Is he just looking for the exit to this stage?
Yeah, at this point, what, 15 seconds left?
Is it the ninja?
No, surely not.
It could be. You said he's got money. They were expecting him to save the orb. Okay, he was maybe thinking about it.
I think he was thinking about it.
Yeah.
If he's going to even peek the bomb site that late into it, yeah, sure, you can try to get an exit there, but you're going to be buying up regardless of that. Round was a certainty.
Look how blind this kid was.
And yeah, no, I can't believe Shuhei was able to recover this one.
Okay, it was a really nice shot to be fair, but Spinks probably should have had it. We'll see Zertion actually keeping up the good form. He is the one shining light right now. Jax went down. I actually like that push from Jackson towards the apartments. It was a nice idea, and Zertion just hit a blinder of a shot. Final round, Maui, and the money is decent. No double orb setup, but Zaiwu certainly got his. Smoked off towards a window, will reposition. Nice grenade towards middle. Speaking of which, another one there towards the ramp. Lots of chip damage, and that's very beneficial. These now M4s can have headshot, dink potential. And speaking of which, we have got Apex down towards lower, flashed in. And that is lovely from the in-game leader. That should be enough to win the round. There'll be no saving here. It's number 12 as they look for 8 rounds on the board. And I dare say they've got it. One player remaining is Torji. Hasn't got much done with the AWP. Once again, MIA on Dust 2. He's been struggling throughout this tournament. If he can somehow piece together a 4-on-1 clutch, all will be forgiven.
To even have a chance in this one, he's gonna have to first pass the test, which is Flames with the AWP. Curious to be wielding it, and really, Torzy might be presented an opportunity, but yeah, they know exactly where he is at this point. An 8th round for Vitality, a stalwart defense, and looking to close this out in 2 maps.
My name is James Banks.
Hi, I'm Launders.
Hi, I'm Scrawny, also known as Launders Agent. We're going to be doing a dive into the last 12 months of Counter-Strike since the release of CEST 2.
Improvements that CS2 brings over CSGO. Some positives are obviously the graphical and visual updates we're able to see from the game. That's a given.
I think the game looks beautiful.
The color and the vibrancy of all the maps is basically not even comparable.
The graphics of the next engine is definitely a beautiful upgrade.
Looking back at old CSGO matches, it feels like we're just in a different timeline in terms of how beautiful the game is.
The smokes. Hate it or love it, I think that's actually a huge improvement that we can actually see through the smokes in the same way on both sides of it.
Being the first game in FPS history to have a frag and bullet smoke interaction is really a next-gen improvement.
It adds another depth, adds another level to the game as well.
I feel like that's the biggest mechanical change that, as a commentator watching rounds, I am still every single time blown away by the dynamic smoke mechanics in CS2. CS2 has sort of rejuvenated the community and brought everybody who's been watching for the last 10 years together for the sole purpose of making this new game good and starting a new history.
But I know there's a lot of things that people still want to see to make it better, but slowly, surely, I still believe in Valve, even if it's taken us a lot of time.
For me, the list of things that should be implemented into CS2 definitely begins with just content.
This is a very small thing, but we've got left hand now, but rather than the stickers just be kind of reversed, give me the stickers looking good on both sides.
Bring back Danger Zone, and I'm not saying that as a joke. All the game modes that you lost when CSGO transitioned over should be brought back.
This is something I saw a player tweet, it's not really my idea, but it was about more crosshair opportunity and how you can change it. Right now we can change in 0.5 of the length, of the thickness, but maybe going in smaller increments, give you more options for what your crosshair can look like. Every person plays with a very different style crosshair. Everyone's got a different way they want to have it look. So let's give more opportunity in that as well.
My number one thing that I want in CS2 is scripting support. I want to make sure that people are supported with the appropriate tools so that they can work on the amazing community content that has made Counter-Strike the great franchise that it is.
Not so much about the gameplay itself, but I would love maybe a 20-year coin added. Steam has been out for 20 years. Someone like me has an account that old. I would love if there's a Counter-Strike coin for 20 years now as well. I'd like to see the sub-tick improve, or 128 tick. That would be beautiful as well.
I think that the game and the esport itself is in a solid state. Let's make movement consistent, and then let's start pumping out game modes so that people have more things to play, because everybody just wants to play more Counter-Strike in all these different shapes and forms.
Mouz unraveling at the seams here in the quarterfinal. Let's have a look what's in the case now.
This might be more interesting than
this. It might be, and then what we've seen in Mirage so far. It's a little bit laggy.
Oh. And
it's not what they were looking for, I'm afraid. It's a blue skin. You don't love to see it, and you don't love to see this scoreline for Mouz either. 8-4. I'm not sure. Like I said, this map pick didn't inspire me with hope.
No.
And we've got another 5-man attack here on the pistol.
Man, the fact that you pick this one, you get one more round than against the full lineup of Vitality, that's not a great feeling at all for Mouz.
All right, brother, what have you got for us? This guy has not stepped up. He's had a fantastic year. He has looked like an absolute superstar, returning to world-class form. Can he step up here if he wins in the pistol? It could be enough to bring them back to life here in Mirage. Utility spotted, calls made. He knows they're en route. Smokes will take his vision away. He'll have to spam through the smoke here and hope for the best. Drops down.
I think they're making it look like a fake at first. No? Okay, never mind. All right. They're going to press on forward. That is a free bomb site. This is a full retake here for Mouz.
It's looking too comfortable. That's the bomb plan locked in, but they do have a defuse kit, Mary. This might be by design. They've got to smoke themselves. They can flash in, smoke the bomb, apply pressure, but they do need to find kills first. First frag available now. Spinks to be challenged. ZywOo ready to swing. He's going to have to now, and there's so many CTs arriving at the bomb site here. They're coming out on top. Can they get this defuse going? It's looking way too good. The retake is stellar, as they find all 5 kills, taking 1 casualty on Roots and a guaranteed defuse. That's more like it. That's convincing now from Mouz.
So well executed, and the fact that Exertion gets 3 on the entry of the retake, it was looking dire. All of Vitality's players were set in place. ZywOo even trying to dance around the triple box, instantly nailed in the face. And so Mouz, they breathe a little bit of life into this one. Still a ways to go to get all the way back in. And of course, let's remind everybody, that was a bomb plant from Vitality.
Good point.
That is not necessarily the meta anymore. People aren't necessarily playing retake on pistols because of that very reason. Because look at this buy. We've got
strong.
4 Galils, a Tech-9 on Apex.
Yeah, this is a scary prospect now. In terms of firepower, it's pretty much even. The M4s against these Galils, Vitality can make it work. Tech-9 though for Apex, bare bones utility. They only have a couple of flashes remain. It's going to come down to the headshots, and it has to be said, Vitality have delivered in that department time and time again. Jax, not his best work, no trade potential. Little bit of damage inflicted towards Brolan, but he doesn't come out on top in that key duel. Shadow spotted by Spinks, flashbang delivered, and Brolan starting to step up here. Towards B we go. It was a bit of a ruse. Can they at least get a bomb plant down again? Oh, Apex can scrap me! That's more like it! Breaches the B bomb site, and the round is back on!
Torzy right there at the windows. He gets a glimpse of Apex, but no shot. 3 on 3, and Brolan, despite the heroics earlier in the round, he's on 6 HP. He's in the back line right now. This is so difficult. There is a kid on Torzy. Time is still on their side. Nade sails in, no kill. Flames on the bomb site itself. ZywOo from the high line, and right there, Apex, he is holding the line along with his teammates. No, not like this, Mouz. You cannot collapse like this. Torzy, he's dancing desperately around the site, but it's not enough. Apex coming in from the short side with the Tech-9, long-range sniping the MP Pillar player.
A 5 on 3 in the most important round of the series so far. Sure, you won the pistol, but losing the second is such a devastating blow.
Even worse.
It's even worse, you're right.
Loss bonus is in the bin, and Mouz, you had to make that one work. They even spotted Apex for an instant as he was crossing towards short, and it was just not a quick enough calm in that moment.
He had even such a scrappy first interaction. He had 10 shots before he even connected, and somehow delivers the first dink on the second player. Apex carries them through, as it has to be the force buy, and ZywOo, he's had enough of your star rifler. Shuts down the top fragger for Mouz, and that's an early 5 on 4. Spinks looks like he's going to replicate that form as well. Pixel perfect headshot, and pretty much a guaranteed round. Tapping away.
That is too clean from Spinks. They are putting him in the dirt. Torzy is the lone player left. He's got the scout right there, but this is a 10th round off of a force buy from Mouz. They are up against what feels like it's an insurmountable task at this point. They have to rely on somebody. Somebody needs to bring them back into it. Exertion can't be the only one standing up. We've talked about Yimpat so much this year about how much of a star he is, and even the toughest roles, he has yet to join the server.
Oh, this is disappointing from Mouz. I have to say that his haven't showed up. And bear in mind, that was the force buy. We're at 10-5. They have to full eco now. So you're going to be 1 round away from elimination before the 4th round's even begun. This is an absolute nightmare. After winning the pistol, they're in probably the worst possible position you can be in on the CT side. 10-5, no point for the timeout. You can't invest a single dollar. Come on now.
Just JK. JK.
I know, that is a turbulent thing to say.
Oh my goodness.
All right then. Full eco, and we got 1 flash, I believe. So we talked about this the other day. Flashing towards middle, or come above the connector, very standard stuff, and then you try and get a couple of kills if possible.
Great chance for Apex to gain some confidence. He was having a little bit of trouble there on map number 1, finding his footing in it, and okay, that flash, was the timing there? Oh, I think he's gonna be peeking right into him. Oh, he's gonna be cleaning up. Okay, takes a little while, but 3 kills to his aim. Give him the ace. Not gonna get 4. Exertion takes him down. They definitely want to keep that Galil moving forward. Any little scrap you can get here, because you're not getting back in this round.
No, certainly not. Save the Galil. You might as well now. Exertion's low. Take that to the next round. It might be able to grant them a stronger purchase going forward. As Jimmy, he'll look for some more exits. He's still got that USP, sits towards jungle. But as I mentioned, that's now 11-5 on their opponent's pick. Mouz winning the pistol in the second half, and still unable to show us some solid foundations here on the CT Forces. It's going to be 4 players surviving, a ton of cash, an extra $3,500 coming in on top of their already strong reservoirs. So with 4 players surviving, this is a real problem now. 1 player going down as well. They might bring out the AWP. Apex can purchase it for ZywOo just to mix things up and enter their final form to close things out.
Definitely an option for them. As for Mouz, you've got to find a win condition fast. The aggressive plays have looked so strong for them in the past on this map, fighting for that mid control, not letting themselves just be pushed back into the bomb sites, needing to be the aggressor. But that has been such a difficulty today. On Dust 2, they took so many rounds just playing in a standard default setup until Cyclone called a timeout. Shuhei went for an aggressive play himself. That needs to happen here. Be proactive, be forward, because if you're just going to let Vitality enact their entire plan, you are going to fail. And I like this. Torzy, he heard this. He knows that he needs to be a difference maker here, right here in the underpass early. Spinks seems like he has a clue though that there's a possibility, but Apex, are you kidding? Right there, instantly annihilating Exertion.
He was struggling on Dust 2. He looked frustrated with his own individual form, and he's turned his game around. Shuhei will answer back, but they can't hold on to the 4-on-4. This is for elimination point. The semifinals looking locked in now for Vitality. They stepped up to the arena, and Mouz, they have not. They have shrunk. They've unraveled. Their stars have not shone bright whatsoever. Brolan started to have a resurgence. In the initial stages of this half, it looked like he could really do something with this. He's up to 7, sure, but they need to find this round. If he can somehow step up with this Galil, that would be fantastic. 2 players peeking towards middle, and it's going to be ZywOo maintaining the man advantage. Shuhei, he's nameplated towards the connector now, so they know the maximum there's 1 player towards B. But what a player it is. Considered one of the best B bomb side anchors in the world, and taken care of by that flashbang. Shuhei, low HP, 3 versus 1. And they know he was in connector before.
Yeah, no, this is dire for Mouz. Still, the uphill battle gets ever more difficult. Shuhei, I mean, the one saving grace here is that they are headed right towards him. There is a chance for a heroic play from him. I'm not counting him out just yet, but as soon as Jack sees him, that's it. 12-5. 7 match points for Vitality in the quarterfinals of Singapore.
This is not the performance you want to put out just before the major, Maui.
It feels like Mouz have taken 1 step forward at Rio and now suddenly 2 steps back. Another high-pressure environment, and they're crumbling under that pressure.
You're playing against Vitality, sure, but they've got a standard. You've given them the fragging maps. You said the big stages, the arenas don't phase you anymore. I hate to say, I disagree. This is the weakest looking Mouz we've seen in a while.
You either have to admit something. If you say it's not the arena, then the game planning has gotten significantly worse. You beat a Vitality that had their full 5-man lineup in Rio, in an arena, and now this time around with a stand-in, it's this much more difficult. This does not look like the Mouz that we saw 2 weeks ago.
And it's not like they're just getting owned by ZywOo, getting 5v1 clutches. He's got 11 frags, a pretty modest showing by his standards here on Mirage. Good team effort across the board. Flames and Spinks have been a real thorn in their side, I'll give them that, but still, it's going to take the perfect game now. 7 rounds in a row, and it all starts with a desperate purchase of a Scout, an MP9, no kits, no helmets, and Torchy, he's even got no Kevlar.
A glass Scout.
The glass Scout, I've never seen anything like it.
You never see that. You never see that.
That just goes to show you how desperate things are.
Yimpat, though, he doesn't want to go lying down. Already slotted deep into the apartments. Nice proactivity coming out from Mouz. Nice to see them activate him, but is it too little, too late?
Oh, man. You don't want to see it go down like this, but after this performance, yeah, I'm not sure the semifinals were deserved. Let's have a look. Is it coming crashing down right here, right now? It feels like it's the time for Vitality to close things out. Apex in his good form is taken down by Brolan. Early advantage here, but still, we are going to see them commit towards the A side. They busted through the A ramp. Flames waiting to attack the connector.
Oh,
It's
team
completely
flash.
flashed off. Yeah, you're right. There's no assist there. That is a team flash.
Oh, no. Okay, well, things are unraveling here unless ZywOo brings it back. You can't count this guy out under any circumstances. Nade right there.
Oh.
The Torzy almost takes him down. ZywOo, I think he has an idea that there's a player here, though. Right to his left. Oh, it's not clearing the angle out. Torzy, that's your time to strike, but that's the glass out.
No!
He was too worried about it. He took his time, and ZywOo finally taken down. Yimpat early on in the B apartments to finish things off at the top of connector. And Mouz, okay, they're holding on, but it's not pretty.
That That was uncomfortable. I can't believe that the scout gets away with it. It's a 2 versus 1, and ZywOo can't find the plant. Plenty of cash, and the problem is, yeah, we have one around finally for Mouz. It's going to take now 6 in a row, but still another uphill battle. They still do not have the AWP. Shui will be operating with the SMG, and Brolan does save the day and close things out.
Oh man, that round was so messy. If you threw it on the streets of Singapore, you just get arrested on the spot. Okay, ZywOo taking down Torzi. Nice entry frag early on. 5-on-4 advantage.
Got to react. And here it comes, Apex, one step ahead of it. He knows there's potential for this one. Can't get the double kill, but maintaining the man advantage. And Jax working in tandem, the French duo. It looks like Vitality are going to the semi-finals unless Jimfa can step up with a massive, heroic 4 versus 1. A good start, sure, but still so much work to do. He's down to 40 points of health. He is so far away from the battle. They know exactly where he is. He's got a smoke, an HE grenade as well, to keep Mouz in the tournament. The young Finn needs to deliver something ungodly, and he couldn't be further away if he tried. Top and middle, has to rotate it, needs to reload now. He's only got 11 bullets in the magazine here. I don't see a way he can do it, and ladies and gentlemen, even with the stand-in, it's no problem for Vitality as they booked themselves a place in the semi-finals.
The Hive thriving here in Singapore and leaving Mouz in the dust. Revenge from Rio claimed and a well-deserved semi-final spot for Team Vitality, Jacob.
Not only winning, but dominating your opposition in such a fashion is a very, very strong signal to the rest of the teams that Vitality came to play. Regardless of having Jax on the scoreboard, regardless of playing with a stand-in, ZywOo is stepping up, Spinx is stepping up, FlameC had moments. We know what Vitality can do. We know how strong they are as a core, and they got to show that right here, right now, today.
And we were looking at multiple angles where can be the weakness for Vitality, as they are not in the full lineup here. The weakness is nowhere to be found just yet.
Yeah, Jax certainly not a liability in this iteration of the Vitality roster for now. Let's talk about some of the individuals though. Spinx, holy hell, did he show up to the server today?
It's been a while since we've seen that Spinx show up. It's been a while since we've seen him dominate so much with the rifle and, as I love to say, almost dictate the game with the rifle. Maybe he feels a little less pressure now. Maybe he feels that he's a little freed up, given that you're playing with Jax. He has a little bit more, I guess, willingness from Apex to do whatever he likes, and it was definitely reflecting in his performance. For Spinx to have 2 good maps in a row like that, where he dominated both of them, that's a great side.
And it was him leading the charge. It was not supported by ZywOo that much even. It's really nice to see, and I'm a big fan even from the OG days when he was still on the previous team. I really, really like what I'm seeing so far from FlameZ this tournament.
Some well-deserved wins coming out of the side of Team Vitality, so let's check on in with Apex and Banks.
Vitality advance to the semi-finals, and they do it in style. And Dan, this looked like a fired up and completely well together, well connected Vitality. What was the change?
Well, I think today everyone stepped up individually. Maybe not me on those 2, but otherwise we all play really well. And that was the change with the group stage and with the other tournaments, where our power is showing up. And that's what we lacked. Maybe ZywOo was good, sometimes FlameZ, sometimes Mezi, sometimes Spinx, but not together. And we can see when my player are at the top, I think it's really tough to beat us.
And in terms of it being tough to beat you, you didn't let off within this game, right? There was no chance for Mouz to come back in. What were you saying to the team? What were you trying to do to make sure that stayed possible? You didn't give them a way in.
Well, to be honest, after those 2, I just said, guys, we're so much better than them right now. Like, we don't have to get overconfident, but I promise if we keep going good CS together, we're gonna smash them second map as well. And that's what happened. I think, as I said, when Spinx plays like that, FlameZ and ZywOo, I mean, well, who can fuck them up?
Not many people, that's for sure. Now for Jax, you've got him through to a semi-final, and he's also showing up in here. How good does that feel?
Jax is a really good friend of mine outside of the game, but he can also be a fantastic player. I told you before, but he's 32 years old. But if in a good system with people knowing CS and have the right player around him, have a good IGL, I think he can be used in the right way. And yeah, he can be a fantastic entry fragger. So I try to use him the perfect way, but some other teams should look up at him. But as I said, I don't think he had a good IGL for a moment. And if he gets one, he will get much better.
Very well. Well, look at this. This whole crowd has been cheering for you guys. Super supportive of Vitality as well. Anything you want to say to all these guys?
No, it's my first time in Singapore, so it's a pleasure to play here. Thank you everyone, and let's meet tomorrow.
There we have it, guys. Make some noise for Vitality as they cruise on through to the semi-finals.
Oh yes, Vitality going to be going toe-to-toe with G2 in that semi-final coming up tomorrow. I'm sure the crowd are very happy about that prospect, as so many of the Vitality fans cheering them on throughout that series. And what a well-deserved spot. I've said it once, I'll say it again, Jacob. The fact that they can do it with Jax at the helm as well. As Apex said, a great friend of his, bringing the vibes both in and out of the server today.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Apex also solidified what we were talking about. When you have a duo of Spinx, Saivu, and also FlameC chiming in once in a while, as Apex said, who's supposed to beat us then? You know, when his players are playing well at the same time, who's supposed to beat us? And I think that's a great argument. When Spinx is playing at that level, we used to praise him as a top 3, top 4, top 5 Rafa in the entire world. Saivu, arguably the best player in the world. When you have both of those showing up at the same time, then who is realistically gonna beat them, right? So I love to see that from Vitality, and I love to hear the fact that Apex is focusing on that. They're not going to win as a team. They're playing with a stand-in. There's going to be minor details that's not going to work out for them. So he is well aware that individually speaking, that's what he has to fire up on in Vitality, and so far they're doing it.
What we saw today was a well-oiled machine in Vitality, and you have to think about it this way. Their strat book is full of holes, full of mistakes. They cannot come so prepared as they would with Mezi coming in. They show no weakness, and the game plan that they're building is always up 1 or 2 steps ahead against opposition.
I think that's the crazy thing about this Vitality that we saw on stage today, is the fact that they did have, you know, the 3 cylinders firing together. It's not often that we do get to see that from Vitality, not least when you've got a stand-in in the fray, where I would have thought, you know, they'd have been have to have a bit more space opened up for Jax, maybe a few more, you know, resources going his way. It's kind of been the antithesis.
I think it's a bit of a relief for Apex as well, because I think he's been wondering the same thing. Why can we not have Saivu, Spinx, and FlameC playing well all at the same time? He even said it himself, sometimes, more often than not, it's Saivu, no one really there to back him up. Then occasionally Spinx will have a great map, FlameC will have a great map, but it never happens at the same time. So I think that's some of the stuff that they've been theory crafting. They've obviously been having conversations together as well. What do we do in order to enable all 3 players, or at least 2 of them at the same time? And now all of a sudden with Jax as a stand-in, when the pressure is alleviated, when there's not that much of a, I guess, demand to deliver, it opens up for some of that freedom, which I think a player like Spinx and FlameC needs a bit more of. So maybe it's a learning experience for Apex as well.
Yeah, and we've seen a pattern at these events especially, and this is coming to the team realizing why are they so good. They have to basically go to the drawing board, realize this, and then contemplate how they're going to use it for the major in Shanghai.
And I also do want to say, you know, if you think of the past 2 years and teams heading into tournaments with stand-ins, FaZe with JKS, G2 with Stewie 2K, you have Vitality coming in here with Jax. It used to be back in our day, whenever you're playing with a stand-in, you would never do anything. Your expectations would be all the way to the ground. But for some of these teams, it sounds harsh to say, but it's almost, you know, a freedom they're coming in with. No pressure, no expectations. We know how good they can be. We saw G2 win a tournament with Stewie 2K all of a sudden after a rough period where they couldn't get it done with Huxi. We saw FaZe win with JKS. We've seen Snacks come in, you know, do a tremendous job as a stand-in as well. So this whole storyline of you know, stand-ins always being a disadvantage. Yes, it's hard to make your argument that it's a good thing for them, but sometimes it may just even out the playing field a bit.
But unfortunately for Mouz, not meeting expectations on the other side of things here in Singapore. So let's get a few closing thoughts, courtesy of Banks and Shuey.
Mouz's run will end here in the quarterfinals as they fall to Vitality. And Shuhei, I know it's tough right now. I want to try and cast your mind back to just the veto to start off with here. I think we're looking at this in a sense that they have a stand-in. You know, you have Dust Mirage. I'm sure you have your confidence in it, but we're trying to understand, at least from my side, why you would give them maybe an opportunity to be a bit more comfortable on some easier maps there.
From a team's perspective, you always look at your own team as well. I mean, of course they have a stand-in, but does it really change that much? They're a really strong team. They have the main core there, so a lot of stuff will stay the same. They will just try to fit them in as best as possible. Yeah, like I said, I think it's just down to the comfort zone. We felt really good on Mirage. We didn't show it today, and it's on us that we didn't show it. It's not like we got outperformed. We could have easily made it a good game from both sides, but we didn't do it. We didn't show it on the server, so I would say it's just on us.
Do you have an understanding of why you weren't able to show it on the server?
Not really sure for now. I know that throughout these games that we had small issues on the server. We were doing a lot of small mistakes that sometimes cost us around. We won against FaZe, even though there were still the small mistakes. So we got to the playoffs. So it was still in some way a good run. Not something to be proud of for sure. But yeah, there is some stuff on the server and maybe off the server that we still need to work on.
When you say off the server, can you give us any light on that?
Of course, the jet lag. It's still a new thing for a lot of players to get used to it. Of course, we've had different tournaments across the sea or wherever, and at all times it's just different. It's not always the same feeling. It's always a different type of way to adapt to it. So we're still learning that. Of course, there's some team stuff outside the server as well that needs to be looked at and fixed to make sure they're a lot more consistent than just one tournament pop off. Yeah, there's just some stuff that you need to work on.
And is there plenty for you at least to review in a way to help you guys now going into the RMR and Major?
Yes, for sure. Maybe it's a good cold shower right now, coming into the RMR. Definitely a small break now after a tournament like this. But maybe it's a good sign for us that shows what we need to work on. That we're not there yet, that we shouldn't be feeling comfortable or confident right now. Small break, and then we're going to be back to work, and we're going to show something else in the RMR.
That's certainly what we want to see. Thank you very much, mate.
Yeah, you can see Shure saying that statement through gritted teeth, unfortunately. Happy he made it through the playoffs, very disappointed that they didn't make it any further. What do you think was the key issue today, Jacob? Was it, an amalgamation of problems that just came to a head today against Vitality?
I think when you're losing 13-6, 2 maps in a row, obviously you were never really in the game and nothing was really working out. So pointing fingers and saying it was one thing not working out or another not working out would be a little bit foolish of us. I do, however, think there was a certain amount of players not showing up today, and 2 of those are on the scoreboard right here. Jimfat has been so consistent in that role as an anchor. You could always count on him to show up. You can always count on him to find impact. He was nowhere to be found today. And then for my money, the biggest disappointment probably of the entire tournament so far has been Torsi. He even said coming into this game that he feels he's been consistent throughout the year, and I would agree with that. I think he's matured a lot as a player. I think he's done a tremendous job, exposing himself to be an all player that can still develop and become even better. But today, and in particular in this game, he was nowhere to be found. And if you have that problem within the Mouz camp, you cannot win.
It sucks to talk about this, but it has to be addressed. And both of these players that you mentioned, and especially Torsi, I have to double check the stats, but I think this was the worst performing event for both of them in a long time, maybe even ever in Mouz.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. When you put Torsi up against Zai, we're not expecting him to match that output per se. They're a different caliber of AWPer, but doing more work than that, finding more impact than that, it's undisputed for Mouz to, be successful.
Yeah, it is, and I think Torsi is such a vital part of Mouz's lineup in order to do well. We've seen him be so aggressive on the server. He's finding opening kills left, right, and center. In particular, when he's playing Nuke, great example on the CT side. He's the one dictating the pace. He's the one dictating how the opponents are approaching a game like Nuke. So when one of your biggest playmakers are not showing up at all, sitting with 39 ADR, 12 kills over the course of 2 maps, then what are you supposed to do if you're Shuhei? If anyone out there is sitting and pointing fingers at Shuhei, then the first finger to be pointed is at the individual level of the Mouz players, which just wasn't there today.
And we have to think about it this way as well, that some players are naturally, even AWPers, are supportive. They're going to throw a lot of nades. But Torsi, yes, he's not that flashy player, but he's also not out of position that he can't get these frags. He's just straight up missing a lot of them. We brought it up after the first game as well. And if you've seen the whole best of 3, these 2 maps, you see that there were a lot of whiffs.
Where does that leave the Mouz taste in your mouth then, moving onwards towards the RMR and subsequently, hopefully for them, the Major? Obviously, I said to Banks, they got a little bit of time to be practicing. I don't know whether they're going to be staying here or going back to Europe, then coming back over to Shanghai. Has this result changed your expectations for them at all?
Let's talk first on positive note. As Suhi said in the interview, this might be a kind of blessing in disguise because they finally get a chance to practice and evaluate before the RMR, which is, all in all, Major is the most important part of the season, so they are focusing on that. Whether they're going to go back to Europe or not, that's a big question. I suggest that that could be a play because the amount of practice you will find here is going to be a little bit limited at the same time. But there was a jet lag complaint, and therefore you have to adjust another time zone shift. And as well, the fact they're from Europe, they have to fix visas probably. So all these kind of things has to play a role. It's not just what players want, it's what have to be done prior to the RMR.
I love the fact you're trying to find a positive in this loss for Mouz. And I agree with you, the silver lining would be that more time to practice, maybe a wake-up call, sort of the same storyline we were using for Navi as well coming into this tournament. Maybe that's a bit of a wake-up call coming into the RMR. I will, however, say I think some of the conversations surrounding Mouz coming into IM Rio was also a bit concerning.
Yeah.
And they had a great tournament, so we kind of put that away, and now they're coming in with another concerning result. So if I gotta be completely honest, I don't see Mouz as a contender to win the major. They can definitely make it, you know, they can definitely be a playoff contender, but with the level they're showing right now and with some of the struggles they have on the bigger stages as well, I don't see them winning the major regardless of how much they practice and where they practice.
What would be like the lowest floor then in terms of expectations for the major? Is it, you know, playoffs is a bare minimum that Mouz should be making it towards for the major?
It should be, given where they're at and where they have been, but if I were to odds right now, I'd probably say I don't see Mouz making it to the playoff, but a tournament like that's going to take more than 2 weeks. Maybe they play into it, maybe they grow better, maybe they find some confidence again, so it's impossible to predict, but no, I'm worried on behalf of Mouz, especially considering all the roster changes that's going to happen post the major as well.
Yeah.
Personally speaking, I don't think the 5-man roster you saw here playing the stage will be together in 2025, and that may also play into it. Who's not motivated, who's mad someone is leaving, etc., etc. At the end of the day, we're just humans with feelings, and someone may feel let down by that.
I think that's definitely fair to say. To talk about peaking at the right time, though, I think Vitality are kind of the maestros of that. You look back at the last TV Paris major, they just won IEM Rio before that. If that's anything to go by, I know they've only made it to the semi-final. I'm talking like they've won the trophy already. But the fact that they can do this with a stand-in, they're going to be facing up against G2 Stico, that's going to be a banging game. Talk about the history between those two teams.
Yes, definitely. And Vitality are no stranger to these kind of long paths into the deeper part of the tournament. Sometimes they have to go through these quarterfinals. This might have been just a warm-up game for them in this kind of stage and setting, and I love it how convincingly they did it. If I'm G2, I'm actually paying close attention to my enemy tomorrow.
If anything, Vitality have confirmed that they're still a strong team, and we even heard them after Pro League or coming into Pro League saying that we took some time off trying to peak at the right time. So you're right when you're saying, Freya, they are kind of specialists in peaking at the right timing, and something suggests that they're on their way.
Well, I hope you guys are paying attention at home, because we do have a second quarterfinal coming your way. As you can see, FaZe arriving on stage, very much to the happiness of all the fans here in attendance. We're going to head things to a quick break. After that, though, we're going to be discussing the top teams of 2024. Now, as we come into the twilight hours of 2024, I think it's only apt that we talk about the best of the bunch of the last 12 months. Today, we're going to be talking about the top teams of this year. Now, I think it's fairly obvious right now who is probably ranked world #1. Funny thing is, though, they ain't here. So let's save that conversation for now. I want to start off by talking about FaZe. They are setting up right behind us, and they can definitely hear all your words, Jacob, so be as harsh as you usually are back in the green room as well. What's your take on FaZe throughout 2024, considering, you know, they lifted the trophy back in Chengdu? No other silverware in their cabinet since then.
No, I think it's been extremely disappointing to watch FaZe throughout the year. And I think if you were to ask all the players within this lineup you see on your screen right now, they would agree. If you were to offer them, listen, you can win 1 trophy throughout the entirety of 2024. That's going to be IM Chengdu. Apart from that, you're not going to win any trophies. You're not going to participate in that many finals. They would laugh at you. They would say no, because we're here to win every single tournament we play. So for them to be a team that's been struggling a little bit lately is not good for them, not cool for them, not satisfying. And I think all the players within FaZe would agree with that as well. However, is it a disaster? Not really either, right? They're still somewhat competitive, and I think we are in an era where it's tough to win tournaments. It's tough to go into every single final and win them. And as you can see, they have been in a couple of finals and finishing second as well. IM Katowice, great example. The major in Copenhagen, great example. No one expected them to be there. So it hasn't been a bad year per se for FaZe, but it hasn't been satisfying at all.
Maybe it leaves a little bit different taste in mouth because we are comparing them too much to the previous year when CS2 came out.
They set the bar themselves?
Yeah, I mean, they were clearly the best team in the world back when Twist was still part of the lineup. Then Frozen came in, and it caused a little bit of turmoil when it comes to roles and dynamics, what they're showing on the server. It felt different playing against them and watching them play. It is all kind of connected, intertwined between each other. And what I have to give credit for is that there's no like specific problem I've seen them having one year. It's different kind of problems, but it seems like they're evolving, you know, like they're working towards the fixes, and that is the important part that Kerrigan has to do.
Let's talk about their upcoming opponents in this next quarterfinal. Team Spirit, of course, they went toe-to-toe with them in the grand final of IM Katowice, the debut for Donk in a big stage, and he absolutely smashed it. He broke all the records possible, or at least matched Nico in terms of highest LAN rating ever. It's been a little bit turbulent, though, since then, right? We won spring finals. Obviously, there's a bet boom thrown in there if you want to count that one. I don't know whether everybody is at home. I think it's kind of post-player break, though, right? Like, that's where the question marks have been and where they've been very candid and said, hey, we're not up to the form that we want.
Yeah, I think if you want to make the comparison, then FaZe have been consistent throughout the year somewhat, you know, having a bit of a tough time right now, whereas, as you said, for Spirit, the beginning of the year, everyone thought that this is going to be the year of Team Spirit. Are we talking about a new era? They were playing at Katowice, Donk, putting up arguably the best esports event performance I've seen ever, you know, and that accounts for a lot of different games as well. I was talking to people from different games, and no one could really highlight a player having so much impact as a rookie coming in and doing what Donk did. So in that regard, there were so many positives surrounding Spirit, and now after the player break, as you said, Freya, it's been a roller coaster, and right now that roller coaster is somewhat stagnated, but I'm not sure if it's going up or if it's going down again.
Not only that, but they're also skipping events in order to get, you know, ahead. We've seen it before. IM Rio being a notable one, the most notable one probably, and they're opting for this heavy performance kind of schedule, and I don't blame them. I think they need to have a lot of adjustments ready under their sleeve because the Donk is everyone is looking at the guy. He's so young, he's in the first year of competitive Counter-Strike, and everyone's trying to counter him, and you have to think about different ways how to counter yourself in order to be step ahead.
And that's the thing with Spirit as well, and with Donk. It's a young, inexperienced team at that level. I know they have Shearer, I know they have Chopper, I know they have some players who's been around for quite some time, but even Magix and Sontics are not used to that level, so we can give them a little bit of slack in that regard.
Okay, don't let recency bias, you know, influence you at all here, Stico. Mouz, obviously we just saw them get eliminated by Vitality. They've claimed a couple of trophies, but there is, you know, a massive context to that. It's always been in those kind of, you know, studio/small audience environments. Where does that leave them then in the conversation for you for this year?
Yeah, again, for Mouz, it's really tough for me to say. I don't see them as contending, obviously, for top 3, but what I'm going to say is that, again, this team is incredibly young, and they are leeching off the fact that the experience are only going to come. Maybe they are treating this year, actually, as an experience gathering year, so to speak, and they are going to turn that into gold for 2025. That might be the play here.
And this is where you got to put context into the matters as well. When you're comparing Mouz to FaZe, to Spirit, to Vitality, to some of these big organizations, the budget Mouz are working with are slightly lower, if not a lot lower than some of these bigger teams. They're getting the absolute most out of their resources. They're fostering talents, they're promoting talents from the academy team. So again, if you want to make the same experiment where I said, if you were to ask FaZe, are you okay with just winning one tournament, getting into a couple of finals at the beginning of the year? FaZe would say no. Now, if you were to ask Mouz from the beginning of the year, would you be okay with winning a couple of tournaments, getting into the final of IM Rio, maybe being a top 4, top 3 contender in the world as a team? They would buy that instantly. So over the course of the entire year, it's actually been quite good for Mouz.
Yeah, Taxman probably very happy with the Mouz accounts if he looks at them there. I think you're kind of onto something there, Stuco, because at the beginning of the year, it was okay, group stage gods, we know you're going to farm in the group stage. When you hit the actual big stage, though, we expect you to kind of, stutter a little bit. We expect you to stumble. I think that conversation has been firmly put to bed throughout 2024.
Yes, it definitely has been. Today we've seen some shakiness, though I have to be fair and admit this, that it wasn't the best and cleanest Counter-Strike that we've seen from the individual standpoint of view. But I have to say again, this is a team that is only growing, and that the stage experience that they're gathering so far is invaluable, I would say.
They're also the youngest team out of all the ones we're discussing right now. None of them are that old, none of them have been around for a long, long time. So they're learning by their mistakes, they're learning by doing, and honestly speaking, I think when you look at the course of the entire year, Mouz should be nothing but proud.
The team who just eliminated them, Vitality. This is a really interesting conversation because they've been making playoffs, fairly consistently. Finally, Apex put his Demons of Cologne, and I would say, ZywOo in that same vein, to bed by lifting the trophy there. Apex trying for 10 years, failing to do so in 2 grand finals beforehand, then he gets to do it. And I thought, okay, this is great. We're going into the player break. They're going to be feeling really confident coming out of it. And then it's been somewhat hit and miss from Vitality, right?
Yes, it's been, but you have to say that they won a really, really good tournament throughout the year.
Yes.
And that being IM Cologne, that was really a big boost in this kind of competition that we're talking about them right now. They deserve more, I feel like, with the amount of talent they have on the roster, with ZywOo being in, obviously going to contend for that top player of the year. I expect a little bit more, and you have to think that Vitality as an organization are aiming to get more. They want to win those tournaments, they want to win those majors, and there is nothing that is bad for them when it comes to second place.
If you take the bird perspective and look at the year, they've been quite consistent throughout the entire year. They've been getting into the finals, they've been getting into the semifinals, and I guess that's the most positive thing you can say about that the flaw of Vitality, they will always remain competitive. They're not pulling off a G2 at IM Rio, they're not pulling off a Navi here, at this tournament. It feels like they always remain competitive, and I will say, for Vitality, it's more so a year of missed opportunities. You look at the IM Dallas Grand Final, they should have won that against G2 with a stand-in. You're looking at Pro League as well. They probably should have won that one as well. So for Vitality, they came so close to us having a conversation about them maybe challenging Navi for the best team in the world, but with the missed opportunities, it kind of screws that conversation.
I do wonder whether there's any case of, stamina and actual goals coming into things, because Apex, we had a really nice interview with him before IM Cologne. He said, I want to win a Cologne, I want to win a Cato, and I want to win another goddamn major. Of course, that isn't to squander on any other tournaments, but I feel like Vitality peaking, they know when they want to be peaking, right?
And they have done so right after the IM Cologne win. I think I remember that they took a little bit of a break and vacation just to fully get ready for the major. They weren't even getting ready for that EPL season that much. They eventually got into the final and lost ultimately. But I love the fact that they're aware of this. You can't maintain greatest performance throughout the year, all year long. You have to kind of pick your battles.
And if anything, as I said before, if Vitality at their worst is consistently getting into semifinals, then I think they should be okay with that. But a lot of that is being determined on the upcoming major as well. Now, if Vitality were to win that, then this conversation would be completely different.
Yes, next team, this is probably going to be my favorite conversation because it's none other than G2, known as G-Stew back in Dallas, where they lifted their first trophy of the year. Then coming into the full finals as well, they really stunned everybody. Mouz lifting his first big tier 1 trophy. It's just been such a quirky conversation when we talk about G2.
It has, and it's really hard to talk about G2 as the best performing team in the year because this is, I believe, only team that made a roster change mid-season, right? I'm not counting Jax and Messi right now. So they made not only one, but 2 of them. They changed IGL. The event they won in IM Dallas was with a stand-in. It puts like a lot of question marks over the accomplishment that they did. It feels wrong for me to say this, but it doesn't feel like G2 are comparable to the likes of some teams that we mentioned.
No, it's always fun when it comes to G2. I always used to say that if I were a G2 fan at home sitting in a Twitch chat, I would hate my life because it's such a roller coaster all the time. They can come into a tournament, you can have no expectations to them, and then they win the tournament and you're on the top of your life, and then the next one you come into IM Rio and for some reason they can't get it going. I think they're also one of the few teams that hasn't really been consistent enough throughout the year to be ranked #1 at any point, so it's very hard, honestly, to make an argument for them to be the best team of the year, but they probably have the highest peak, and that comes down to some of the individuals. And I will say, m0NESY, Malbs, and Nico, the way they conduct themselves sometimes, and when they all three play well together at the same time, G2 is perhaps not the best team in the world, but they're the most fun team in the world to watch.
Yeah, G2 not hitting world #1 throughout 2024. Guess who is right now, but isn't here though? That's Na'Vi. I'm still stunned that they faltered to FaZe in that group stage. They obviously get a little bit more extended time to be preparing for the upcoming RMR and Major. And there is going to be a lot of eyes on them there, Jacob.
This, and they've started to falter a little bit. You said it right here. At this tournament, obviously a massive disappointment for Na'Vi not to be part of the playoff, not to be playing on this stage. However, it's just one tournament, and they've been so consistently good for such a long period. As one of the few teams, we just said it right here, G2 inconsistent, FaZe can't really get it going, Vitality somewhat consistent. The one team that is, consistently placing into the finals and winning most of them as well has been Na'Vi. So in terms of who is the best team of the year so far, it is them. But I will say the last month, they're starting to lose more series, they're starting to lose more maps than usual, and we are seeing signs of weakness. So it makes the Major a little bit more spicy.
What really makes it for me is the consistency here. And it's so hard to find the consistency. Everyone is blaming that we have a new game, we have CS2, everyone is kind of MR12, everyone can beat each other. Well, Na'Vi are kind of the one that are putting this to bed. And I have a crazy stat as well for you that before this event, they won 80% of the games they played so far this year. Do you know the number of rounds they won this year? It's just 54%. So even the best team in the world is winning barely half of the rounds. They are converting that into wins. It's crazy, but I see that the mentality part, they are far above anyone else. It's not even the strategic. Yes, they are good in game. They're maybe one step ahead, but from a mental part, I think they're 3 steps ahead.
It's the Na'Vi DNA, right? They won the Major in Copenhagen by losing more rounds than they won, which is in itself is crazy.
Yeah, born to win are Na'Vi. Unfortunately, won't be doing it here, but I think we can cement them for now, if we were to end the year right now, as the #1 team in the world. Conversation gets a little bit more complicated though when we're trying to rank 2 through 6. Jacob, I'm gonna put you under the spotlight, put the pressure on you. What order are you going with? Na'Vi #1, then who comes after?
That's a good question. That's a really, really good question. I'd probably argue Vitality, given they have been consistent throughout most of the year. They won IM Cologne, which is a big one as well. Spirit in there for the conversation as well, winning Katowice in the way they did it. I think their dip of form is what makes me pick Vitality above them. So I'd say Na'Vi 1, Vitality 2, Spirit 3, G2, FaZe. It's hard to put them in order.
Go on, give me a number. Give me a number, Jacob.
All right, so we say Na'Vi 1, Vitality 2, Spirit 3, G2 4, Mouz 5, FaZe 6.
Ooh,
all right. I have a little bit similar, but I will have to stick with Na'Vi first, 100%. I'm gonna look it in. Vitality #2, Spirit #3. Then for the #4, I have G2, #5, FaZe, #6.
Okay, so he disagrees with you on your #6. I think that makes sense though, right? It's very close down.
And again, they've been
4, 5, 6.
in 3 finals, right? And FaZe have had their upticks and maybe a bit of recency bias as well. But I will say from the 3rd and to the 6th position, it's so close that you can make a case and make an argument for all of them.
Well, Na'Vi, crown #1 in the world for now, but they ain't here to be defending that title. But guess who is? Oh, that's FaZe and Spirit, going down after the break.
Contact towards Cat 2, so everybody on high alert as they try to move in. Snax goes for his duel. It's a 1 and done, but they still don't know about Hunter. They clear it.
Oh,
yes.
What a way to clear that.
JL does what he has to, but m0NESY misses a shot. And so Malbs and Nico to combine here in another 2v4. Surely not.
Wait, they're not
Nico activates, no cover for the bomb, and he gets his inside sight. Yes, 1 confirmed still to be over towards that van, and it's wonderful at a further distance. No, not twice. You can't do this to Na'Vi. Wonderful connect. Off with their heads. What?
What is this? What is this? He actually did Aim for bench first. No, no,
What?
no, no, no.
No, that's chance.
No.
Nico. The backstab you don't expect, Anders, and maybe an absolute freebie. He's getting all the sound cues.
Should we do? They've got everything set up. Oh, it's checked Apex. He's been boosted up there himself. And he gets shot. Messi takes him down. I don't know how they're back in the round. G2, they had it locked down. It's not over yet. Here comes the backstab. It's Nico. He's had so many attempts at these clutches. Now is his time. 10 seconds. And with Apex on the other side, he gets the headshot. He'll bring it back. He failed the first one, but this one is his.
Yeah, he's hanging on to Cave. Mouz does establish himself in Donut, and I mean, he was a killer back in the first pistol in this position. Mouz almost got away from him, but he joins forces with Hunter, and they do take control. So it's a quick push from the CT lane. m0NESY slides in between the 3 players that remain, and he even takes their back.
Oh, that's a find.
Now Na'Vi have this false sense of confidence, but what do you know? m0NESY, no! He drops the ball, and Alexi's on the bomb!
If they wait too long, they might forget that someone's actually defusing it, and they cannot find him in the smoke. The knife's coming out, and he gets it! Oh.
Okay, they stop it. JL gets knifed, and the Guatemalan Mauler slashes through 2. And as he keeps his head down, those T's ever closer, 15 to the clock.
They're trying to respect the smoke.
Nico holds and he waits, and they'll find him. As he tries to go back and forth, he steps in. It's m0NESY's chance to shine. And as he peeks, he strikes one down, bomb being planted. No! Not today, not tonight. G2 in a best of 5. Imagine this call-up. Imagine the moment for Mouz, putting Guatemala on the map as Snacks at the helm steps forward ever closer and calls B question. It's about the stars, and G2 have found another. Your Blast Fall Finals champions, G2!
Oh yes, 2025 looking very exciting indeed. Not least, Jacob, because Blast returning to Lisbon. We've had so many great memories there. I'm so excited to be returning next year.
Such a cool city, such a beautiful place. Portugal always is one of my favorites, so to speak, and I guess the environment inside that arena that we've been to a couple of times, the Portuguese crowd can be very, very loud, so yes, I'm excited for that one.
Oh yes, it's going to be very exciting indeed. But before we get on to all of that, it is time for our second quarterfinal. Two familiar foes set to be taking to the stage in our second quarterfinal, Team Spirit versus FaZe. Now, the story for Team Spirit recently has been they've taken a bit of an extended break, skipping out on IM Rio. Donk has been very candid about exactly what they've been working on coming into this part of the season. Whereas for FaZe, Stiko, I think it's fair to say it's been a rocky road for them ever since lifting the trophy in Chengdu. They haven't hit the mark that we know that they've been thriving for.
It's been turbulent at best. It's a roller coaster of a performance, not only when it comes to results of the event, but also individuals. There's always only one guy stepping up, sometimes not even that. It's always kind of not the phase that we've been used to at the beginning of the year and then previous year when they were the #1 team in the world.
And that one guy you speak about is the man in the middle right here, Frozen. And I feel like he has been the only consistent part of this lineup for the vast majority of the year. Obviously, FaZe is not a bad team. We already concluded that they are now finding themselves in a quarterfinal. They remain competitive. They knocked out Na'Vi of the tournament as well. You see it on your screen right here. And I guess the cool part about that is that they had a very narrow loss to Mouz, where in particular on Nuke, they lost a round they never should have lost. They could have gone OT, and that could be enough to break them. Then they go against Na'Vi. They lose the first map, which means now you lost 3 maps in a row, and you're on your way out of the tournament against the best team in the world. And somehow, some way, they find it in them to recope and then turn it around, beat Na'Vi, knock them out of the tournament, find themselves in a quarterfinal. And for that reason alone, I'm like, I don't know what to expect for FaZe.
Billion-dollar question. How did they do it versus Na'Vi? What was key for them kind of turning the tide? Or was it more Na'Vi faltering in uncharacteristic ways?
I honestly think also for having observed Karrigan and FaZe and maybe spoken a bit to him as well, that I think they apply a lot of pressure to themselves when they come into tournaments. They know the status, they know the caliber they have as a team, and whenever they go into a scenario like that where you're facing Na'Vi, well, all of a sudden you're not the favorite anymore. All of a sudden you can play a little bit more freely, you can loosen up a little bit, and I think FaZe is playing the best Counter-Strike when they're loose. It's all about the individuals, not about the strategical mastermind in Karrigan. Obviously a great caller, but he's not building a team that's very systematic in the way they play. So I need to see FaZe being loose, and I think that happens when they don't have pressure on them.
And I have been in the green room watching the game against Na'Vi, and honestly, at some point I was thinking there's no way they're coming back from this.
Yeah.
And then Rain suddenly picked up the pieces in 3 consecutive rounds, huge rounds for him, and that turns the tides. And this is suggesting to me that FaZe is very much a momentum team. They need this momentum to be carried over, and whether they take this momentum from in-game performance or from the crowd remains to be seen.
Let's talk a bit about the mastermind behind the FaZe clan squad. Of course, Karrigan has been a staple of the organization for quite some time now, alongside Rain, during which he's achieved a record, made history, maybe for the wrong reasons, Jacob. You found some nasty numbers for Karrigan.
I mean, it's been a while for Karrigan since he had a positive KD at an event. And I think what makes that conversation interesting is that we know Karrigan is a fantastic in-game leader. He's a fantastic captain. He's a guy that motivates his team as well. But we are also in an era where we're looking at Snacks, we're looking at other in-game leaders. Apex is a great example, and we're kind of honing them down and saying, listen guys, you got to produce a little bit more on the server. It can't be true that Snacks have 37 maps in a row without a positive KD, but this man has gone 56 events, you know, back all the way back to 2021 since last time he had a positive KD. So it hurts me to say this, but it's also of the notion, as I just said, FaZe is not a team that is micromanaged by Karrigan. It's not a team that is strategically set up in a way that doesn't allow him to have good games once in a while, because he will have good games once in a while. He's just not consistently performing throughout an entire event, and I think we're coming to a point now in modern day and age Counter-Strike where in-game leaders need to have a little bit of output on the server as well. So I'm not saying that FaZe should kick Karrigan. I'm not saying any of that at all. All I'm saying is that if we have that conversation when it comes to Snacks, when it comes to Apex, when it comes to Hooksy for that matter, we may as well have it here as well.
Stiko, what is worse objectively, this Karrigan result or history making, or the Snacks recent numbers that we've been throwing into the ring?
Well, you have to think about it this way. Karrigan is actually having consecutive events.
And he wins stuff, you know.
Yeah, but sometimes he has this unicorn performance which just goes off the charts and he's absolutely carrying the team. And it's because, well, he's taking a lot of space in the team. Sometimes it just works. Sometimes he's just gonna go that Mac 10 and he's gonna entry 3 guys in the side for no reason on a gun round. And it happens. But, you know, when we look at the Snacks, this is a little bit more hard to accomplish. I know all for the wrong reasons. I hope he finally breaks the streak here at this event, but he's not doing it so far. And I think for Karrigan, I understand this stat line. I mean, it's way too long, but I understand it.
Well, let's check in with the man himself. It's Karrigan with James Banks.
Now, when we spoke at day 1 of the event, you told me, which you haven't said for quite a while, is that you're going to come to win this event, right? But before it was like more talking about the playoffs, so your perspective changed. How much more do you believe now after the Na'Vi game?
Same as I believe first day. I'm here to win the tournament. Nothing else but a win is disappointing for me. Like I said, I tried to change my perspective the last 2-3 months. Taking more briefing room and understanding it's a process, but in the end we are in the end of the year. Results are now what matter. We want to end the year on a positive note, but also on an average note, right? So winning a tournament here would be fantastic for us and a confident boost much needed. And with a Na'Vi win, it opens the doors, and now it's up to ourselves to keep them open during the playoff. But we're playing a really good team in Spirit today.
Do you think you can control this veto and map pool when it comes to playing Spirit?
I think it's not the time to try to test too much, right? We are in a situation where we have to focus on what we want to do. I think veto always change the perspective of how the team feels, right? Are we confident in some of our worst maps? Are we more confident in our own map pick and we just go with that? And I think that's always what you can see in veto. Either sometimes we open doors for some surprise and sometimes we go with what's just confidence for us. And today is one of the confidence zone for us.
Very interesting. Moving away from the Karrigan conversation, because we can't just pile it all onto him, right? Any other names standing out in terms of the FaZe clan lineup that maybe you wish could be a little bit more consistent in 2024?
I think an obvious pick would be Brokey as well. I think when he's playing well, the amount of impact he can find with the AWP, especially in clutch scenarios, you know, where he's almost exploding on the server, winning rounds that he's not supposed to win, usually part of the FaZe DNA. He was playing so well at the Fall Finals. He was an MVP candidate all the way up to the final, and I thought to myself, that Brokey, that's a Brokey I want to see more of. But when you dive into his events and when you dive into his stats, that's the only good event he's had in the past 5 or 6 months. It's been a little bit lackluster for Mr. Brokey right here. You see the stat line, and honestly speaking, a player with that skill set should be able to produce a little bit more.
Yeah, I think for past 3 months, the numbers doesn't look too great for him. And for the Oper of a caliber like him, he's always going to be kind of put on the spotlight, but he has to deliver, especially against other Opers. You know that you can't deal with Oper unless you are an Oper yourself. It's going to be really, really hard if you're a rifler to kind of deal with Zaivus and Shiros and stuff like that.
And the reason why we put so much emphasis on this is his position within the team. He's a player that plays us in intuition. If he's not finding productivity, if he's not, you know, contributing in that regard, when he's taking so much freedom to do whatever he wants to do in most of the round, then it becomes a liability. He's not a system player, he's not a system Oper, he's not a Shiro on the side of Team Spirit. A guy that takes a lot of freedom also needs to produce on the server, and that hasn't been the case always for Brokey.
Should we end on maybe a higher note to end out the FaZe Clan conversation? I think we've got to throw Frozen's name into the ring. I think, you know, when he first stepped foot and started wearing this jersey, there was obviously huge expectations. I am Chengdu managing to lift the trophy there. That's great. I do wonder whether he thought he might be in line for a couple more bits of silverware, though, Stico.
It's my countryman, I'm gonna praise him, you know that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he is the one that is, as we said, consistently producing what we have to say are S-tier performances throughout the events and throughout the matches, that even sometimes when they lose, Frozen is only one turning up. But we have to say that the clash is still visible between him and the passiveness of his role compared to what Twist was bringing into FaZe when he was, when they were #1 in the world. So you have to also think about it this way. Yes, Frozen is having a good time, but in translation, it doesn't really help FaZe as much as it used to be.
No, I bet you he would trade some of his own kills and some of those stats for trophies. I think that's what he expected joining FaZe Clan. He was, dare I say, stuck in Mouz for a long time. We all felt that it was the right timing for him to move on, and unfortunately for him, he kind of missed the train. He joined after they won everything with Twist, and then they haven't been able to recope and win more. I will say the way Frozen is conducting himself within FaZe Clan, staying so consistent even in a roller coaster period for this lineup is nothing but immaculate. He is arguably, and I will say it, a top 3, top 4 rifler in the entire world.
Now, FaZe versus Spirit, we talked about them as being very familiar opponents, and when we look at some of the head-to-heads they've had this year, it's been in incredibly high-caliber games. We're talking about the IM Katowice Grand Final, where Spirit managed to 3-0 FaZe Clan, and then we move on to that Copenhagen Major, where it's actually FaZe managing to get the upper hand, the only time this year, Stico, they've managed to do that.
And arguably, that was the Major. That was the game that was supposedly mattered the most out of everyone. 8-2 in maps so far in favor of Team Spirit. This is not looking good for the matchup we're seeing on stage right now, but you have to give credit where it's due, and that is that individuals are just a little bit sharper, a little bit better. They're always one step ahead. Even when Chopper comes to calling, he is actually out-calling Kerrigan. I don't think I would ever say this sentence, but he is.
And I will say the context of those games and that result is that was in the golden period of Team Spirit. That was in the period where we thought they were going to be, and arguably were, the best team in the world in that exact moment. The Katowice performance and Donk's Katowice performance obviously was out of this world. So yes, FaZe have been struggling against Team Spirit, but the Spirit they're facing today, right here now, on this stage, is a different looking Spirit.
Very much so, and Spirit have acknowledged that themselves. They're not, you know, hiding their secrets. Maybe they're hiding exactly what they're fixing from us from time to time. But Donk, you know, he's been saying they've been working on fixing those problems. They skipped out on Iron Rio to make sure that A, they got a little bit of rest, but B, they could focus on what was going wrong in the server. So far, I know it's a small sample size, I know it's group stage. Do you feel like those improvements have been shown?
First of all, I don't think they're trying to hide what they were working on. It's really hard to talk about emotions when it comes to championship mentality, and they've been clearly lacking. That Zontics even admitted it 1 month ago in Copenhagen. He is the one that is trying to put it into words the best, but others are struggling, and this is natural. Like even myself, when I try to convey some kind of idea to my teammates, it's sometimes hard to, you know, put it into words, and I understand it. They've been working on it. They have professionals behind it. I know people that are really passionate about the psychology of Counter-Strike, and this is what they've been working with. That was probably main topic of the bootcamp they were having before the event.
when you go out publicly and you say that you think you fix your problems and you think you've become a better team, you also got to see it. And as you said, it's a small sample size so far, so I'm not really holding it up against Dunk or holding it up against Team Spirit, but all I'm saying is that they were the only team at this level, you know, only team in the top 6, only team in the top 10 that would skip an event like IMVU. So if you do that, you also got to back it up by the way you're playing, by the results. And I will say this tournament is perhaps a little bit too early after that break, after that, you know, transition period. But if they don't play well at the major, then one would argue that you know, missing IMVU and taking that extra break was for nothing. So hopefully they can back it up.
I think for now, though, it's been totally fair for them to be skipping out a few events because we were discussing it, Stico. I think that's going to have to be the approach for basically every team moving on towards 2025, when it's going to be getting a bit like the Wild West out in terms of the tournaments, a number of tournaments that are going to be in the circuit. And if Spirit, obviously, they need to be able to back it up with those results, which coming out of the second half of the season, it's not been great from them.
It's also a young team, and you have to understand that they are getting fatigued maybe a little bit in a different way than the others. They are young guys. They're barely 20, some of them, right? So you have to travel the world to compete, and sometimes the competition is not going great. It's going to play tricks with your mind as well. So you have to think about it that they're doing something that other teams will start doing in 2025, and this heads-up start for them might actually give them the edge in the future.
You know that as well, right? The CIS team, the way they power practice, sometimes playing 8, 9, 10 games a day is different from the Europeans as well. So I think it's accumulated stress in that regard for Spirit as well. They may be one of the teams that needs a bit more breaks, because when they practice and when they play more than anyone out there.
Well, let's check in with one of the individuals on the side of Team Spirit. It's Shiro with James Banks.
For you personally, we're going onto this stage. We see the crowd out there already. Are you excited to get back on a stage again and fight?
Yeah, I'm so good. Then I playing for crowd. It's for me so good emotions, and we playing crowd again and again FaZe. We can. I think it's so good match. Yeah. But it's crowd. Maybe so close. Maybe hard. Maybe easy. We don't know. But I just wait.
I will wait and see as well. FaZe always have a big cheering section, right? But you guys have beat them good before and beat them in Dallas as well. You had the win. How confident do you feel playing FaZe, like style versus style?
We playing last time in Dallas. We winning a so close match. It's match winners for playoffs. Yeah. But today it's crowd. It's not match winners. It's if it's single. Maybe today so hard game for us, but maybe Donk try to kill and we win.
I like that. And
we need to win FaZe. We need to play all people so good. CS. Yeah.
And that's what we want to see, top form coming out from all the individuals on the side of Spirit, not least Shiro and Donk, who so far have been looking really good at this tournament.
I mean, they've been steamrolling, but there's still kryptonite that we'll be seeing in the G2 in the group stage that they couldn't quite overcome. But other than that, that's an anomaly. They cannot beat that team, but the team they're facing today, that has been their playground for the most part of the year.
And it is a big win condition, let's be honest, right? We can analyze it as much as we want to. We can simplify Counter-Strike sometimes to a point where if you have Donk and Shiro playing well at the same time, you got an awful lot of firepower, and that's a massive win condition for Spirit every single time they take on the server.
I love that Shiro is saying about the good emotions. You know, that's exactly what we want to be seeing coming out of Team Spirit, particularly after the frustrations we saw at Copenhagen. But you know what that means? It is time for the picks and the bans. Gentlemen, any info you want to give? Anything you would wish to be seeing in this map pool?
Just no Vertigo, please.
Well, I don't think you should worry too much about that.
I think we'll be fine.
To be completely honest, Vertigo gone right there. Again, the perma-bans, not too big of a surprise. One could hope that Spirit, with their break, would have changed their map pool a little bit, but it's a big gamble, a big risk. We see Inferno going out of the way, Mirage coming in, Anubis coming in. Two dusty maps, one may say.
Oh yeah, and then we're moving in the second ban phase. I'm feeling that this could be some kind of a, you know, buggy way to end the game, and we have Nuke and Ancient bans. That means Dust 2, as I decided.
A very dusty map pool right there. You get Mirage, you get Anubis, you get Dust 2.
Get your sunscreen.
All the orange maps everywhere. FaZe, beginning on Mirage, picking that. They're going to be beginning T-side of things. Anything that you want to see hot out of the gate for FaZe?
Yes, there's one player that comes into mind, and we haven't even mentioned his name so far. That's Rups. He's also been under the scrutiny, a lot of critique. I think there's one map he's still performing at an incredible high level, and that is Mirage. More so on the CT side than on the T side, I will say. I think the way he's playing connected, the way he's shutting down that mid area, is at a very high level. So I'm happy to see that we get to see Robs play the one map right now where he's actually feeling confident.
And we've seen the turnaround against Navi that FaZe did on this very map, Mirage. And that was Rain doing individual prowess on middle. Like that was the demo that I watched after that game. It was just beauty. It was so much impact round and round after round.
Anubis pick from the side of Team Spirit makes sense for you, Jacob?
It does. It's a map they've been picking into a lot. It's a map they like to play a lot. It's a map where Dunk feels very comfortable as well. Shiro, for some reason, sometimes I think struggles a little bit with finding enough impact on the map. He's a very passive AWP player, and you can get stuck behind a lot of smokes, a lot of Molotov, and you saw Monacy yesterday. The way to fight your way out of that is by being explosive and do something that is out of this world, and I miss that sometimes for Shiro. So regardless of it being a great map for Spirit, maybe Shiro can do a bit more, but then again, he's also had a lot of strong performances on Anubis, so I wouldn't count it out at all.
Contextually, at this event, we've seen huge meta shift in Anubis, and that is that A side is being attacked more and more and more. So I want to see it, how they deal with it, because it's something recent, something that haven't been really put to use even at IEM Rio.
Well, FaZe versus Spirit, our second quarterfinal here in Singapore. It is time to get the show started.
How are we feeling, everyone? We're moving into our second quarterfinal, and you guys were fantastic through the first game. Have you been having fun? Epic proportions. FaZe taking on Spirit. Once again, they clash. FaZe trying to level up and show their best form. Spirit trying to fix their mistakes, which they've been talking about again and again. Do we have some Spirit fans in the house? And what about FaZe? All right, Spirit fans, I think you can do a little bit better. Let me hear you. Oh, some boos coming out as well. Okay, Singapore, you're getting crazy for me right now. What about FaZe? Now we want to bring these teams onto the stage. So let me hear you roar! Let's get our teams on.
I think we are taking the right steps. We are here to win this tournament now. I think we could have performed better on the day against Mouz. They really wanted the win way more than us.
We may have faced some challenges, but today we emerged stronger.
I just think we never stopped believing.
If we play as a team, we will make a deep run.
Carrigan keeps the dream alive!
We are where we need to be.
Nice, man! It looked like they were being eliminated from the World Final.
We have to constantly earn it, constantly fight for it.
They eliminate the world's best team from the tournament.
It's still a FaZe clan after all.
They are one of the greats of Counter-Strike, always to be feared. They may have fallen from the top, but are doing everything they can to stop it spiraling out of control. They've overcome the best team in the world. They look like they've got their confidence back, and they are here for only one thing: to win. And to do that, they must slay the dragons of Spirit.
We play to win every single round. I just want to beat everyone.
Dog, he knows what he wants, and he goes ahead to take it.
We trust our strategy.
Moments like those, dude, that is the donk that Spirit need.
Pressure only fuels us to perform better.
taking their time and doing it their own way. Spirit are happy to get together, take a break, and fix things in order to find success. From the heights of lifting one of the biggest trophies in the game to chasing that greatness once again. Now they have to prove that they can continue their success against the rising FaZe clan.
FaZe versus Spirit, a clash we haven't seen go down since I Am Dallas back in May. And these two squads on different trajectories since that very point. And they've taken two different approaches to try and solve them. For Spirit, the key was taking a break, or so they've been saying. For FaZe, they've been attending back-to-back tournaments. And the pressure is now on, particularly prior to the major, to get back into fighting form.
It is for that exact reason a very, very interesting matchup. I always like to ask myself the question when I have a matchup like this, for which of these two teams does it mean more to? For who of these two teams needs this win a little bit more than the other? And I can't give you an answer. I think right now it's very, very important for FaZe to at least ramp up towards the armor, at least ramp up towards the major, because it's been a rough time. Same could be said for Spirit. They were the best team in the beginning of the year. They've been struggling ever since, so I feel like right now both of these lineups need this victory an awful lot.
And look at it this way as well. Spirit, if they don't perform here and at the RMR, if this happens, look at the past 2 months. What is happening? They have been bombing out of the Blast Fall Finals. They have been not attending IM Rio, bombing out here, and then potentially RMR. You know, this is very much pressure situation for them.
Jesus Christ. It doesn't matter where you go, people just love Kerrigan. It's the exact opposite of me. It doesn't matter where I go, people hate me. For Kerrigan, he's loved universally. All over the world, whenever Kerrigan is playing, doesn't matter whether it's in Denmark, in Sweden, in Singapore for that matter, everyone loves a bit of Kerrigan.
You always find a way to make it about you, Jacob, don't you? Let's talk about the maps for this particular best of 3 series. We've got Mirage, we've got Anubis, we've got Dust 2. If we do so require, as we mentioned, FaZe starting on the T side of things, Spirit chosen to start on the CT side of Mirage. What's a setup looking like? Who's going to be the most dangerous person to be watching out for?
It's a good question. For a person on the Team Spirit side, obviously we cannot not mention Dong basically and Shiro, but for the FaZe side, I will definitely say that Robs is going to be the most impactful one, especially for the positions that he's playing. And you know, looking at the gun round statistically, FaZe is a better team when you look at the stats, and I like it because that will eventually force them to kind of put pressure on the pistol rounds as well for Team Spirit side.
My eyes are locked on Brokey. I think Brokey is one of the most fun players to watch out there. I think Brokey is one of the most interesting players to follow when he's hitting his strides. It has been a rocky period for Brokey, let's be completely honest. His highs are highs, his lows are lows, but if he finds impact, I mean, he's in that playing mood where he's just taking combat AWP duels all over the place, that could very well be a difference maker for FaZe.
Well, there will only be one winner inside the server today, but there will be multiple winners at home if you guys are entering the competition for the signed nameplate over on Blast.tv. One raffle ticket is going to cost you 1,000 Blast TV points, but don't worry, you can enter multiple raffles at once. It's live right now until the end of the day, and there's going to be a couple more coming over the course of the weekend. Gentlemen, I'm going to be pushing you for predictions now. I know we talked about it in the top of the show, but Stiko, now we've seen the maps, has there been any adaptations to who you think's going through to that semi-final?
Well, the first prediction for me didn't go well, but I will keep with Team Spirit for now.
Yeah, me too. I think, as I said, it's a 50-50 matchup for me. If I had to pick one, I'd say Team Spirit. I trust a bit more in the consistency of Donk and Shiro than I trust in the inconsistency of FaZe Clan. However, the way FaZe were playing yesterday against Na'Vi, if that's the FaZe turning up today, then FaZe is probably going to win. But if I have to pick, I'll say Spirit.
Well, the live odds are definitely agreeing with you there quite heavily in the favor of Spirit. Did you read it as being that in favor of the Dragons?
I mean, look at the past matches. They haven't played together for a long time, but past matches suggest that, well, this should be a one-sided affair. I'm hoping that it will not be as one-sided as predicted, but I think we're pushing for 3 maps.
Yeah, hasn't it been 8 maps in a row where FaZe haven't even won a single map, you know, in a best of 3 game or in a best of 5 final at Katowice for that matter. So in regards to that, and when you take that into context, then sure thing, it could be a one-sided match. But I think, as I said, it's a different looking Spirit turning up today. It's not the same Spirit we had 6-7 months ago. So I fully expect this to be competitive, and I fully expect FaZe to win a map.
Well, we always say you can't estimate the FaZe clan when they come out on stage, particularly in this first half of Mirage, their choice. Any name that you're going to put under the microscope here, Stiko?
Good question. Well, for Team FaZe, I will definitely go for Ops. For Team Spirit, it's Donk.
Yeah, it's hard not to go for Rubs. As I said, Brokey for my money is the player I want to have an eye on throughout this matchup. I think Shiro, to counter your point with Donk, you know, Donk is fantastic. We know what he's going to give you. Shiro, sometimes he have good stats with no impact. Sometimes he have good stats with impact. I hope it's the second Shiro we get tonight.
Okay, how's the AWPing going to be working, particularly on this first map of Mirage? How do they kind of match up stylistically on this map?
Stylistically, I think that FaZe is going to go for a lot of mid defaults on that T side especially. This is how Kerrigan likes to control the map. He needs a lot of information to make those good mid-round calls, and teammates need to establish him this information. Potentially, lurkers across the map, they need to be able to communicate and convey ideas really smoothly.
I think Kerrigan will be under a lot of scrutiny as well from the side of Team Spirit. We saw them yesterday versus G2. They were heavily focused on towards the B bomb side. They want to execute into that bomb side. They want to send Donk out, jumping out the window, see if he can open up the stuff. So I think there's going to be quite a lot of Donk versus Kerrigan duels on Mirage. So he's going to have his hands full.
Okay, Stiko, you said something very interesting when we were talking about, you know, the top teams of 2024. The fact that you feel like Chopper can outcool Kerrigan basically any day of the week. I know I'm exaggerating what you said there, but tell me about that style that you expect to see Chopper deploying to be getting the better of Kerrigan's calls.
I think he's utilizing his players well. It's not necessarily just putting them in a good position and teach them the correct micro, how they should peek certain angles, but it feels like everyone is always ready. You know, they're in a good position. They give like, it feels like Chopper is giving good big picture idea of the round, what they want to do, and then everyone is able to adapt. And this is not necessarily performing on the server where Chopper gives calls, but it's performing on the practice when they already pre-plan a lot of stuff. And I think there's a lot of protocols to be, you know, even stolen from Team Spirit because it will make everyone team better.
I'll play the devil's advocate in that one. I think Spirit have shown us that when Donk is not firing at all cylinders, the foundation of that team is not that strong. I sometimes think we forget that when you have a player of the caliber of Donk, when you have a m0NESY in G2, a Nico in G2, they can sometimes mask the fact that not everything is working out, right? You can have a certain strat, you can have a certain approach to a map, but if Donk is just running around and making triple kills, quad kills all over the place, then it doesn't really matter what you say, how you practice, and how you call. I think Chopper needs to show me once more, because I'm not saying he's not a great in-game leader, I think he's fantastic, but he needs to show me once more that they can play well and win games without Donk necessarily being the only defining factor.
Just on the Donk side of the equation, obviously we were discussing a lot yesterday with that G2 matchup. You made a lovely video, Stiko, on how Nico is one of the only players that can kind of counter that Donk style. Is that something that you feel like FaZe should be aware of, are aware of? Is it something that you can recreate in the server?
Yeah, I linked them the video and they should have prepared before. So now they have the recipe. If it works, all credits to me, right?
All credit to you, my man.
Definitely. Donk, I expect him to be showing up and firing on all cylinders, though. I know that's a very easy thing to be saying. I think it's just a question of exactly how FaZe are going to be countering that. Where do we see Donk like to be approaching this map of Mirage?
I mean, he needs to be at the center of everything that's going on, basically. Donk is not a player that is hiding. Donk is not a player that is waiting till it's a 2v2 or 3v3. He likes to be involved in the opening departments of the round. Again, one of the few superstars who doesn't mind jumping out a window on B Mirage as the first or second guy, which a lot of people won't, because you usually die in that position, but Donk can make it happen. So I expect him to be the center of attention, like it should be.
How's your boy Frozen going to be faring, Stiko? You got high hopes for him?
Always, always. I need him to see and you know, get that flag of Slovakia up in the crowds, and I like whenever he's playing, it feels like he's giving like a different kind of Counter-Strike structure into the team of FaZe.
Well, let's continue talking about the side of Team Spirit and FaZe. Kind of almost ready to be diving into the action. We just got to wait for a couple of tech issues to be resolved. At least, though, Stiko, at least the furiosity of the side of Spirit. We saw them getting hella tilted back in Copenhagen. Haven't seen that in the same kind of vein. At least that has been working from their extended bootcamp that they took.
And it shouldn't surprise us. Actually, this is precisely what they have been working on and what they have been focusing on throughout the IEM Rio. While they were watching, they were analyzing opposition, and they were probably watching even the FaZe, and now they only can get more prepared than what they used to be before in previous events.
I just got a wild thought in my head, and I'm actually not sure if I should say this out loud.
Don't bait us, Jake.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll give it a go, and we'll hear what your reaction would be. I think when I think of it, you know, when I think of Frozen in FaZe, I think he's fantastic, but I almost would argue that he could be sort of the rifling Shiro in that regard. I feel like sometimes Frozen is having good stats with less impact than he probably should have. Just like we had the conversation with Shiro that sometimes his stats are looking good, but the impact is not always there. By no means am I saying Frozen doesn't have impact, but sometimes I want a bit more. I think he's fantastic. I think his aim is up there with the very best players in the world. and maybe he's just a bit too passive once in a while. So maybe there's a comparison to be made, and maybe I'm just an idiot.
Well, on that bombshell, I think it is time to get this game underway for the first time in 6 months. Spirit taking on FaZe.
Yeah, that's right. FaZe and Spirit, always a treat. And this time, it's going down in Singapore. Second quarterfinal. Let's get it on.
What's up, Singapore? Whether you're here for FaZe or Spirit, some call this the best head-to-head in Counter-Strike. You get it in a quarterfinal, that's when it's at its peak. FaZe will start off fast with an idea.
Get it in a quarterfinal where FaZe are back in the playoffs. Oh, feels right. They sit outside, holding off for the time being. We're gonna get the execute queued up. Brokey, util in hand. And a quick reposition. We're gonna get a move to the back of bench, but all the while, don't forget about the player in sight. A couple kills out from Shiro. Drops, able to push by him. Shiro still trying to get another, but nope. Unable to, so we go man advantage for FaZe. We've got smokes all over. This was the plan, right? You get in with your kills, they've done that. Bomb down.
Donk's coming in staggered.
We've got the kit for Chopper with a smoke grenade to boot. Oh, damn. No problem. Chopper sees that, thinks what? So be it. Kerrigan says the same. So be it.
Oh.
Attempt your retake. He sits them down, and FaZe will pick up pistol.
Oh, Kerrigan said it's a new phase here for the Blast World Final. The team that has been sort of asleep, hibernating for the second half of the seasons. They go up against an old rival. One that they know how to play against. One that they wait for crowds to play against.
It is the beauty of this head-to-head. We just don't get it outside of those great contextual matches, those moments, those special ones. This is what we save it for. And yet again, I talk about 2024 and FaZe not lifting enough trophies. Well, we are at the very tail end.
Yeah. It's Antwerp, Dallas, maybe Singapore. It's a classic head-to-head at this point. The question is for Spirit in this game on CT side Mirage. Are they going to take it to top mid? We got Dust 2 at the tail end of this veto. It's never happened before in their series yet.
Good. I love a good dessert.
Yes, and it was Spirit to pick Mirage last time. Both teams happen to be here.
Gonna peel back from top middle. FaZe just shuffling around, not wanting to fall victim to the deadly deagles we know are out there. Donk included for the time though. So the old boys hang out in middle, this 3-player pack heading towards site instead.
Coordinating the B split, and Spirit can smell it. They've already got half a stack coming in. No spot just yet here as they dodge some information. And Donk, will he put one between the eyes? He's looking for the fight.
Yeah, misses the first two. Third's good. Brokey's gonna clear out Zontix. He still has a good distraction over towards Arch.
Oh, no.
Donk, are you kidding?
Don't make it 3.
And with 2 more players on site, he could do a little more, but that's it. That's his impact. And it's felt by FaZe. Shiro and Chopper still not yet to join up.
Yeah, Chopper's doing a lap. He'll meet up in a second.
Good bit of damage, frozen low to 30, Rob's half health. And that Desert Eagle continues to rear its ugly head. Chopper starts to get out. And now suddenly he sees some toys. He's gonna pick one up. Swapping over to Yako, he drops pistol. Oh, it's gonna be an obvious sign.
He can still clear this.
Turning his attention over. It's gonna have to be Chopper for both as, of course, Shiro gets caught on the market exit. No movement. Oh! He seemed confused to where he was.
The comm wasn't there. Van Pillar maybe wasn't said or it wasn't heard. He still had the right patience. Figured it out in the end. Couldn't get the kill. The frags are not in vain, though. 3 frags on a round like this is pretty big. Good to see Donk looking alive. I mean, yesterday, Donk was a serious threat. You know, his rating at this World Final is matching his peak ratings of the year. I mean, obviously not Kato, but somehow there's still time as we enter playoffs. Yeah, you guys know a big moment's coming.
That was the beauty of the Spirit versus G2 game, just moments. The ceiling, limitless. And it feels like we could tap into that again tonight. So yes, it is a welcome sign for Donk to move that into this game already. 2 rounds in. Shiro's gonna clip One as they try to climb up through the window. Not going to happen here. We've got more presence, but Zontic's going to keep the pressure up. Could have easily just played that more passive.
That's a big find.
Decides to go in when he was very much alone. And the CT's not shying away from maintaining this map control. They're going to catch Brokey as well off the cat play. However, this close connector moment with Rops on the double kill.
How'd he win that?
He's now looking to join up alongside Rain. So they take over connector. CT's peeling back. But it's this, again, re-aggression off of the catwalk. They're going to go for the boost. And as they do so, sitting duck.
That's the move. Just Rain now. Bomb retrievable. Time not on his side.
It's going to be tough. He's got to go all the way back towards top mid. Route towards catwalk. Pick up bomb where two players sit on top of it. And for all he knows, he's coming around that corner to somebody who could still be boosted. Some kind of double up. Obviously, Chopper's going to let Catwalk take contact, and
will be
Chopper's not even needed. Zontic's big moment, too. We want to talk about, Donk's pop-offs at times yesterday, but there was moments over on Anubis where we saw Zontic's and Magic's kind of the perimeter, the periphery of this Spirit camp provide.
This is a momentum call from Kerrigan and FaZe because he tries to get in the window, up a minute 20 on some read, thinking that there is a timing that can pull the jungle player off of connector. They're wrong about that. Spirit don't fall for it at all, so that's a huge feather in the cap of Spirit, who now in the frags department on the eco, they see that Donk's playing his best game. The first rifle hits, and they are in full control.
Looking to roll forward, and this is the Donk we love, the one that swings top mid on Mirage. It's where he made his name back in Catouts, where he confirmed his abilities, but a few stray bullets and no second follow-up. Again, just pistols for FaZe, of course. Shouldn't be too worried if you're Spirit, and that's why I think they boil over towards the top of mid.
Now, the only map and the only side that we saw him a little bit, subdued was when he was tethered to the back of Anubis default, playing that site by himself on that CT side. We don't want to see that in this game. We want to see Donk untethered. We want to see Donk unhinged, okay? Swinging everything.
Try to get into the bomb site. First player is able to push past, so no surprise, Rain at least picks up an entry. It's nice and smooth. Zontic's just making sure to clean up, and no bomb plant there for FaZe, despite getting into the site somewhat.
Yeah, and again, in this veto, it's telling. You got the pick of Mirage, but your opponents will pick it too. You've got a history. It's been an explosive history of close matchups. There's no punish in this veto. It's simply going to be close maps. You're going to have to fight every single round until the end, overtime likely. And as many fans as Kerrigan has in here, there are a lot of Spirit fans as well. Normally, we've got FaZe as the fan favorite, and then, of course, Captain Finn.
No matter where
winning everyone's hearts.
I think Pimp put it so nicely. Really is one of those stars of CS. And what I love about the Kerrigan love is just that it's not coming out of like a star player.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not, okay. Simple steps on the stage, we're gonna get those hoots. But Kerrigan, it's all heart.
Yes.
And brains.
And you talk about the old dogs on the team, that Rain and Kerrigan, and people calling for their retirement this year, as people do every single year.
When will they learn?
When will they learn? I mean, I learned my lesson 4 years ago, and I said I'll never do that again, because they came back after that, and every time they go into a, let's not call it a slump, let's call it a hibernation.
Okay.
They always wake up from it. When they're finished is when they tell us that they're finished.
You know what I like that analogy for is because when they wake up, that's also when they're really hungry.
Yes, and they're bears.
Yeah.
But the World Final is a good time to peak. We have the major coming up in Shanghai.
Damn right we do.
Next door neighbors. Coming over here to Asia is a very special thing for Counter-Strike. Rops and Frozen in this tournament so far have for once been peaking at the same time.
A welcome
and
sight.
Rops getting better is a big story of the year because he started off CS2 amazing, top 3 player, if not top 1. But for some reason, even though Frozen could put up the numbers, you could never pair with Frozen and Rops and put up both good numbers at the same time. There was some mismatch there. So it seems like they may have tapped into something. Let's see if they figured it out. I love the game plan already. I love the game plan already.
Easy, dog, Shiro, settle down.
Run him down.
Settle down.
Now run him down.
Settle down.
Run him down.
All up in their faces.
You want that.
Get them pistols out of here. Shiro scooping up 2 of these kills from behind. But Donk, if given the chance.
What's the biggest compliment we've heard about Navi? That you know what they're gonna do, but it still works, right?
True.
You know what the game, you know what you're gonna do, what they're gonna do. You still can't figure out how to beat them. That's what Donk has been. That's what he should continue to be. He's not shooting everyone on the side of the head. He's coming at you face to face every round.
Straight up, head on.
And conversely, I like that FaZe are still committing to trying to take mid. It's still a T-favored operation to try to take mid control at some point in the round. If you know it's going to be overly aggressive at the beginning, you can try to burst out mid, even with 5 rifles, and take the fights right away. That's sort of where the meta is leading these days. If you want to come in later and go for an underpass crawl with top mid, you know, at the minute timing, or after you think the CTs have left, that's another idea as well. You might not find the same fights though, and I think that FaZe want to try to thin down to a 3v3, 3v2 if they can get it as fast as possible. They've got amazing late round players, and they're great on stage.
Ramp player's already just walking out. Util goes over top. Donk doesn't swing immediately, but gives him a chance to just get a little closer, right? Because when Donk goes in, he wants more than just one. Takes a quick glimpse down through connector, won't find any contact there, and he's got teammates to help him with Shiro towards jungle. Looking for these headshots just over the top of this edge. Here comes that connector player. Things starting to get a little sketchy. Donk's getting squeezed. Robson Brokey will pick up 2, and then Rain comes out from connector for the 3rd. One. Oh, but it's clean. Zontix comes up, sweeps away the final 2, and Spirit manage. Action-packed A-hit.
Absolutely. Yoshiro's the right hands, getting a clip off here and there with a rifle, but you have everybody else ready to trade immediately as well. It's actually quite a close round. There's a chance there that FaZe could have come out ahead on duels, but they couldn't get the kills fast enough. They couldn't take out the Warden in the Watchtower and Donk. Shiro had him covered. Zontix had his back after he died. The scaling couldn't come out quick enough. Look at the B rotators already here in jungle.
Really nice tethering out of everybody. Trade frag so clean, both teams.
Yeah.
And if that's the kind of Counter-Strike that they could both offer tonight, then we are yet again going to get fireworks between this head-to-head.
And that's a new tempo. They tried to go for mid. No one was there to fight them. They came back to the A site afterwards. They went for a regular exec. They didn't see anybody. That's actually a moment where you think maybe Spirit can get caught off guard. No. Donk was still playing connector.
And ready to get explosive, but also playing it cautiously enough, right? Didn't ever wide swing out into multiple bodies. Just really allowed for the T's to present their heads. And we get this quick move from Chopper. Manages to get out from Sandwich, and Shiro gonna provide support as he does so well inside of this A site.
Yeah.
Although things could get weird with this. Rops finds flanks.
Okay, and now?
You wanted to see the 2 of them come together? Well, Frozen opens this up with the Desert Eagle, serves up the perfect distraction for Rops to kill his, and then he finds Chopper. Top.
That's the
Shiro
cool one.
falls off, and as he does,
they know he was here in CT. They know it.
Ooh, he's trying to size it up, but he peeks into the shot of Frozen. Able to get his hands onto the AK after his Deagle kill. You just brought this up, Frozen and Rops coming together, and this round is 4 kills from those 2 alone. Magix, given a chance to clutch, but he's gonna have to make more noise as he moves through window. And he's worried that there's still somebody up in jungle, but little does he realize Rops is so good at just...
This is forward thinking by Rops. How are you supposed to read this?
Just let you get by all the way. Magix finds the headshot.
Utility, we're talking about one flash right now, picks up a Molotov.
That's huge. He can put that down onto the palace entrance, and of course he's gonna see sight is clear. He could just commit with that kit, but he's gotta get on it. He's gotta do it now, but he doesn't. He doesn't throw the util, and so he doesn't have this, surely. Jumps back on top. I don't think he's got the time. It's
coming
done.
down to the last second, but he won't be able to get the defuse. Perfectly timed peek from Palace. Could have been the Molly, still would have died though. I think still had enough HP to run through it. Nice attempt here from Magix, and at least he gets both frags, but this is a moment where we're talking about half pistols. A Galil here for Frozen. And as you pointed out, Frozen and Rops seem to have found a synergy here.
It's just the perfect moment for Frozen to get a Desert Eagle headshot because of the way that it sets up Rops' timing to perfection.
You could say it was imperative because otherwise you're going to be on full alert. Frozen dies there. It frees up everybody watching inside of middle and connector. The jungle player can go just re-clear window just in case, but that doesn't happen. So FaZe get away with what they've been trying to get away with, and that's taking over window control. It's a great moment for FaZe. So we are spared an eco to follow up because that was a force down.
Good, keep the game tight.
Some good energy in here for FaZe Clan, that's for sure.
No matter where you go.
Still looking for their rifle round win, however. Winning with less is cute, but it's not sustainable. They need to show that they can match up on a round like this.
Smoke fades, nobody behind boxes, but that doesn't mean it's clear. Zontic's able to jump back into cover. Underpass players move forward off of that.
Pay attention to the Kerrigan game plan again, see what he wants to get away with. Stop carte blanche on mid. Zontic's first line of defense.
Eesh, not able to get the kill. Rain swings through. It's not the prettiest from either, but it's an entry frag for FaZe, looking for that rifle round. And Brokey waiting out the smoke grenade, soon to be presented a chance, but... Oh, he's got a teammate up in window, waiting for this swing. Kerrigan hoping they come to him. Yes, nice. Oh, Chopper not ready for it, but Shiro's trade frag is fast.
They've lost sight of the round. They don't know anyone's ladder. They're checking it now for Shiro. They've got one top con. The pressure comes to Magix.
He makes his move, slides out, perfect timing, and then gets back into the cover. But that timing is now limited, and they're going to continue to move forward. Sure, 30 seconds.
It's got to still be this site. It has to be.
And Shiro hesitating because of that mid presence earlier. Oh, he gets wallbanged. Down to only 16 health. Now Magic just dropped so much harder, yet he delivers still. And a little bit of softening up done to Brokey. He's going to dive this. Shiro goes out, covered from the top of the apartment. And Frozen's got it. And the first gun round put forth by FaZe.
That's a late round pack that you need from FaZe to deliver. They pick the right site. Magix does an excellent job of getting that second kill on low HP after the tag. And because there's an op coming up as well, Brokey had to switch out to the Tech 9. He knew someone was low. He had to find that trade. And Shiro on this 1v2 had a, oh wow, that was the flick. Had a great read, you know, knowing Frozen would be covering from above, but couldn't hit the shot.
Nope.
Couldn't hit the shot.
Had it figured out in his mind's eye, knew how to pull it off.
All right, there
Here we go into the solo op, so.
And we got the excellent rounds here out of FaZe. They win the full buy.
Frozen's timing's nice though, already slipped up forward around the corner.
Man, they're not gonna be able to read this, right? It's all about that first shot, because right now that's all Shiro has going for him. The rest of his teammates are pawns on the board at the moment. They've only got pistols, and yes, somebody might walk into it, but they don't hit the shot. You gotta hit the shot.
Op decides not to reposition, maybe because Frozen's so close, he thinks he might come around that corner. Frees up the Deagles to try and have to do more elsewhere. Donk is so very locked into this corner. They could double peek it if they want to try to combine, but maybe just waiting for better timing. They opt to peel a player back, so that op finally does move after seeing nothing there.
They have a bunch of outposts right now. They're guaranteed positions. They've got a little bit of map control. They can punish any push at all.
Fast step.
Yeah. I think Rops wants someone to fight him. They just want a pistol kill to just make the best decision possible. Donk on the timing.
Whoosh. I was gonna say, to deal with Donk, he peeks right before it pops. And now we're talking about rain softened down to 60. We had Rops turn back from ramp. P250, doesn't matter that it gets away because Donk has got the Deagle. One kill to his name. It's an awkward one here for Brokey. Guns are being swapped, and he's not able to hang on. The pistol finally gets what it needs. Rops forward, but a double from Zontic.
He's making that thing look like an op.
$300 pistol keeps them in this. And a push into the market.
Oh,
a push,
this is scary.
A push into the op. But not yet, not yet. Shiro can't miss, not this time. And so Kerrigan is tasked to clutch. There is enough time for this defuse to happen. CTs have to get it moving now. No kit, they have to get in. As they push forward up the catwalk, Zontic's dead, but what do you know? Lo and behold,
Beautiful timing, and Spirit picked that up somehow off of Zontix's 2K. P250?
P250.
Or shotgun.
From a 4v5 to boot. And honestly, it starts off with him in connector whiffing a bunch of shots.
Yeah.
Donk puts up the first one, and that just gives Zontix a little bit of breath, a chance to compose himself.
Pim brought up on the desk, he said, you know, I always think about who wants to win more in a matchup like this, and you can definitely see the nerves. There's history here. There's a lot on the line here at the World Final. And honestly, it's both teams at this point, right? Everyone's got so much to prove, except for like Na'Vi. And Na'Vi go out last place at this event. It's wide open now for teams here like FaZe and Spirit.
Taking over mid quickly. Doing it in a round where there's limited util as well. Zontix confident with coming around this corner at times. He's definitely felt his pressure so far throughout this CT side on mid. It kicked off with Donk wide swinging at the top, but now this time it's going to be Magix and Donk.
No problem.
Easy, so easy for him to just snap down into the second, but he is losing teammates, so he's going to have to be careful. We've seen him be the right amount of timid on stairs previously, supported now as Zontix comes out, and CT's head elsewhere.
A spray transfer that small is nothing for Donk. That's the difference in this round. 2 HP, 2 players missing for FaZe. 2 on 4. Now between Rops and Frozen, you'd think it's going to be a prolonged save situation. However, it would take some tricks to get out of this one. Rops at least has a molly and flash, but as time bleeds down, I think Spirit are totally happy to sit here. 4v2. They've done their job. Donk, 13 and 7.
Wow.
Taking over mid, controlling connector. Doesn't need a babysitter.
No, he doesn't, but what he does have is a best friend. Him and Zontix, right? This is what kind of burst Spirit's Mirage onto the scene back at Katowice. These 2 rifles, these 2 young players in middle. They've been side by side for some time. And in this map specifically, they dominated. We saw that change. We saw the identity of Spirit's CT side Mirage kind of trickle away from them being as unleashed as they were as teams kind of got into rhythm with what Spirit offer. But this map, this one right now, it's back. It is back on the menu, and it's delicious.
I mean, you see on all fronts as we watch the replay in these different moments, we've got Magix in a committed position on the A site early on. That means they want it to be an A hit. You don't play sandwich if you think it's going to be B. If you think it's going to be mid-control prolonged with no outcome at the end. They had a good read on where their FaZe were going to finish. Chopper was there to cover Magix from CT. They had Donk full attention forward on connector, didn't have to worry about a thing. And because Magix is playing in sandwich, he can check on Palace anytime he wants to. Doesn't have to rely on Donk to sit stairs and cover so that Chopper can watch ramp. They had everything in place to defend against an A split. That's not to say, though, that FaZe aren't playing a great game so far, and it's a relief to see them both sort of shooting hard.
You having fun, Singapore?
I heard you guys were loud.
It's nice to bring Counter-Strike here.
You get loud, we come back.
Only down bottom mid. No fights to be had. We saw Shiro post this up in the round they won with pistols. Not that it netted him a kill at all. This time he doesn't have Chopper to tether off of, so it doesn't look like they're going to go for as much of a push, just a passive eye. Magic's waiting for this bottom mid action. And again, because Zontix has kind of been pressuring from these angles, I feel like you could be ready for something like this from Magix. They're going to flash at him. They're going to pop open connector on the other end.
They just want this. They want this idea so badly, but look at Ray.
Drive-by.
Second time he's done that.
Again, right, this pressure out from Cat has been present.
And look at Rain, he has not stopped.
Shiro posted up above, no pressure out from apartments. Got very weird for a second, but he's able to track him. Well done by Shiro to handle that pressure. It's gonna mean that even with FaZe finding 2 kills in the round, the direction they go now, still open, but we see what they want. They double back.
But you still have Chopper and CT spawn. You don't want to adjust the positions too much in this spot.
Ooh.
But Donk doesn't hit the spray.
Dude,
Chopper fails as well.
Oh!
Who is this? Pump the brakes. What just happened? Everyone was in a great spot.
But you can't account for the swing. Turns out you can teach an old dog new tricks, because Kerrigan's looking like donk in this round. Flying by to close it.
Man, you had rain running interference there. Passing the screen on Cat. Instant kill with the Tech 9. Never stopping.
Sit him down. Shut him up.
That's the second time that FaZe went around with Tech 9s, and it's one to keep this half close.
Yes, sir, indeed. Could very well split it down the middle with these MP9s in the mix. Not to mention low nades already for Spirit, so trying to posture something to top mid early on. Where's the flash? Where's the moment? Donk really wants to run that risk. Shiro holds the other half of middle. Donk's trying to extend outward.
Covered, yeah.
Distracted. Broky's able to land his shot, and his counterpart, Shiro, does the same. Peels back instantly, but does it on low health. 19 to work with. Rops goes headhunting towards Catwalk, connects, and from there, he extends.
Pressure on Magix. He makes an adjustment. Oh, dies in the process.
Screw the pressure. Broky's gonna land those ones every time. And Shiro hoping the smoke will fade so that he can peel a player off. Sure enough, he hits his shot, but Rain survives. Still, it's him and Chopper, low health. Now his support's gone down, and the last piece of Spirit in the last round of their CT side is walking wounded, dead. An action-packed first half of Mirage as we see FaZe at the tail end sprinkle in a little pistol prowess. We go 2-1 in terms of pistol rounds upsetting versus guns. And of course, FaZe the 2. Those Tech 9 drive-bys look so quick. And it feels like in those electric moments, in those times where they need quick trades, FaZe are going tit for tat with Spirit.
They are. They had that round, that half had everything. I was marking the moments where they won the eco rounds to see if they would win any rifles. They did. They won 2 ecos, they won some full buys. They did a solid job in that half and keeping up. And now we start even footing in a very interesting map. A site vacant. CT's holding on to mid control. Let's see how Shiro can timing this.
Nobody in the bomb site, but also no kit here for FaZe, so signing up for a retake that won't necessarily be easy. Get a lot of players up in spawn. Rain not able to capitalize on what was a good flash. Had a target blind, but they jump back into the cover. We get Donk and Shiro with 2 kills so far. With the bomb plant, man, this pistol looks under wraps.
They handled that.
Donk goes deep through CT, up to 16 and 9 now.
You flagged it. No kid on the play. That puts pressure on every other moment. The flash that first hits in CT spawn, gotta hit that target. If there's no players there, you got one blind, got to jump away. That's where the odds just go down drastically. They clearly were hoping it wasn't just gonna be the full-on A hit at least. And there was no early kill, and Shiro does time his lurk perfectly. You know he has. When you catch Rops, you've timed your lurk well.
It's always a pleasure watching Shiro just kind of crawl in the underpass on Mirage, right? Like, it's always about those timings from him.
In another life, he could just be a lurker. He's such a great late-round player. He's great with rifles. He's creative.
A brisk pace set by Chopper this time, and that 1B defender dead already. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
All right, Rain.
Nice, nice.
One of those, huh? Trying to push out through connector smoke means they're not going to be able to make much more of this, you'd assume, but hey, Shiro's also been dinked, so these USPs getting a little damage in, and Chopper, well, padding the stats. So be it, let him have it. He set the tempo in this round, went sprinting up the catwalk, and Zontix makes sure to make a bit more money, so both teams winning their T-side pistol and converting.
You love to see that. Now we're in full swing. Broky's letting the hair come out.
But he is, so he can jet black again.
No more bald key. Scoreboard is looking right here for Spirit. Looking for 9 on this round. FaZe can definitely try to stop it. There's no op here in play for them, so I'm gonna say slightly disfavored. Something Spirit will be happy to have the opportunity to fight against. Mac 10 in Magic's hands. You know this is an out of the spawn call. You can already see where their finish line is. And the map's looking like the pistol round. Not playing CT can be a huge risk, man.
That smoke for Rain, gonna keep him out of it. So
FaZe have to have some other plan, right? Because they're not even spotting middle. They don't have.
They gotta have
anybody in CT spawn, and they're letting mid get taken over as well. Everything will go unnoticed entirely. What is their plan?
And not making any moves either, so there's no trade-off here. It's just a completely vacant half of the map.
Kerrigan's got the only kit. Okay, they do find one pick-off. That's huge, but positionally, map control-wise.
Yep. Big kill right here, Rops. He found his, Rain able to connect again. So, they're gonna make sure that it's costly. Those two players out of the gate.
Molly's bad.
One for Robs, one for Rain. Smoke in front of the staircase. Player in the fire for a moment. Donk's gonna go hunting. Can he make the difference? 2 kills to his name.
Okay.
And that is enough to establish control of this site where the hole was. CT spawn with 3 players in it ends up being a graveyard for FaZe Clan.
That just epitomizes the team right now. We had Spirit have a great match from the perspective of strategy, but then in moments like this, where the strategy goes wrong, they still have Donk.
Retakes on, Kerrigan playing the kit. There's one more smoke to be scooped up right here, right now.
Time's going.
Shiro sitting in sight, beckons Zontix to try to maybe make contact first. And they're worried, but they're keeping their heads down and making the CTs move. But as they come forward, Kerrigan connected to Zontix. Oh, he just needs one! Frozen fights it, and the kit's there. Faced with a slow burn, creepy crawl in for the retake.
Zontix doesn't peek Tetris. They win on time. If we get 1 kill from Firebox, FaZe Spirit win on time. That was Donk with the bailout, and then they lost. So here was the cute thing that FaZe did versus the mid aggression, because we didn't have anybody pushing up aggressively, everybody waiting around the corner for an opportunity to fight. So it rested on very far margins and timings where FaZe don't have active information, but if they nade the smoking window and someone's there, they get something out of it. They did a great job bringing that down to a 3v5 right away. But honestly, after Donk got his 2K in CT, Spirit should have won that easily. Solid retake for FaZe. Saves their money too. They needed it more than Spirit that round.
So that they needed to know that they would have to come forward with something like that. It just didn't look very complex.
I feel like we should put Rain up for auction here.
For auction?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we're allowed to do that.
You can date him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for a fee.
Right. We should ask his wife permission first.
For charity. So. Oh, yeah. She has to say yes.
Luckily, there's no hyper-aggression coming out from Spirit in middle, so afforded a little spam, go for your boost, and set up into what has been, again, this the same setup, man. Nobody inside A, nobody towards ticket.
It paid off last round, but not because of the opening setup.
Yeah, I mean, in the clashes of the round, in the trade trains, obviously Donk goes above and beyond. Right now, Frozen turns in time towards B. Double entry for Spirit on both sides of the map. Kerrigan, a jumping headshot as he climbs down from Van, but he knows somebody had gotten out.
Oh, clean clip.
Who is this?
What? You know what? It's not a full committal. It's 3v3. This reset doesn't actually look too bad here for Spirit. That was an amazing hold, but we're even material. FaZe are going to be wondering right now, is it an underpass walk? Are they coming late top mid? No, it's not the case.
He's going to try to crawl out again.
They're going to be nervous about everything, though. You see, they're even leaning towards the B site. This is a great call for a chopper.
Shiro smoke down.
Now the question is, are they going to doubt this? Are they going to wonder why there's no one around? Because that can create timings.
Oh, they've gotten one into sight. They try to go for a second, and Shiro just instant headshot. That last smoke from Shiro gets thrown out top connector.
Oh my gosh.
Could have gotten weird there. Bomb's gonna go down with 4 or 5 seconds to spare. Kerrigan's just gonna go running in, okay.
Okay, yeah, that's the...
A little brazen.
That's the
it's newfound confidence after that headshot tap from the back B site, but unfortunately here for FaZe, unlike the last round in this, slow burn mid-round retake moment, this time it just falls apart because it's just clean shooting from Team Spirit.
I feel like, first of all, he got betrayed by the AK a little bit. He looked like he was right on the money with those taps off of Cat. That was a mistake by Spirit to plant before the smoke came up. But as mentioned, Great round out of Shiro. Gets the kill in jungle. That's the huge trade. There was a time there. Okay. With some fans. We need the boo-boos out. Oh.
Yeah, that was... Love me some high-frequency Shiro tunes. I can hear the dogs barking down the street.
Ooh. No refunds, guys. No refunds.
All right, single rifle here for Rops, obviously. That's an interesting buy. Just an M4 rifle. Been pulling it off lately, but a stark contrast to a completely open A site. This time the formula is clearly different for FaZe, so trying to push somebody out. It is a one-off round, so get weird. And there has just been this consistent, quiet walkout from Team Spirit, so you'd think ramp is where Rops could pull this off if the single M4 is gonna do anything this round. But will Spirit continue to approach the same way? No, they go for Palace control instead first and foremost, and Chopper finds a cheeky Rain trying to creep around with pistols. Now there's the contact. This is what they're looking for. Rops, it's your chance to shine.
Wing that M4.
And he gets the first one. Oh, the second, but he just can't push it over the line.
So close. That was the biggest chance here for the
pistols do it?
side. They can't pick up better guns, so you'd think this is a wash.
Yeah.
No crazy kills happen.
Shiro makes sure to extend out. There's good damage here on 2 of the players still up. Oh, wait, that's weird. And Chopper and Magix are both low, 24 health combined.
Come on, Connor. There's no way.
No way? You telling me there's no way Frozen wins a 1v3, no armor, 18 health? Okay, no way. Okay.
We love to think about it.
I like them on the edge of their seats.
Yeah. Why so easy? Man, this is the only moment where Spirit have started to walk away with things. This game has been tit for tat all the way through. It's delivering. You can almost already see the end of the match, you know?
Yeah, we talked about it briefly yesterday, but dude, Shiro's really bringing the rifles to the table today.
Yes, he has. A couple of off shots missed early on. Outside of that, think about that. He's missed a couple of shots. He's 20-9 right now.
Oh yeah, he is.
Cleaner than Donk, and Donk has been immaculate.
They saw the synergy that Monacy and Nico brought to the table last night. They said, watch us do better.
Man, time to kill for Kerrigan.
Been very quick. And funnily enough, he's only 10 and 14. And yet some of his shots have been pristine.
Here to blossom on CT side. Shiro getting very involved in the communication.
Yep.
Oh. Less talking, more lining up those smokes. Now, you know what he's at? I want to miss that smoke on purpose, okay? And then what we do off that play, don't swing mid.
That's all big brain.
Yes. To be honest, nobody knows about it.
Here we go. Magix, you ready? Nope.
Oh, no bullets in.
It's Kerrigan again, but then he goes wider. Oh my God!
Kerrigan? What's gotten into him?
Who is this?
The Finn is swimming.
Full gun round. Brother does it all. Unleash him. Go get the ace.
Yeah.
This is when the rest of FaZe need to tell him, we've got you. You will not lose this round. Get crazy, Kerrigan. Get wild.
It's been right to the dome every single round so far on CT side.
Obviously making sure that they min-max, because this is one of the few rounds, only the second of the CT side for FaZe to be put forth.
And FaZe are going to win this without losing a single point of health here versus the full buy.
And it's all Kerrigan.
All Kerrigan.
That's it, that's all. That's all she wrote. Donk not able to unleash. No
nice one, FaZe. Nice one, FaZe.
All Kerrigan, all day.
Yeah. No damage. Rifle v rifles. Where's that infamous Hallie tack?
Right here, right now. Final timeout called out by Hallie.
He can be proud of his team. They've looked solid in close moments so far.
Yep, sure.
Everything's functioning well. When FaZe win their rounds, they earn it.
I mean, they should be confident. This T side has looked good. Sure, okay. You've just lost to a Kerrigan 3K, but it's all right. Plug that one hole. Find the solution. What are the odds he does it again?
The Kerrigan carries are absolutely welcome. That might be the thing that they need to beat a full strength Spirit.
It's a weird thing to have to tap into, but if it delivers, it does.
Yeah, and Donk has brought the mallet today, for sure.
Love the mobility in this round from Kerrigan too, right? From the top of the fences into the deep apartments, double.
No damage.
Really nice timing, swinging into Magic's. Just wasn't ready for it, so we get a 2-round game here. Team Spirit, of course, again, healthy T-side, right? Nothing to be ashamed of. But this buy, it's everything they've got left, and it's limited.
You can see the Zontics play inside of Palace as they take over mid control. CT's checking everything. It's a classic AA ramp setup. If they really believe in the mid control, they can push. Ooh. Oh my God! You will pay with health.
Dunked on Donk. Brokey gonna play ahead of the smoke. Oh, good damage here. Shiro's almost the second victim before they get anything back.
They're taking control of this. This takes the wind out of the lurks on the map. They might need them.
Made sound on the fallback. Zontics hears it. But that doesn't mean they're gonna shy away from this forward-facing ramp setup that they started with.
They're spread thin right now. We still have extremities being held here, one from Shiro. If he's going to be in this position, no utility, it's going to be hard to pull off any kind of fake. If he wants to get involved, it's got to be through underpass. But if he's going to be a lurk, it's a very heavily stacked site that they're walking into.
And at this point, they're concerned about everything.
Yeah.
Brokey's got to keep his head on a swivel, trying to play a lot.
Time for Zontics to take
Trying
the
to really
fight.
corral them in. And of course, Robs, what do you decide to do? Do you go for the further cover? Brokey tries to extend out. His job was a lot. And so with him dead, now Rain's going to try to set up
Robs is here.
It has to be Robs, and it has to be him.
Oh my God.
Flashbang at his feet, and Chopper is able to get his team into a bomb site that was stacked. So the retake's needed. We just went from a Kerrigan 3K to win the round to a Chopper 3K to do the same damn thing.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
This is a head-to-head that requires performance from everyone.
Yes, and this is a moment where there were a lot of players to get organized in a short amount of time. With 2 extremities still on lock around 40 seconds, you have Shiro figuring out how we can get involved in the map. Zontics has a full kit of utility, but also will have to be the first one to peek to figure out some information on the A site so the connector players can walk up. He has all the utility as well, so they have to make sure he peeks without dying. Shiro gets into underpass in time. They get up connector and watch everything, and they keep tabs on 3 CTs across the site. And it started off like this with a kill and a half.
Can't help but laugh. Let's watch this. Instant headshot to Brokey. Cleans up with the help of Magic's and just supporting Magic's. Good assistance here from Magic's, in fact. I want to, draw the comparison between Chopper and Kerrigan, but Kerrigan did it on his own. Oh boy. Hallie given an extra chance to speak off of Neo's timeout.
Yeah, and I'm sure the beginning of the round didn't go to plan. Whatever Hallie was thinking.
Surely, yeah.
They took some damage. They lost Donk early on, yes. But then when Chopper took over in the mid-round, went perfectly. That's great, looks just like him. I think I saw Shiro say easy.
Easy?
Yeah.
Don't let FaZe hear that. Suddenly someone steps up, but for the time being, this is a CT side that has still failed to win consecutive rounds. Magic slots into his position. He's been sitting here at the start of most rounds, but they haven't really made anything happen off of it.
This is where it becomes a game of chess, right? In terms of conditioning, they both know. They've recognized some patterns here in this second half.
Two members of FaZe along the wall on A site. Spirit remain with options open.
Both teams have been a lot more generous about mid-control, especially FaZe giving it to Spirit and attacking them afterwards. Done this a few times already. Sometimes what that can do is just bleed free time off the clock. If a team knows that and thinks that you're going to fight and they don't find one, then you run out of ideas and time to make those ideas happen late into the round.
Magic's Scoops up some utility and brings it over here towards middle. Throws one for connector. Shiro smoking window to try to pressure Cat at the same time. But
even though no one's really looking at this, they're shutting them off.
Yep.
Breeds insecurity.
Robs to come through jungle will have no vision if that smoke remains up before Spirit commit.
Kerrigan's on a flat angle here. This is a very hard fight. You know, you put someone like Nico in this spot, and they might deliver 2 kills. Kerrigan today could do the same.
20 seconds.
They've got to make it happen, but you know what? The pieces are moving into place, and there he is. Oh, he dies.
Oh, finally not able to stop one. But that's fine. The rest of the team should be able to do better. Should be. Rain still covered by Robs. Holds on to position, but burned out by Donk. 8 to the
seconds.
Clock. Pressure from Cat. They try to peek to stop it.
There's one more.
It's got to be planted. But guess
what?
No,
it's denied.
Not this time.
There will be no map point here for Spirit. A second Cat player emerges and denies the plant.
You said it's got to be a game of chess, but chess is never this electric. How calculated does that one come down?
Oh, man.
Donk caught with a molly out. Usually you catch him with a nade. That's one of your only chances to kill him. But look at this. Look how easy it is for Brokey the whole time.
Yeah. That's been a huge opening, and we saw that we see with the amount of time it took to get onto the site, the smokes came up in the end.
And there was 2 players there who could have covered. Obviously, Chomper's looking towards Ticket, but they had a member on stairs.
It's looking like a similar round, but faster. This time, though, Connector is underserved.
They're coming forward.
Yeah, double
FaZe
ramp
is taking
play.
the fight. They're going to make their move. They're going to come in, and Zontix ready to hold it, but the second player in the back does get killed. Zontix clears it all up, and if they write off the possibility of there being another player in A site, we've seen that triple stack come out before, but not this time. And Donk's positioning's just so good out of the gate.
And this is the problem when you don't have any mid control and you're losing this information. If you come in late every once in a while, that's cool. But Spirit are going to take it every day of the week, right? They're on T side. If they're 55-45 in mid, they're going to go for those odds when they've got players like Donk. So FaZe, it's the same risk you get playing retake on a pistol round, right? Your odds go down just by the fact that you're lacking information. Last round we did see, though, giving up mid and waiting a little longer had FaZe play the round down to the last few seconds.
Yes,
but this round was an adjustment and an answer to their own issue last round, which was a same A split, but knowing that they're given mid control, knowing that they don't have to fight for 50 seconds and take a frag. If they use their utility early, they don't have to wait around for no reason.
They're allowed to save. Yeah, they'll both get away. Team Spirit secure 12, 3 map points.
It's interesting. They both repeated the same idea.
Yep.
It's the Rain Rop setup on the A ramp. It's the mid take from Spirit.
They just finally meet each other.
But the adjustments have been better for Spirit. Game's in their hands now. And it'll be FaZe's last time out.
Until they get to overtime, of course.
Oh yeah, of course, overtime's guaranteed. We knew that.
It should be with FaZe in a server.
Singapore, we want overtime? You don't even have to ask for it, it's coming. With FaZe comes over, it's in the contract.
Yes, it is. Paid by the round. This first duel. Obviously, if Magix isn't down at the bottom, maybe Robs comes out with trades, but poor Kerrigan, you know, we've seen him kind of flying around the map and finding all these good timings. This one, he just gets caught blind.
Things like that are what happen when you give up mid-control.
Okay, true. The consequence of their actions. This time, Brokey, not going to give it away. Throws the op up to Cat, instantly out of spawn, and we've got an MP9 trying to move forward. Rob's eating flashbangs. Chopper's solo at the moment. Shiro's going to try to make contact deep into B. Him and Kerrigan are looking to lock horns, but neither one of them has support, and that's going to stay that way. Up on smoke, Robs thrives. The one piece of the mid-control denied, but all that while, with Shiro showing skin towards B, we get a 3-player pack pushing out through this A site, and still, CTs now only no. But Donk only gets himself one. It's good cover from Brokey. And it's, of course, nobody knows about Zontic.
Shiro misses the spray. Rob takes him down, and that was the guy who needs to get the bomb.
Yep. Magix can go back. There's at least
a chance to adapt, at least. And then Zontix has to reveal himself, and it catches off the B rotator. Kerrigan only working with the SMG, not a good fight for him anyways. Bomb does get scooped up.
They're wondering why it hasn't been planted yet. They're waiting now. Zontix has to space out his utility perfectly to allow for this cross. They're coming in clandestine. Magic's from the A ramp. FaZe have a suspicion they're still here.
They could burn time, but they choose not to. Magic's with the bomb has been spotted. Zontix has to help him out, and that nade's gonna go towards stairs, should find damage. Yes, Brokey down to 40, holds his own.
Taken out.
And now Magic's, who's never been able to cross, after having to go back for that bomb, because Shiro missed the shot, does he have anything left? Has a player top stairs, and Brokey, he draws the line in the sand. FaZe felt they had to come back to A. They're right about the commitment, even though the timings get weird, and they make sure that it stays uncomfortable for Spirit the whole time through.
They could have worked that out. Zontix was still holding more flashes. The nade was perfectly placed, but instead of helping Magic scale at the same time or going for a peek with the assistance of a flash, he did the raw duel. Brokey was ready for that. Don't worry, everything's fine.
We told you, overtime guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
Limitations now for Spirit. They had 3 map points. This is the force, and then a force after that. Their best chance just slipped through their fingers. You'd be a fool to write them out.
Yeah, that is an interesting option here for Spirit, who 1 Mac 10 is one thing, but Zontix on the Tech 9 as well. This one's gonna have to be light and fast. You think a contact explode is coming? Shiro is the only one with a full kit of utility.
I wonder if they want to try to bring it back at B. You know, we saw Shiro try to find Kerrigan in a locked-in 1v1 at the start of the last round.
As long as they have 2 smokes, they can still do anything, but you know,
from a half
this has been a you know, Metal Gear Solid operation for FaZe. They wait and they lay traps when you go for mid. They sit in positions you're not ready for, then they pick their timings later on. Those timings are coming up soon. Will Spirit get caught this time?
Clearly the target's B. Donk with bomb, Frozen holds. Not called to turn around, so fixates in towards mid. Jungle player could come help through window. This time Rain goes down in ladder. Last time it worked well. Frozen with the trade has to fall back, but falls to 20 health.
Oh, it hurts,
There's
but
also
it's worth it.
20 seconds, and with those 20 seconds, Bomb can leave. Bomb can move. Chopper senses an opening, and he's gonna try to take this chance. Walking out through smoke, guess what? No one sees him yet, but time is of the essence.
Brokey's talking.
At least they've got that cat control, so Shiro locks this in, but of course the fall comes down from stairs. Somebody has to cover Bomb. He can't hit this wall banger, it's over, and the cover's great from Chopper. Bomb down! Now all of a sudden the cat players can hold, and Zontix is gonna help out from Cont. That limited Tech 9! That limited Tech 9! This is what it comes to! And as he switches to the M4, the position's changed as well. Frozen able to cross.
They've got the same health.
Oh man, he's got a kit as well, and he's got a deep angle. It's gonna force Zontix back in. He's just jump spotting. Time at the halfway point. He's gonna use that distance. The distance can't save him, because the reach of Zontix far, and the impact of Spirit felt.
Back and forth, tit for tat, but it is finally Spirit that end up closing out this first map of Mirage. And oh my lord, I think my heart is going to be racing throughout this entire segment, because that was an insane round, Jacob, to be closing this one out.
Yeah, what a way to finish what was a great game of Counter-Strike. Very competitive from both sides. Obviously, mistakes were made on both sides, but individual players stepping up when it mattered the most. I absolutely loved what I saw from Spirit in this very last round. Limited buy, limited Tech 9. They did it to perfection. A couple of times they burned their fingers on playing a little bit too slow. As Connor said, time is of the essence, but this time around, they nailed it down to perfection. They won the round, and they just got enough to get it over the finish line.
We were seeing it all throughout the map. There were a lot of mistakes, a lot of rounds that shouldn't have been won, and they have been converted after all. The gun rounds have had a certain layer of depth, you know, when it comes to strategic, and they were really dragged out to the point where sometimes people didn't even have time to finish off the round. So it was all there, and I love it.
Should we talk about just one of those many rounds that maybe we didn't see falling in the favor of the team that did end up winning it? Let's dive straight into round 9. What was the story of this one, guys?
Well, we can take a look at this as something that kind of set the pace for the rest of the half, because we are starting with if you look at the buy, Frozen is getting an entry, but Spirit are having a tough time bringing this back. But you can see that they decide to fight middle, and Brokey is actually in a lot of trouble. He's missing this duel on the connector guy, and Zontix pulls off insane 2 kills with P250. First one, not that impressive, but the second one is just deletes props outside of the server, and this kind of forces Frozen to play aggressively in the smoke to bring back the advantage. It cost him his life because Shiro is just simply ready for all of this. Leaves Kerrigan in unwinnable 1v3 situation with a Mac-10 and 4-4 scoreline. This should have been 5-4 in terms of FaZe, but it was in Spirit.
And this is exactly what we mean when we say a bit of a messy Counter-Strike round. You saw in the beginning right there that 3 FaZe players are running around. I don't know who the guy on Catwalk was, but he was getting shot at from 2 different people for 2 seconds before even reacting and realizing, hey, no one is covering me. No one is out here to help me out. So FaZe, they paid for those mistakes, right? They paid for those rounds. Sometimes you watch Counter-Strike games where mistakes will be made, but there's no punishment to it. There's no consequence of it. You get by it, you forget it. That wasn't the case here. Whenever Spirit had a chance of punishing some of those, I would argue, big FaZe mistakes, they were there to do it.
Yeah, I think we kind of love to see a lot of these teams thriving in the chaos, and this map definitely delivered in that aspect. Let's talk about the opening side of the equation, because as always, I mean, Donk, he was just having massive impact in terms of this area of this Mirage.
Yeah, he was opening the map, especially at the beginning when he was on the CT side. I think at some point he was 4-0 in terms of openings, while Kerrigan was 0-4, and you can see the disparity right now between Kerrigan and Donk. It were not a head-to-head duel, so to speak, but it just shows the importance of playing Counter-Strike in 5v4 advantage rather than disadvantage. It shifts the odds of the round massively, and Donk was just doing Donk things on middle. He was taking control of this whole area by himself, and it's just unheard of how seamlessly he's floating around the map, like a butterfly almost, and he stings like a bee as well when it comes to the opening.
Flies like a butterfly, stings like a bee. I can buy into that one for Donk. I said it coming into the game as well. Donk and Kerrigan had a lot of head-to-head duels in this game as well, and as you said, normally we wouldn't make that comparison, having Kerrigan going up against Donk, but that was the nature of the game, given the role that Kerrigan is playing on the T side, where he's the one trying to create space. Well, Donk was shutting him down both in the first half, but also in the second.
I mean, obviously, shout out Donk for some incredible impacts throughout this series, begun from right at the start of this map. He's really fired up coming onto the stage, Seiko.
Did we expect anything else from Donk?
Absolutely not. No, we'd be disappointed if he didn't hit crazy shots and having just superb impact for Team Spirit.
Yeah, he did have a partner in crime, though. You know, you see Donk in all these different openings, and that's great, especially with the rifle, when you find all this impact. A couple of Deagle clips as well. He made so many of these rounds super, super expensive for FaZe as well, and that's what we spoke about when it wasn't necessarily the most clean and pretty game of Counter-Strike, but it was hella entertaining to watch. Now, for Donk to have a great game, that's almost a given. We know that's going to be the case for the vast majority of the time he's going to join up on the server. There was a bit more of a question mark attached to his counterpart in Shiro, and for my money, I was happy to see Shiro play well in the beginning. He found impact, he was activated, and as I said, when you have Donk and Shiro playing well at the same time, this team right here is scary.
It is scary, and it is not to the point that on T side they were playing super slow, and that actually enabled Shiro a lot of rotation kills for that matter, because you know, when the round gets so low on the timer, everyone starts to rotate really fast, everyone starts to step, and not only on T side but CT side, and Shiro was, thanks to this, able to pull out some incredible, well, you know, situations 2v3s into their favor all of a sudden.
When we're looking at the second half as well, just in terms of how back and forth it was with those rounds, basically neither one of the teams were able to string around back to back when we were getting into the later stage of that second half. Why do you think that was, Jacob?
I think it's because both teams played good Counter-Strike. You know, it was a high-level game of Counter-Strike. It was a lot of these micro-adjustments that was being made in the middle of the round. And also Spirit were able to stress FaZe an awful lot. We just spoke briefly about it coming into this segment. The way they were using the time in the round. We had a couple of examples where they ran the time down to 10, 5, 7 seconds. A round where FaZe ended up winning it as well. I think it was Brokey standing on Catwalk getting the bomb planted for the second time. FaZe were up against a team that had no issue playing slow-paced Counter-Strike, or at least dragging out the rounds. And as a player, you know that yourself. You get into the round, there's only 20 seconds left. You used all your utility. At that point, it becomes about your individual level and about that split-second decision when you decide to fight or to stay alive. And I think for the vast majority of those scenarios, Spirit played it slightly better.
And I will gonna pat my back a little bit on this, because Chopra's calling was actually pretty good this game. Sure. It was to the point where he was forced to do a decision, and the amount of information that his teammates were giving him, he was able to do so. And even though the rounds looked close because of the time. It wasn't never really close because they get so much control. They pushed FaZe back. They were giving them the mid control throughout the whole half. And I really, really like the approach. It was contrast to what FaZe was doing.
We just got to see the stats from the side of FaZe, kind of unfortunately taking the L on this first map of Mirage, their choice. But shout out to Robs. I mean, I know that it's probably not the end result that he was obviously hoping for. But the fact is that we have been putting him under the spotlight for the majority of 2024 because he was one of the hottest players when we came into CS2. It's been a bit up and down since then.
It's been very much up and down, but I will say consistently Robs have shown up whenever the map has been Mirage. It is his favorite map. It's the map where he is by far the most activated as well. You think of Robs as an anchor player, you think of Robs as a T-side lurker, you think of Robs as a guy who's just going to roam around and sometimes not be activated. That's not the case on Mirage. He's playing connector, arguably the position on the map where you see the most action. You see this highlight package as well. He's nading himself through smokes. He's swinging out, taking fights. I love to see this Robs, and it begs the question, and I think I asked you a couple of days ago, sometimes I almost feel like Robs should have a little bit of a different position when in this FaZe camp, because whenever he's playing in an activated position like on Mirage, he delivers.
Yeah, and if you look at the other maps, for example, he's stuck in positions where he has to save a lot. Yes. On Mirage, there's no place for it. He needs to be in the thick of the action. He needs to create plays. He needs to be flashed or flash for others. He always is part of the round, no matter what is happening. That is not the case on maps, for example, Inferno, where he's in pit, and he's going to be saving out awful lot there.
Just to tie a bow on this conversation about Mirage, where are FaZe's mental at right now, having it been, you know, so close to pushing it to OT? Are they a team that gets affected by this kind of thing at all?
No, not at all. Then we would have seen that against Na'Vi yesterday when they were down 0-1 in that matchup, and they came back and all of a sudden they dominated Na'Vi on the following two. So I'm not worried on behalf of FaZe's mental state. However, as I said, coming into this game, if FaZe want to beat Spirit, they need to play at the same level they did yesterday against Na'Vi, and I haven't seen that yet. So in that case, I'm worried. But from a mental perspective, not at all.
Yeah, it comes down to map pool, and I think Team Spirit is just a little bit ahead of that, and that's why even though on the map that they picked, they were so it was close. It was, I wouldn't say comfortable, but it's going to come to Ancient, and you know, that's a map where I'm really worried for FaZe. They need to translate that performance a little bit better from what we've seen on Mirage.
Well, Spirit 1-0 up after successfully taking down FaZe on their map pick of Mirage. Spirit's map choice of Anubis awaits after this break. Spirit certainly feeling good after taking FaZe down on their map pick of Mirage, whereas for FaZe, probably back to the drawing board right now as we do late in wait of Anubis. But you might notice somebody missing from the FaZe squad in these beautiful pictures because Brokey has been here all the time we've been in that break. We've been breaking down the last map. He's been practicing. He's been getting those headshots in the server. Is that, from your perspective, you've both been on teams.
Yeah.
Is that something you like with a teammate? If he's like, okay, guys, I just need to be practicing my own aim. You go do the team talk, you do everything else, I'm just going to be in the server.
I'm a little bit split, and that's why I wanted to ask you the question, actually, having played more recently than I do. I feel like he's missing out on some of the talks that you're having and maybe some of the mental prep. However, from an individual standpoint, he's maybe getting warmed up. So you have had teammates who've probably done the same. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I was doing it myself, and I was playing actually that anchor position, and sometimes there were maps where I didn't have any duel for like, let's say 20 minutes, right? It was like consecutive rounds, and I had to warm myself back up between the games. So honestly, the team talks outside right now are important, yes, but it's just mental side of things. If this helps Brokey more mentally reset, let's do it.
I feel like particularly for a player like Brokey who, I mean, Counter-Strike is just his DNA, right? You ask him to explain a move he's made, he's just done it based off of intuition. He is at one with the game. I feel like it's probably more important for him just to be inside the server, right? Leave the talking to Carragher and the rest of the boys. I'm sure he'll be catching up with the ideas.
There might be different things. He didn't feel on point, and this might be helping him to just reset and refocus on the game, get ready for that, you know, that opening. You can see that he's clearly opening. He's doing all the flicks. This is why he stayed here. He needs to get sharper, and he's doing it.
And as you said, Freya, you're alluding to the thought process I'm having as well. Brokey can get away with doing it. He's a player within the FaZe system that perhaps doesn't have that big of a say. You'll never see Carrigan sit around, you know, while the rest of the team is leaving. You'll never see a Nico stay while the rest of the team is leaving, because Nico is the second hand to Snacks within G2. Same could be said for Frozen. I doubt you'll ever see Frozen sit there by himself, because he needs to be part of those team talks. So some players have the, I guess, availability to do it, and some will take it.
Rops is the next player to be joining back in, as is Frozen walking behind us. I like being able to stand up here. We get to see all the intricacies within the team. Spirit still out, having a bit of an extended break. We are talking about their map pick of Anubis, where they'll be starting on the CT side of things. Could you just maybe preface to the viewers at home why FaZe would have maybe chosen to start on the T side?
I mean, Anubis have been up for the conversation in terms of the meta changing a little bit, I'd say. It used to be a very heavy T-sided map where the way I like to phrase it was that you almost feel like you're a fish in a barrel when you're playing that CT side. You're so limited in how much you can rotate and how you can be aggressive, and whenever you do it with a massive risk of getting killed or punished as well. I feel like that's changed a little bit, especially with the grenades and the way you use the utility. There's certain ways you can smoke your way into the T side. There's certain ways you can mask the fact that you're being aggressive on one part of the map. So I feel like the way we're playing Anubis is still evolving a little bit, and I'd argue it's closer to be 50-50 than this T-side dominated map that it used to be.
If you think about the map as a layout of it, this is the only map where the control of the T side and CT side is given from the beginning of the round. It's clear, like divided light between the map where Ts are having their own area and then CTs have their own area. This doesn't happen on any other map, and we can see that, you know, it's the part of the reason why it's so T-sided.
We can see 50-50. Also, the same story for the map win percentage for both sides of the server here. Both FaZe and Spirit sitting on 50%. Different numbers obviously played as of late. Why do you think Spirit particularly picked into this map then?
I mean, they like to play the map, and they have been quite good on the map. They just haven't been consistent on it. Me and Stuka was just watching over the win record, you know, and they have 50% win rate on the map. But the past 10 games, they win it, they lose it, they win it, they lose it, they win it, they lose it. And last time they played it, they lost it. So if we go by that statistic, then it should be a good performance coming in for Spirit. It's a map they pick against FaZe because I think Spirit are feeling FaZe are not necessarily the best team in the world on Anubis. So it's half a punish pick, half a comfort pick. And I will argue that Spirit are somewhat decent at Anubis.
And the live odds certainly agreeing with you there, Jacob. What should we be expecting them from this FaZe T side of the equation? How are they going to be getting the ball rolling straight away?
Let's get something new going, because if you look at the FaZe in past 3 months, they haven't been a single tier 1 team on this map. They've been struggling a lot, and you know the fact is that Spirit is beatable on the map. We've seen it multiple times, but at the same time, is FaZe, even after that first match on Mirage, are they even ready to come back for this?
It's a good question. I think one of the things that always been, you know, the point of conversation when it comes to Spirit and their Anubis was in the beginning when they first broke through, Suntix and the way he was playing the anchor position over towards the smaller bomb side, he was so good at it. You know, at the time being, we were ready to call him, all right, we got our next big anchor, we got our next big guy. As of recently, as together with Spirit and their win record on the map, it's been a little bit hit and miss with Suntix. I think he is a fantastic anchor player, but sometimes he needs a bit of help over there. And I am curious to see whether or not FaZe will test that once more. He's either having a good game or a bad game. That goes without saying. That's a 50-50%. Twitch chat could have come up with that one as well. But if you're FaZe, you want to test it. You want to make sure to find out whether he's having a good game or a bad game. And if so, punish it.
Now, Stiko, you were talking a lot about Stuntex during that group stage and talking about that exact anchor role. You're saying for 2024, it's him and Yumi that are up there in terms of your money as potentially anchor of the year. Is that going to continue in this series?
I think so. I think he outplayed... I wanted to say he outplayed Robes, but Robes is not playing anchor position on Mirage, so obviously it's nothing to outplay there. Well, for Anubis, I think he's finding himself in much more of a comfort zone, I feel like, because he's just more stationary, and it's a utility-heavy part of the map where he's holding this A side. And yeah, it's been targeted multiple times throughout the tournament. It's been the meta shift we already mentioned. I think he's going to see a lot of action.
Now, something that we haven't really touched upon at all, you brought this point up in the green room, Stiko, the coaches on each side of the equation. We saw them having a hell of a lot of timeouts during that Mirage, each side using up all 3 of theirs respectively. Totally makes sense when you have such a chaotic map like that. You want to take some time to be resetting. How are the coaches on each side comparing for your money, Jacob?
That's a really good question. I think it's the same conversation we're having every single time when you look towards FaZe and Neo, and how much of a saying does he have as a coach? I don't know. I know from Karrigan and how he likes to run his team that he needs a coach that is a second hand to Karrigan. He doesn't need a coach that will overrule him. You'll never see Neo, say to Karrigan, we're doing this, we're doing that, we're doing X, Y, and Z instead of whatever you just said. Karrigan just needs someone to bounce his idea off, whereas I feel it's a little bit different in the Spirit camp. I think that's a team that needs a bit more direction, whereas Karrigan is I wouldn't call him the sole leader in FaZe, but close to.
Yeah, for the Spirit side, I will see that's complete contrast from the Neo on the FaZe side, because Heli is actually the one, for listeners from the group stage, I realized he's controlling a lot of players. Yes. He's giving advices how to speak a certain angle. He's going to that very much of detail. He's very attentive to what is happening. He's reading the game. He's giving this information reliably to the teammates to perform well on the server.
And one is not necessarily better than the other. I would agree with you. I think he's a little bit more attentive. He's a little bit more detail-oriented. You look at Blade as well, a complete different type of coach in that regard. I think Neo is doing what he's supposed to do within FaZe Clan, and that is allow the players to feel a certain freedom and then have someone to bounce idea off. And whether or not he should step up a little bit more or be a little bit more involved, it's very hard from the outside to actually know how much of a saying he's having. All I know is that Karrigan likes to run his teams from within, and if Neo can help him with that, then he's an asset.
I think that entirely makes sense. If we're looking at Spirit, picking into this map and looking at them starting that CT side, are there any particular bomb sites where you feel like FaZe, they could have the edge, maybe there's something to exploit, or a Spirit rock solid in this aspect?
Well, I said it already. Stuntex is going to be contested pretty early on. FaZe is a team that likes to finish on that smaller bomb side, and I will say Magic's a guy we haven't really spoken about at all. He's also going to be tested an awful lot, maybe even in the beginning of the rounds. I am again looking towards Brokey to challenge the Spirit side. I want to see Brokey be aggressive on the AWP. It's a close combat op map, Anubis. There's so many smokes, there's so many Molotovs being around, and if there's anything that Brokey thrives in, it's chaos. So create the chaos and see him unfold.
I agree that these A hits and A splits that we've seen will continue to be seen in this game as well. Especially, you want to avoid Donk. He's having that B side on the lockdown together with Magix. Zontex on that A side is probably going to be the target together with Chopper being on the middle. And Shiro is going to nicely contemplate between both of these bomb sides to be able to read the game a little bit better.
You were touching a lot upon the calling abilities of both sides of the server. I don't think anybody's, underestimating the power that Karrigan and Chopper are going to be bringing. When we switch onto that T side, though, for Team Spirit, how does Chopper particularly like to approach this map?
He was calling very much from the spawn, set stuff, set defaults, and then as the round develops, he is able to call the mid rounds pretty well.
Well, gentlemen, it is time to dive into the Temple of Anubis, FaZe versus Spirit, map number 2.
Singapore, you've gone above and beyond. We've had an amazing event so far, and quarterfinal, that is a banger matchup. Some say the best head-to-head in Counter-Strike right now. You get loud, we come back.
That's the deal, right? You heard it here. It's the Launder's promise. Oh, can you keep that promise?
Yeah, I can keep that.
Yeah, okay, we'll pull some strings. Mohan, this is a game that is always so exciting. It's the El Clasico of the modern era. That's what we want it to be. Will it deliver in map 2? Let's find out, Singapore. FaZe and Spirit go again.
Anubis.
Counter-Strike's temple, as Freya so aptly put it. I don't know if they're temples or pyramids, but Freya, it sounded nice.
I'm just trying to get that Ramsey call out working. That's all I care about.
It's been a while.
Bring that back.
All right.
So Donk over here on the B site. This has been a question of what kind of CS he's going to play. Is he going to play free like he did on Mirage, or is it going to be more like yesterday where he had a rough, side of a map? But speaking of CT sides, that's where FaZe struggle a lot here on Anubis.
This is looking like a nice, healthy B site stack if you're Spirit. Body's in position. We had criticisms for Donk playing behind Obelisk all the time. We'll see if that develops as the game goes on. Right now, Magic's concerned about both entries, but there's nobody actually on long.
He knows someone's holding him. He's just playing this perfectly.
He's stuck in, but in that moment, guess what? FaZe decide to head to the other side of the map. Guess what? It's there for the taking.
What was that?
Some crazy Donk stuff.
Someone was supposed to swing with him. He just did the whole job by himself.
I got this, but at the same time, of course, we had nobody over inside of the A site. So FaZe slipped through, down camera, into the plant. We get a retake queued up here by Spirit. It's got a smoke grenade, a flashbang for Chopper to offer. No kit, though. And that bomb is pretty far gone already, so they're going to have to get this one going. Donk is going to look for a follow-up frag. Won't be able to get himself a second in the end. Chopper's starting to help, but can he even get the util out in time? Bomb is quick.
Oh, they got him.
What do you know?
There's time as well.
Two headshots.
Yeah.
Magic's Chopper, they can't believe it. Everything seemed to be going wrong until the storage push comes through.
Yes, covered there with Chopper. A Donk, I think, with the special kill of the round, jumping out into E-box backwards like a bad boys for life. Oh, man.
Chopper just cleaning up shop.
This is something where the call for FaZe is perfect, right? They actually, they have him interested over on B. There's still 3 players there. They run towards the A side. They get the kill quickly. They get the bomb down just as quickly. It's an emergency situation for Spirit, and they frag their way out.
Can't blame Kerrigan for that one. It was a great idea. It worked out. Spirit just come through with that little bit of X factor, and man, when we look at the individuals that perform on Anubis for Spirit, we're looking at Shiro over the last 3 months, we're looking at Donk over the last 3 months, and then everybody else actually has a sub 1.0 rating for Spirit. It's gonna have to be a top-heavy affair, perhaps. But that's the exact 2 players that just went off on Mirage. So if it's just based on tonight's performance, we're already getting that win condition.
They do set it up that way. They do make sure that all of Shiro's and Donk's needs are met to make sure that they can flourish.
Keep them happy. They will subdue FaZe if they can. A couple easy ones, a little bit of pressure from the upgraded pistols, but nothing that Spirit can't handle. And they make sure camera gets cleared out. That's bomb down, Rain. It's gonna be impossible to go grab it. Looking for a deagle kill, not even, so 5 up for Spirit on the 2-0 start.
Yeah, and if you've missed it as this tournament has progressed, this has been the interesting side of the map for Spirit on both halves of the map as well. Whether Donk is going to play free on B, and whether or not Shiro and Zontix are going to be able to have the aggressive setups to stop camera and stop main. And the thing is that if they have they've solved those in the days leading up to this matchup, there's going to be big problems for FaZe, because 100% FaZe are going to look to exploit that. They tried it on the pistol. They've leaned towards it this last round. And if they can't have that in their playbook, or Spirit have some new answers like these, where they play close to the action, close to the choke points, it's going to be big trouble for FaZe Clan. Spotting on both fronts is really interesting. They're leaving a huge mid-timing open.
A lot of open space being offered over, but they start to make their move.
Shoulder spots are extremely potent if you've got the right players. You're keeping deep information without overcommitting.
Camera smoke makes it a little weird for Shiro, but Chopper goes for the spot, sees nothing, and then as soon as he makes that play, Kerrigan's going to slip into the gap that Chopper thinks was cleared.
I don't know. It's so early. You can see Chopper sitting here.
He's still cautious, clearly, but He's talking a lot, and they're getting ever closer, and it's not just one or two, but an entire pack right here for Chopper to deal with, and Frozen, instant headshot. That's what you're looking for FaZe. We get active over on A by the looks of it, but Zontix doesn't push through. Smoke's gonna fade, who comes out on top?
Battle reaction times here. Oh, Rops wins.
Nice headshot. Of course, at the same time, CT start to push out B. Rops turns attention, and Rain along the wall. Well, he relies on Rops to get the trade. This is a good trade train back and forth with Rops on both sides of it. 2 kills to his name, and an excellent first gun round for FaZe.
Absolutely.
They post one early.
Nah, they played, you know, high-level mind games there, and it looked like Spirit were aware of a lurk that could happen. But with the shoulder spots happening in the site, and just like when FaZe were giving up mid control, you sort of give up a lot of security in the sense of if someone runs by your smoke as you're shoulder spotting, you leave a gap. If you've got Chopper there as the last line of defense with the MP9, and he knows they're coming, but he doesn't get the kill, well, now they can go into CT spawn. What are you supposed to do about that? So there's a lot on the line, and it comes down to just that first bit of friction. And right there, we saw that FaZe not only got that first kill, but then they waited for the flanks on both ends and got those kills as well.
Great plan.
It's a matter of dominoes from that point.
It's the kind of round that you can bank on if they were to run it back right here.
So what will Spirit do now? They were looking for a round like that, but they lost it.
SMG's in the last one for Spirit. There'll be 2 of them yet again. Single camera smoke kept Shiro's AWP out of the equation. In terms of mid play, he could be freed up to go for something a little further, and right now he isn't playing inside A per se.
Pick plays are very difficult on this map, but that doesn't mean that you can just avoid them. You still got to find a time and a place for Zontix to push main, for Shiro to pick mid, and for Donk to swing B. And you definitely want to see Donk spending more time in E-box than he does in the back of the site. That means getting pelted with grenades, but Rain will be on the other side, getting pelted with grenades all the same.
They'll both sign up for it. Never made easy to hang on to Dark, but that's why Donk takes up the responsibility.
Well, you've seen Donk in these duels. He doesn't need 100 HP to win his fights.
Just gotta be careful that the spam doesn't come through in the wrong time. Stuck inside of the corner. T-side utility getting a little awkwardly low, banking on 1 smoke left over for Brokey. Okay. That full belt for him.
But see the bomb coming over to this side?
Yeah.
If Spirit's setup is a little bit too loose here, then they're going to have the same problems they did before. Shiro's in a very flashable position. Right. Hawk comes down to Zontix. No utility.
Hugged against the pillar for now. Magix actually gets killed through smoke on B.
It's still coming this way.
Zontix, what are you going to do about this? Shiro actually
is Brokey going to turn around? Wait, no, they have to make a decision. Time is bleeding down. Zontix gets his first and the second.
No way.
Bomb's still coming.
And they do come down from camera. Shiro's able to get into the site and hide for a second. He's been spotted for sure. Turns around. Shiro just playing this to perfection as he peeled back the perfect moment. Missed shot. Brokey can indeed plant bomb. Donk's gonna try to cut him down with a hands.
Oh, he misses it.
Frozen comes in with the critical coverage. And now Chopper will have to try and clutch. Oh, Donk throwing caution to the wind to try and sprint into sight. But Chopper gets killed by Brokey.
That's amazing from FaZe that they can pull that out. Shiro plays that to perfection. If we're looking at his POV, there's literally nothing more that he can do. If he gets the next kill, it's obviously round over, but even Donk coming out, you gotta believe that that actually makes sense to try to do that. If he was just an inch ahead of his timing, he wouldn't have been caught off by Frozen. He would have got the kill on the bomb plan as well. And Brokey did successfully bait out that shot from Shiro. He had to work hard for that.
Yeah, that one comes down to...
But in the end, it's still a lost round on the A side.
Shiro off just slightly with the quick scope. Donk, see him jumping in. Good on Frozen as well to slide out camera. Those details make a big difference because we go USPs for Spirit. But I'm not feeling safe with the sketchiness of FaZe's decision-making right down to the 20 seconds there. There was that moment, Mohan, where they started to peel away from A site.
Yeah, sometimes getting a kill can actually make things more confusing because they were really intent on going to the A site and then wanted the last-minute change up.
But in the end, they made the better decision.
It worked. They pull off the round. They're rewarded again with an anti-eco and one where there's no disruption for FaZe to deal with.
Now, FaZe have a high quota here in this first half. They need to have a good T side. Spirit are more even-handed when it comes to playing Anubis, whether it's CT or T. So even winning a pistol and just a couple of rounds here and there could be enough. It's FaZe who are down a map.
Team Spirit for me are like a bit of an oddity when it comes to Anubis because their last 10 maps, right, on Anubis specifically, they have not won any 2 maps consecutive, which is like a bit of a gimmick stat, but then you read off the names of the teams that have been interrupting the win streak, and you get like 3D Max, MIBR, Mongols, G2, Liquid, like it's
major championship contenders.
Of course, and a couple others. And so when that comes through, clean up, it just makes me think like on a certain day, Spirit's Anubis can just kind of fall off a cliff. And the consistency on Anubis, even despite some of the more impressive moments from, say, Donk over on B, you know, I think like that is the testament. It's the 50-50 with whether or not Zontix and Shiro can show us some adaptations, because even here in Singapore, it left something to be desired on one half of the map.
Yeah, their match history looks like a Christmas tree. But they, by that same token, playing better versus better teams. Most of their wins are versus their tier 1 opposition. But the last time, they don't even have FaZe in Anubis in their recent games. Like, that's why this veto has been very interesting. Somehow, 2 teams that have played each other recently have decided to go a different route. FaZe picked Mirage and lost it. Spirit picked it last time and won it. Will they be made to look the fool?
Putting that off closer to Dark. Gonna pop it open.
Oh, they missed him.
Yeah, that's weird. Goes
That's
for it
too far
himself.
as well. Oh, didn't see it.
A little shimmer in the background as Magix hangs on to the jail control. So that's 2 of the frag grenades. That's all the frag grenades they had just to try to pop open a smoke. And one of them didn't even work. Trying to make an opening move versus what was Donk's predicted position. You know, the CTs have to be up to something, and at the moment it's this change from Chopper by going a little more forward, but it's not the best gun. He's completely on his own. Nobody can throw nades. Can he do this? Yep, he's at least got Kerrigan. But the trade, understandably, right there. We get a scramble over from Donk and Zontix. This opens the door towards and Frozen. Instant kill. Nice time to kill. Zontix having to give up the A control means FaZe just slip right in, no resistance. Yeah. And does that mean Spirit go for a save?
They have to come through camera, and look at the utility. They can't even smoke it off.
Oh,
so I don't think Spirit is scared of him.
Okay, Zontix 1 and done. He's at least able to extend out through camera unannounced.
Still worried about the flank. Are they assuming someone's creeped up heaven?
It's a good move for Rain to be up here, but that's 2 CTs confirmed. Now Rain's position found out. And Shiro to push forward would feel impossible. And of course, the Fountain player is never gonna peek him. No kit, this one's toast. By Chopper dying indoors, Donk comes over to help.
Yes.
It's Donk and Zontix. And Zontix giving up A, I mean, instant reaction from FaZe Clan.
To be honest, I was kind of surprised to see Donk run as fast as he did to that position. Wanted to get a deep angle for the quick fight. But Frozen basically pre-fired him in that spot. It's possible that he knew he was gonna get there. Still a great shot, though, from Frozen. You know, if you're going to duel Donk brawl like that, it's got to be the instant headshot it was. Now, this is a very hard angle to clear. Chopper playing in that position can be totally fine by himself, especially if he doesn't think that they're going to come try and molly it. So he had the right idea, got the information early, got at least 1 kill with it. But with nobody else there, it did come down to the rotators. FaZe looking good.
Yeah, great start for them. Conviction in some of their moves. I think that personally makes up for the time when Magix dies on B and there's uncertainty in 20 seconds. That was really just the nature of getting a kill on the other half of the map. They knew what they wanted last round. They seized the chance. And on top of it, we're getting some clean shots out of the likes of Frozen. Chopper peels all the way back off mid. Obviously very limited, but Shiro's still with this off. This could very well make the difference, but he gives up his angle, goes back in, and finds Frozen.
I'm surprised Frozen gave him another chance.
Free kill, free space. Kerrigan, meanwhile, setting his sights down onto the A play. Zontix gets deleted in a moment, and again, they're gonna come running over, but I mean, it's gone, boys. It's already gone. The map is under control for FaZe. This situation seemed under control.
Okay.
Brokey returns it onto Donk. The Donk op, a rare treat.
You like to see him doing different things. Okay. That was an interesting way to distill that situation. Just consistently take duels inside of mid as you run towards camera and eventually win getting Brokey on the line. So Spirit starting to lag behind. They've only got this pistol and conversion, right? Trading map picks would be sweet for FaZe. And as you pointed out, they've lost half their Anubis games just straight up. It's not their absolute strongest map. And at one point, it was one of them. The aim is looking good here with the old guys.
The little Frozen twist. A lot of fixation on this A site coming through, huh?
It might be the site that no one can figure out right now. You know, it might be not the site, sorry, but the side in general.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it in these teams specifically, but Stiko mentioned it as well, right? There's this development right now at World Finals where like everybody's hitting A.
Yeah.
And if that's going to keep Donk out of the equation, then it's an equation that FaZe are going to try to utilize.
But I think the answer isn't what we're seeing right now from Spirit. But oh man, that's a great search, you'd think, and that's a Donk peeking freely.
Wow.
Jeez, man.
Which you don't get when he's just kind of muzzled and stuck behind the obelisk. So swinging around on plat, looking for the contact. It's a couple times now where actually FaZe players are dropping like flies outside of B. We saw Frozen killed by Shiro's op. We see Donk get the headshot this round. Gotta be careful when you start to face that bomb site. To give Spirit a chance to turn things around on the CT side.
Chopper's holding this with a smoke. I mean, he got the op down. So this is a chance for Kerrigan to do something tricky, either coming into this or swinging by it. The smoke goes down, the rotation comes out.
Fast timing. But what about Zontix versus Kerrigan here? Yeah, Kerrigan thinking that maybe he was so fast.
No idea, yeah.
But no, sir. Zontix on high alert. Chopper made sure to res the flag. Magic's trying to trade out, and he only gets the one. So Rain and Rops, good clean entries. It's enough to put the bomb down as they don't hold that little gap on cross. Frozen will plant. And while Hands busy, Rops keeps the crosshair ready for the rotate in. There's two players back there. And eventually we're gonna get Shiro to come and join them in from dark. But this is good cover for Rops. He misses his first chance. Zontix swinging a little wider. Frozen actually gets killed first. And now Rops' back's exposed.
Oh, Shiro was right there.
He gets the two coming in from long, but it's that slow crawl from Shiro. Leave it to him to clutch another round.
It was a good first trade. It looks like the key kill of every single round at this point is the rotator inside of middle. And right here, you had great rotations from Spirit. What can happen if Chopper decides to crack spot with a smoke and then somebody could cross by? So the rotation, as you mentioned, could be too slow. Then you have a moment like this go in favor of FaZe. But Zontix is right there, nice and early. And he's allowed to make this rotation because there's still two players in the site. They're still Donk supported by Magics. So it doesn't have to be them just watching their flanks. They can be proactive about that defense. That's why it is nice to have three there. And that's why it's tough with A, because B is still the site that requires more resources. But if everyone keeps going A, then you've got to respect that. Like, look at this. They've even pulled Zontix over to help. Chopper is now on the A site. That'll be a confirmed tag.
Nice nade.
Yeah, decent amount of damage.
64 points. Smoke down in front of it as well, so even though they're grouping up early, it's not a very welcome sight for FaZe to keep trying to get closer to A. Zontix completely removed.
Yeah, we got a cameo from Zontix here in E-Box, and it's Donk taking over the position of rotators. Everyone's in a different spot.
Trying to shake things up. They did put an end to the FaZe streak. Dodges the flash and gets the better of Kerrigan. Nice hold. Zontix triple. USP's out and a missed op shot.
He's a brick wall.
Brokey sidearm gets the difference. What are you doing?
He's flying around.
In on him. Making sure that there are no wild antics put forward by Brokey. Things were already weird as he switched out to the sidearm. So hell of a moment there for Zontix.
Zontix's mechanics and aim is so good for a map like Anubis. The hard CT angles, he's just perfect at. He's razor sharp when it comes to clearing out positions, playing very carefully on peaks. The flick and flick back is right on the money. The flash is not even meant to get him blind, just to displace his aim. Can't do that. I wonder if there's something there. Zontix playing E-Box.
Get him out. Maybe get him out.
Yeah, Donk playing, because everyone's looking for the solution. If you can have a bit more, obviously stylistically, you'd have someone like Rops playing A, and it's not like Donk. But if people can't find a solution right now, that looked right. That looked right.
I think just having Donk freed up to be the rotator as well.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you're opening up possibility for Spirit. If there is indeed this continuous pressure on the A site, well, you want Donk as close as possible.
All right. Well, this game is tight. We had 5 straight from FaZe, answered back with 2 from Spirit.
Chopper just keeps on creeping a little further every time on mid when he does show himself. Doesn't stick around this time and is already starting to peel back. I do think that Chopper will, every once in a while, when he sees an opportunity to cross that bridge, get a little crazy. Not this round.
Ouch!
Train Beast down to 20. That is not ideal. But he's not a dead man yet.
He won the lottery on that CT Molotov.
Donk tries to take up the position. We saw great things from Zontix in the same spot.
Flashes bad. It only blinds his team.
Wow, but luckily, Rops is still able to get the better of it. It's a good trade considering they're coming through smoke with Flash.
Magic's isolated for a second. We'll have to fall back.
And the timing's just slightly off. Bomb then goes over. Into the plant goes Kerrigan. Molotov on Kerrigan's feet.
It's gonna hurt a bit.
Not too bad. 30 HP taken off. They open up the temple door. Oh, Kerrigan, you're crazy.
We're getting crazy. Primetime TV. Kerrigan's the star.
2 kits on the retake, but a single flash. Make that 2 flashes. Zontix trying to get out now. Rob's able to just push back on it. And there is no other CT presence there. They've moved another member back around through spawn, and so it's 3 players up from cave instead. They're gonna have to eventually go deal with Rops. They're gonna have to chase him down. And he's in the doorway. Distracted by Rops and cleaned up by Frozen.
Man, they were suffocated right there at that choke point, just trying to get out of the hallway, wrap around the site, and pick out all the angles. FaZe had an answer for every single duel.
You can see how
3 kills, none back.
They were about taking over tempo, right? At first, Kerrigan kind of jumping in with the MAC-10 crazy to just to size up the opposition. And at that point, when he did that, there were 2 CTs there. But when Rops fully commits with vision, when he gets in, that is when it was key and nothing that Spirit could do about it.
Yeah, we are a couple rounds away from a massively successful T start, what FaZe need. Oh, not this duel again. Saw this between Shiro and Monacy last time around. Is he prepared? Brokey comes in, Shiro takes him down. Shiro still on the hunt.
He's being pushed out to get more, but tagged up from the stairs. Nicely done from Rain, good cover. You've got another player out there. Donk's dead. And Rops pulling back off of the A site. Always ready for either of those duels. This FaZe formula, reliable. And again, they are going to squeeze this A site. Can Chopper stop him? No.
Oh.
Gets bested by his counterpart. Bomb's gonna go down. FaZe on the road, potentially.
And they know Magix won't go for this. He's got the op on the other side of the map. They're already starting the hunt.
Man, individually so sharp across the board for FaZe. Another multi-kill for Rops. We'd love to see that.
Yeah, Rops doing so well.
About Rops and Frozen coming together at the same time. Well, Frozen cleans up after Rops opens. And that was a round where obviously Shiro decides to take up the mantle to try and be the difference.
Yeah, Rob's been frying. Got the refrag inside of middle too. This is huge from Rain, actually.
Yeah.
He hunts that down. I was wondering, I was like, the smoke is still up. But he knew that Shiro was nearby.
And you saw the pressure.
He was thinking about his teammate who could get hunted.
Super awkward. Shiro couldn't even get around the corner to take his shot versus Robs if he wanted. So Halley comes through at the very tail end of the CT side.
And they, using a second timeout as a win for FaZe, they are obviously going to be more concerned, I think, about the second half and trying to close out. I'd say so far so good for each team. You know, I think FaZe have a lot to be proud of. Spirit, I wouldn't be too nervous just yet. Let's see about this round. Difference between 4-8 and 5-7.
A map in their back pocket. It's not like it's the most stressed situation Spirit have ever been in. Getting a 5th here off the quadruple MP9 buy. That'd be just a nice little sigh of relief going into a T side that they should be able to rely on. Should be. Ops takes a bit of a gamble there, going in, losing 2/3 his health, and well, the op changes hands.
It's a blood sacrifice for the power-up. We've seen what Rops can do with this gun.
Again, critical position now with just lesser weapons. They opted to keep the utility really healthy and keep Shiro on the op.
Big find.
Sees the utility coming through. Seizes his chance versus Kerrigan with hands busy. So 5v4 for Spirit. Again, looking for 5 on the half. And that op instantaneously moving over.
They're not ready to commit though. Bomb's still far back for the T side.
That op moving, you've left Chopper alone, so it's the Robs that gets killed by Chopper. He's done a decent job of hanging on when he plays outside this doorway, and unlike last time, there is no second player to get the trade back. So less risk from Chopper means more success for Spirit.
Yeah, it's not a very typical setup to have him, you know, by himself in that spot, but to be fair, FaZe have not been mollying him out and pushing him out early. All right, here's where the timings start to come in. Will Zontix take a peek? Well, it doesn't matter. Shiro's got your back.
And he's been everywhere. Shiro, from opening up on middle to supporting B when it felt like the commitment could come through, to being at the A site in time to help. And then Chopper says, enough's enough. He's going to leave it on Magix to clean up what's left of Brokey, his little
And he knows
5 HP.
Round's over. He's not even going to go for it. Magix, I'll take him out.
5 rounds is where Spirit end their defense.
Let's go. Good luck. I have long from side. Careful too short, nothing long.
I like jumping.
Yes, movement. I do that. Right. There's smoke.
What the fuck is the smoke?
I don't see ramp. Maybe jump CT careful.
Yes, I jump CT.
Yes, CT for sure. What? You can see full smoke, I'm cheating.
2 ramp and car.
No, he's long, yes.
There is no car in this game.
But okay.
Go.
How to play this game? Fucking shit.
But how can you see for smokes? It's cheating or what?
No.
It's always like this?
Yes.
Oh, I go do the same strategy.
Bullets.
I'm picking already. They have Deagle.
Sure.
Ramp? I'm flashing soon.
Ramp and one.
Flashing now? Oh.
Wait, how you were playing this game?
I don't know. It's an amazing game actually. It feels so simple.
Where is my Molo?
Too long out. I have no bullets. You have to reload after round. Too long. You have to reload after round.
Let's go.
Alright, two. Oh my god. Help. Alright, one more. No. Yes. It's a bit hard.
What the fuck?
We are shit.
Ой.
Careful.
Pushing. Okay.
I see this guy jumping and hitting headshot.
What the fuck?
I'll be a little bit better.
What a boost. Oh my god. GG. Advertise.
Oh, what? How is it your first? Ah, you boosted.
No. Speedrun.
God damn it. Let's see how the deagle works here.
Shit.
We will see. Да. Wait, I have no bullet. Wait, I'm reloaded. Nice. It was on your head.
Look what they can do.
Good eco, good eco. Nice game.
Yeah, I'm doing this for you.
Oh, nice. Experience. Boom. Boom, no scope.
What the?
Cheating.
Oh, now you're very dead.
Mind games.
No.
P1
I will
HP.
take his scope and kill him easy.
Oi, oi, oi.
A solid performance from FaZe's T side. 7 rounds on the attack. Banks them a 2-round edge going into the second half.
They want to pick Anubis? Sure. Let's see. Bitches.
Yeah, he's ready. He's ready to have some fun. They proved a lot in that first half. Now it's the real test phase. Do you have the CT side? Can you beat the 38 win percentage that you've got in your previous matchups?
Yeah, it's not a pretty stat, huh?
Most important time to deliver now. Could be decided on this pistol. If they're not careful, we got dualies out for Frozen and Rain. See how fast they can click.
Flash they go. Yeesh, Frozen, getting away from him.
Yo, Donk on them both.
Magix comes through and already kills the first rotate, so what was supposed to be this clip of Berettas ends up just being a dry spell for Frozen in the pistol.
Yeah, big time. Double it. Oh, triple. And watch out for them Donk T-sides. Watch out for them Donk T-sides, man. It's a 3 already. Get Donk, that's right.
Damn, a 2-piece. Triple kill in the pistol. Felt like he was kind of waiting all half long on the defense so that he could just charge them down.
I heard Donk wasn't feeling that well today. I didn't know that meant he was feeling amazing.
Right, yeah. A different kind of sick. Good for him.
Keep him coming. Doesn't seem like there's much of that right now.
He's really banking on these SMGs. Single smoke for Rops. That's a good numbers game, though. Look like Magix is going to get too crazy, but look, they're already grouping up, man. They're kind of skipping the protocols and clearing anything else. They're going in on this.
Zontix refrags.
Very big double kill for him, and then Magix gets one. Oh,
Zontix.
Zontix. He can do it on both ends of Dark.
No, it's amazing. I mean, when we saw him play earlier this year, there were flashes of Donk. People wondered, could he match up to Donk at every single avenue? He can't do it in as many rounds, but sometimes he does do what Donk does.
And that was a round where, honestly, I wonder if...
I would happily make space for Zontix if I was Donk, knowing he's right behind me.
Wonder if Chopper's sweating a little bit, because they just ran into a 4-player stack site, MP9s all over.
Oh.
You know, they were adamant. They played with a good, fast tempo, but man, Zontix bailed them out of a scary spot.
Yes. And you know what? Won't be the last time. Hold on to your hats, folks. It's 7-7.
The Spirit T-side that's ready to take off. Little flash action outside A. Zontix doesn't reveal himself. He's got support as well. Him and Donk gonna combine to shut down the first two.
And the interesting part about this half, we'll be seeing, like, you know, Rop's having a great game is a key piece. To A-Site is a key piece to FaZe in these last few months. With him getting better, getting back to the form that he was at before, can he be the difference maker on this side of the map? Where, as Tico mentioned, everybody is hitting the A-Site now. Is Rop's going to have found the form to become the solution that FaZe needed?
This one, nothing here for FaZe. They had a couple tools for the job. 5 players stand tall for Spirit. 3-0 start to the T side.
Everyone into their notes right now. Chopper taking charge of the communications. And Spirit deliberate. We come out of this full buy on both sides. Brokey got a half armor op. Utility's fine. Could be better for the CT side. Not anything to worry about though. A site totally evacuated.
See if Zontix kind of sniffs that out. Very spread attack for Spirit, just waiting for CTs to make a move. You know, they very clearly clamped down on round 2, jumping into that B site on their own accord, but looking to let FaZe make the opening attack. Rain's gonna do a little bit of posturing here, gets a response back. But no real risks being run just yet in this one.
But look at the map. Look at the mini map. There is literally nobody in the A site at the moment. The T's are starting to group up towards it. We saw a similar sort of style of defense from FaZe on Mirage, where they leave things open. They had a plan for it last time. But I don't know. Retaking this site is going to be difficult. Full exec coming through. This has been everyone's pain, everyone's problem.
Maybe the play is just leave it. You can't hold it. Go for the retakes instead, but poor Kerrigan down already, so if they are even gonna try, which by the looks of it, they're not, this one's completely forfeited, and then they just...
5v5 was already unlikely, 4v5 there's no chance, and now they're getting killed in their save. Just make sure you hit your rest of your shots because you need all this money.
Just ends up looking so flat.
It does, it does. It's an interesting moment here for Spirit because they figured it out. Sometimes when you don't hear anything, you assume it's a trap. But Spirit didn't overthink that situation. They went into the A site. They took what was given free to them. And FaZe kind of get made to look a fool here. They have to think about these next rounds. How are they going to approach this? Spirit did similar tactics. They didn't always just double down, triple up the A site in order to save it.
There was always at least...
There are a lot of growing pains on Anubis right now.
Yeah. Good turn from Chopper.
You know, yeah, this kill could have made the difference. That's for sure. That would have been the 5v4 and a chance for the retake. But I mean, no one had gone for an extremity push. No one had a flash push B and started working on that slowly. They were going to come in from very expected positions. So second time out here for FaZe. It's time to talk.
I wonder if they decide to commit to that or... I mean, I feel like if that was your strategy out of the gate and you get away with it a couple of rounds and then it gets found out, it's one thing, but they try to pull it out of the gate and it's already been solved by Spirit.
Yeah.
That's got to be such a, now question mark just looming over FaZe's head. Can we even ever get away with that? Or do we have to adapt already? And does that adaptation...
I think when you see a round like that,
does it prove
the following round, you've got to go for a pick. You've got to go for a pick play because if you see the same start to the round and the map is dead silent, I think it's FaZe who will be more nervous. So, Brokey's out here. Looks like he's gonna post up on the pillar and chill.
Just definitely more standard, but by extension, more predictable. Robs indeed does stick around and not passively towards middle either, so there's another gap, right? We're in a position where, just like last round, there's a gap here for FaZe. Can Spirit find it twice?
Yeah, this would be, I mean, we saw Chopper specifically taking over communication on that last round. Sometimes you see Shiro getting in the mix, sometimes the Halley tack. Last round was definitely Chopper, and he found an open site. If they find out that it's middle this time around as well, we're looking at a very well-prepared IGL and roster, and look at what's happening.
And then they can go ahead and say that taking time off does pay off. A long time since we got this head-to-head, and it's delivered. Spirit, though, gonna step ahead, smoking off the camera, trying to cut through this open portion of the map, and that's gonna put pressure on Kerrigan to just lean into CT spawn. Now, he put down his smoke, of course.
Yeah, they have just sliced through this like a hot knife through butter. We got Chopper already in an outpost. Still time left over. I mean, look at the split that's taking formation at the moment. It's a congregation of the T's towards this site. Rops, can he stop it?
Kerrigan leaning back, leaves Rops alone. Brokey gonna have to hold off the other side. 2 players for FaZe with a huge task ahead of him. And so far, so good. Brokey turns, he gets into the mix. That push
It's an action shot.
Off fountain, into long, hides in smoke, calls for rotates to come over. Shiro knows he's got to be up
He
in
has
here,
the
but
bomb.
time
He has the
is
bomb.
not going to happen. Brokey saves it by aggressively getting off fountain.
Wow, and they do it. See, both players played in front of their smokes at their choke points and stopped the split. That was a very scary round that FaZe just survived. It took till about 37 seconds before you had Chopper at the deep into mid, and then the idea started coming out, but they had to go through the smokes. FaZe did a good job of holding on to these. It wasn't actually that much a main pressure to draw out the utility that they needed, and then they had to make a rough decision. Great punish here from FaZe Clan.
Instantly with a bit more pressure. How much more pressure do FaZe want to apply? Continuing to leave gaps on the CT side, but not getting found out this time. And even when they did leave mid open in the round prior, the smokes just cooled off Spirit.
Zontic surely, oh my God, he is
Stars
coming in for
delivered.
this. Oh, and it's
Looking
instant.
to do it again.
Rops gets domed.
Continuing to hold the top of the scoreboard for Team Spirit, but FaZe have to understand they can't let the site go, so Brokey smokes it off, peels back.
That is such a key duel to win.
They're gonna get active elsewhere. Magic's, waiting. Loves to hold that spot, and it gets red. Rain able to take that man advantage back out of the hands of Spirit. And so we do still now get FaZe spreading their numbers thin evenly across the map.
I thought it was going to be bad goes to worse right there with Magic's holding, but a beautiful answer back here from FaZe Clan to reset. And every time they reset, you look up at the clock and more time is missing.
And this time that pressure stays constant, right? We're getting the utility coming out of FaZe out through middle, even though it was quiet at the start of the round.
But we
now
know
Spirit don't know what is open.
No E-box, no main push. We've got regular positions here from the CT side. We know that this can be a problem.
Regular positions looked good last round as they held off on A. Can they do it again? Great flash from Rain. Sets up Frozen as he just continues to hold on the back of the pillar. Chopper zones him, sees the rotate, can't kill Kerrigan. Plat player hiding in the corner, goes zone notice, and goes Rain.
Okay, yeah, you said it. Those passive shots can be good with the right players, especially with FaZe. They know how to use them. Nicely done from Frozen. His frag is everything. Wow, another very difficult round one from FaZe. It was Zontix winning a raw duel versus Rops in one of his key positions on any map. That's where it looked like the odds shifted drastically in favor of Spirit in that moment. But then the double A push came out, and the rest of the round was so well handled. The third and final timeout here called for Spirit. Of course, before we get to overtime, because that's guaranteed.
Nice setup, dude. Rain, so patient. Spirit.
The duality of man.
Yeah. You're not the only one on that roller coaster. Counter-Strike in the emotions. Yo, tied game, 9-all.
Whew, these are some hard rounds.
Yeah. I was with you there. I did think that Magic's kind of getting a reward by Rain pushing out from the bomb site.
Could have been just a 5v3, 5v2 even right away.
Instead, doesn't get a chance to shine, misses the shot, misses the chance.
But the mind games right now are crazy. Oh, Kerrigan in front of the smoke.
In between the smokes.
In between the smokes.
Him and Chopper. That's a head-to-head I'd love to watch. Trying to size one another up on the bridge. Those smokes aren't permanent. Kerrigan's support system fell back. Those bullets aren't too far off the mark.
Yeah, this is pretty unique. Kerrigan is not turning the corner and sitting there.
They exchange smokes, they exchange incendiaries, then they both peel back a little bit. So again,
Be careful.
Going on, but
Be
now this
careful.
run, they're gonna charge straight out. This is unannounced, and the kills come out for the CTs.
Oh, so damn well.
Nice. Brokey peeks out from Temple. FaZe stop that hit. Now that one was unannounced.
Yes, they did find the timing. The choke point was not being watched or protected for a second. But as soon as they got in, the cover was perfect. Rain and Frozen both getting a piece, and Kerrigan getting his inside a middle. I like the way that Kerrigan has been playing this position, even over Chopper, who was pushed up and doing a very decent job
out by himself. Kerrigan's getting more information.
Yeah.
I think he's definitely putting more pressure on Spirit with the forward aggressive smoke as well.
Agreed.
And he's managing to get his frags and stay alive too.
Ooh. Ooh.
Whoa. Chill for me, son. All right.
They'll let him have it.
That was a plus aura save.
Yeah, two losses is enough. FaZe in the lead, folks.
In the lead.
10 rounds.
10 rounds. Hard fought, man. Extremely hard fought.
Everybody's had to bring it up. We saw the perfect moment over towards that A site between Rops and Brokey. We've seen Frozen and Rain doing a good job on their bomb site. Everybody's delivering for FaZe in order to make this CT side hold back Spirit. Not an easy feat.
FaZe stats are so silly when you get on stage. Suddenly, you just throw them all out the window. You need a new batch of them.
To hell with the numbers.
Yeah.
We're playing CS, and FaZe are playing it well.
Look at this CT side go.
Huge advantage in this round with the buy. Don't want to slip up versus Tech9s and a Deagle, though.
Oh, he got spotted. His gun barrel betrayed him.
Kerrigan down to half health. Oh, but Brokey's got the cover. Kerrigan's going to try to push out, but that's going to cost him. He felt just so caged in next to that doorway. I mean, another burst of spam would have killed him, but then Chopper steps out into the op, and Brokey is starting to stamp his name across this round. What's left for Spirit?
They're
going to
fighting
try
hard.
to pressure A. They burn a bit of util, and they get Rops to reposition, but he does do it safely. Is Brokey going to get caught by the swing?
There's not enough pressure here, and they're coming back. This fight, as they turn back.
Raw duel, are they ready? He's already extended out, and Rain's going to get the better of Zontix. Magix extends, dies out to Rain. It's another... Turn full house.
Wow.
FaZe 2 from the win.
FaZe, take a bow. Every trial, they are passing with flying colors. This round easier than the last because of the buy, but look at the coverage. Even when Kerrigan gets caught off guard, there's always someone there just in time to protect him. They're pushing at the perfect times. Even when things have gone wrong, they've already won a 4v5. This is a CT side that beats the numbers for FaZe Clan. They should be very proud of themselves. Job's not finished. Third map's on the line. Spirit could come alive at any second, but what are we looking at? A half buy with Tech9s.
Still enough tools to pull it off. It's got upset potential, but they already lose Zontix.
That's a lot of utility down.
You can start to feel FaZe feeling out this game now. Now they're starting to poke and prod and pry far quicker at the start of these rounds, flexing the advantage over pistols. If you can feel it, it's because FaZe can feel it too.
Feel FaZe growing with confidence, playing more active. Kerrigan, the finisher of all of this. He's the one who's been maybe the most active, the most well-supported, gotten the most action. Spirit sort of meander around, look for an opportunity. They've already lost a full kit, but they still have a good amount left over. Here's the pause before the pop.
Brokey's been so good, but this time it's a miss first. Rops will cover. Brokey's gonna go down with nothing, but Kerrigan's along the wall. Time for him to shine. He holds him back. Tech9's still able to dish out some problem.
Okay.
But the trading is consistent from FaZe. The talent, the skill, the kills. It's consistent.
They're locking it down.
FaZe.
No, this has been an amazing CT side. I didn't think we would see this. They're doing what other teams are struggling to do right now versus an incredibly powerful Spirit on this map.
Stopping an A hit. Sure, just Tech9s, but still. FaZe are playing lively.
4 straight rounds for Spirit to start the half off, and now FaZe somehow on fire within that same half.
Donk sitting on a 1.32 rating on Anubis in the last 3 months. 11 kills to his name here in map 2 of the series.
It's going to be about Chopper's big idea once again. Round 22 could be the last of this map.
Somebody's gonna have to step up for the openings. It's been Zontix at times in dark. Gotta start thrusting Shiro into a clutch, and then maybe Spirit can still offer something of a T-side, but posturing to a minute 10. And finally, the first point of damage, only one.
Rain goes bowling.
We've talked about the openings, the gaps that have been left by FaZe's CT side throughout this half. It was something that cost them in the first round. The first gun round looked foolish, and since then, it's worked. Adaptation's good. Right now, this has not been seen before. So Robs keeps his head down, he pops up, gets spotted, and is able to leave. But what's the move here from Spirit? Because they smoke off camera with 40 seconds up. Are they looking to take this through Temple? Because that entry out of Chopper will sure as hell help.
There's no one waiting at main just yet. It's just Chopper, tip of the spear here.
Rosen's not alone. Oh! He may go down, but he's not alone. Brokey could do it on his own now as he peels back into the bomb site that does have support. Rain, he's got a back exposed soon enough when that smoke comes up. 20 seconds. Donk on the late lurk. Rain activates. Can't get a double. Cleaned out by Shiro. The bomb site is theirs, and Spirit not done yet.
Yes, they'll stay alive. Kerrigan will fade back. Not the guy they fought first for once in all of these rounds.
Something new from Spirit.
Yes, and a great round from Chopper as an individual as well as an IGL. They found a way to have their cake and eat it too. They got away with mid control. They got Chopper to get the kill specifically. And then, of course, the option was plain as day. Go for the B split. Still fine if you're FaZe Clan. It was only a matter of time. Spirit were going to win one of these rounds because they have not run over Spirit in these last 5 rounds. They have fought hard and won very difficult to figure out situations. They played 2 steps ahead, got themselves an anti-force by win in there, but they had to work hard every single time.
Spirit just continuing to just go down that checklist until something does indeed work.
Right.
It's something fresh, and it's a solution. And it's a solution in a spot where you think these CTs could have held better. You're saying these were difficult rounds where everybody puts up. This is the first time where we start to see defenders die empty-handed, no kills to their name. And so the numbers from Spirit just able to truck along. That late play from Donk as well, really the nail in the coffin so that Brokey can't offer heroics. 2
All right,
rounds,
let's get
2
it.
rounds for Spirit, and they're already dead.
Oh!
Kerrigan!
Of all people, Kerrigan again.
Out of spawn, swings out long B. Chopper, Donk, dead.
No. Off of that. 2 players instantly dead. Ideas laid waste. Kerrigan going up and above, looking for 3 and gets the dink off.
But Rain finishes. And then he turns attention back to the smoke where Zontix has been held in. Shiro's not falling. He's not falling for this. He's keeping eyes on it. Zontix, he's waiting to come through, but the CT's getting closer, and Zontix will finish the duel.
Round still alive, 2v2.
It's gonna be a slow one. That bridge player can take their sweet time. That's Robs over towards long. Flashes coming out of the CT spawn, indicative of one direction, at least from FaZe.
Yes, but it's a retake, bifurcated, coming in.
Healthy amount of utility for both. What gets blocked off? Who gets stopped? Can the flash find its perfect point? Rob's about to arrive.
Shiro
currently being held. That op is posted. No, he's not scoped.
He's got a quick scope.
The tech lights out, but he still gets away. Changing over to the pillar. Bomb at the halfway point. Here comes the fight. Here comes the hole.
It has to be Shiro.
Into the cover. Back in for second. Shiro, the soul of Spirit, always immortal.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It came down to the Zontix delayed smoke push into E-Box with Rain knowing that it was gonna come into Hirop spotting Shiro's shoulder as he was pulling out the Tech 9. Into the micro adjustment to pull back to the pillar, op shot into sidearm, into clutch. And now FaZe are on their last pause. 2 rounds back to back here for Spirit. Kerrigan got 2 kills and a dink before that exec came in.
That was the sharpest change to any tempo we have seen so far this half. Like, Kerrigan comes out swinging to try and end it.
Look at that buy.
Look where it leaves them.
Look at that buy. It's Value Village clan here. Bargain Basics clan.
But I've seen FaZe do it before. However, no instant double man disadvantage, so you'd think Spirit chopping at the bits. Finally, an advantage. But of all the pistols in this round, Rops is the guy with the rifle, and he tries to capitalize off the flash. With one kill, that gun goes down. Irretrievable! What? Who is this? All night long, Kerrigan offering frags, but now it starts to get away from him. The first one's hot, the next still got shots to go. And with two players still up for Spirit, we get this lurk from Chopper, and as he takes his sweet time, there's a player behind him.
Right behind him.
He's got it. He's in already. Ray's dead. Turns, gets his.
He's saving the day.
Play sharp. And with that, Brokey tasks the clutch. And that bomb can leave. It's gone. And he has been out-positioned.
Brokey has to go. Jason Statham here in this moment with the deagle.
Does he look the right way? Oh, it's damage! Oh! But as Kerrigan 1 round prior comes out big, it's Chopper to push OT.
Wow.
In this head-to-head, all 10 players have to deliver.
Everyone's smiling. Welcome to FaZe Spirit. No way they saved that. When Kerrigan ran out with that deagle for the first shot, I thought he was just giving it away. I thought he thought, this is it. I'm gonna go for something. It's pretty much over. Oh, hold on, we're in overtime. It started up already.
The gloves are coming off.
Yeah.
The tempo of these rounds is starting to change.
This is for the best. Overtime promised.
A stark contrast to some of those 20-second execs we had back at Mirage. This game has changed. Both teams adapt. Do or die for FaZe. Overtime guaranteed.
One of the closest second halves, round for round, that we've seen in the last 6 or 7.
Good flash.
Kerrigan spotted again.
Oh, hold it. He's gonna hold it.
Oh, he doesn't need anybody to help him. There's no one in the back. There's no Brokey here to catch him. He had to win those duels.
Does it on his own, fighting tooth and nail to keep this FaZe clan alive.
Wait, they've got to be careful. This is a massive chance.
Oh no!
No, Zontix somehow wins his duels.
Brokey gets cleaned out. Kerrigan's gonna have to come down from middle, but he's so softened up from already delivering those 2 kills, and his teammates on full bars aren't even moving. But here comes that pressure.
Shiro gets one.
It's Rain on the other side of the map. Oh, the fire spread! And Kerrigan, the little that was left of him, burns out. This was a 5v3 made possible by Kerrigan, and it all falls apart.
Shiro absorbing the crowd's energy here. Spirit win the first round of overtime. 2 converted at the very end. Chopper is sweating bullets right now.
They decide to make a move. Rops gets active, and Brokey, look at the amount of time he had to leave.
I don't know about that play with the push. I mean, I'm all for, listen, just because it's 5v4 doesn't mean that you have a guaranteed advantage. 5v3, though, with Kerrigan staying alive. Was that warranted?
Hands off the keyboard, boys.
That was a play that they had planned out of spawn, but maybe it makes more sense if Kerrigan goes 1-for-1 and they still don't feel secure. Sometimes you want Rops to be more aggressive in certain spots. And with Brokey behind him, you can understand why he felt confident making the move. But when you look at the map as a whole, and Kerrigan winning middle in the way that he did, you have to wonder if that was the risk that was needed to take. Of course, everything looks obvious in hindsight. I think the good thing for FaZe Clan is that Kerrigan is getting these miraculous instant headshot frags. Somehow hasn't totally recovered his scoreline, but in the later parts of this game, is one of the best players fragging on FaZe right now.
Magic's locking into his position. Kerrigan.
There he goes again!
Another double out of Kerrigan.
It's Mr. 2-for-1.
You know, consistently dying in these engagements, but hey, taking down 2. Now Kerrigan leans back in his chair, looks at the individual level of the players around him and asks, how is this not enough?
They literally came back to mid saying that won't happen again. And now FaZe are zipping up the body bags. 4v3. Another tough spot here for Spirit.
What can Zontix do? because nobody's going to overface him over on A this time.
No, not this time.
You know, that's one of those ones that leaves a sting.
But man, look what Zontix has done by himself versus Rops in some of these moments. Almost sometimes no utility, walking into a duel, winning it raw. Who's got more confidence in this position?
Well, there's a little uncertainty at the moment for FaZe, and that's why they're trying to piece together a little more map control. It's a quick glance out through middle and a reroute from Rain. But if Frozen takes up responsibility of camera and mid, then that's just going to push more pressure to Rops, who leaves the door open. They're hoping they don't walk out. Guess what? 20 seconds. Knock, knock.
Rops knows his mirror matchup is coming up in just a second, sitting here
made it out.
waiting.
Opera in the
Julienning this angle.
Rops is sitting here and he's going to get found, but oh my god, the nade gets pulled. They bank it off the backboard. Rops is going to have to swing.
They know he's here.
He's not going to take anybody with him. 10 seconds to the clock. The Opera's in position. Bomb has to cross. Can they stop him?
They're diving for it.
Magic's
Oh, he got it. He got it with the nade.
No plant. Denied.
They threw everything at him. He was running through Dunkirk to get that ball planted, to make sure that planter died. Staggered by the nade.
Not able to open up the smoke. They had to do it blind. Kerrigan, the 5v3 out of the gate. With a P2000 and a knight, Brokey finds him. And that plant had to be close.
Yes.
But not close enough. And that boils down to what is Rops hanging onto the bomb site with that passive angle. You let them in. They were going to commit, but man,
that's your
last time.
If you're playing back there, that's your last fallback position. So you know that the next peak you take has to be the golden peak. And he had a chance where Zontix had pulled out his utility, but Zontix was careful enough to not expose his whole body.
But it's so lucky this should game more, it's fine. But if we said no, I'm fucking with the last 2 rounds, okay? Let's go, let's go. Sure.
They said they know they've got this in the bag.
That's that FaZe mentality. Been here, done that.
But we're watching a game where Donk is 14 and 19. Yep. He had some good rounds earlier on, but it's been Shiro and Zontix lately.
Shiro's gonna go for it again. Everybody's starting to get nervous about this Kerrigan positioning. And I'm curious if Kerrigan's gonna keep running these risks. Oh, again? Flash is there. Magic's able to punish him this time, no kill.
Yeah, well, that's the best situation so far in the last 3 for Spirit. And they've already won one of those last 2.
Finally able to put him down. And that silence blankets the map yet again as we get Spirit moving over. There's uncertainty again because of the middle play, right? And we've seen already Spirit back in regulation pulled out that 3-player push-up through Temple. I think that's why Brokey's so nervous. We've seen Spirit tap into those mid to B plays, so they can't just focus forward, but they do throw the smoke down, which at 40 seconds
It's 40
helps.
seconds, it's good, but at the same time, they could be vulnerable with the amount of utility still available to Spirit.
And especially with Brokey just playing behind Obelisk. I mean, you are locked in behind this pillar.
They're hoping it's not B. They do have an op here, but you can tell they're nervous about it.
Rain playing towards Temple door. Here comes that huge volley of util. Waiting for a rival, but he decides to peel back. He looks to stop them on a jump. Nobody home. 15 to the clock. Again, they just lost the round down to time. We've got a fight here for Donk to clean up CT spawn, but what about that bomb? It's able to get onto site. Shiro plants, recovers, in-game leader's frag. And with Rops back in spawn, he has to attempt a 1v3. Down to the wire again, but Spirit churn through the defense, make things weird, and manage to come out with a 2-man advantage. Robs has played it quietly, so they do check their flank. Can he get the first one instantly and turn? He knows he's close. Yes, Robs is in. Now he's got the cover of the bomb site. Bomb, of course, for long. Not sure about Dark, but that's not the case. T's double up. And as they do so, that time ticks, and that's the 3rd ally of Spirit. This one is done.
Yeah, he's going to have to walk away from this. Spirit have won the round here. 14-13. They'll take the lead once again. And that's the thing, with the wall smokes on the B site, as much as it's great to have your offer there alongside Rain, they were definitely concerned. There was so much utility available for Spirit. And they even had the extra seconds to allow the smoke to be broken on the way for the cross, and then put the bomb down after.
You know, when we came into this week talking about Team Spirit, they themselves in a lot of their pre-games were mentioning rationality, right? Get rid of the emotions, stay focused, calculated, believe in the game plan, etc. And some of these rounds so down to the wire and yet composed. And while we see the emotions rising through Kerrigan as he tries to lead this ship through rocky waters, Spirit cold as ice. 1 round lead, swapping over to the defense where Zontic started this party.
This is a quick drop, actually. There's no E-box control right now.
Timing's fast.
CT's
weird on long.
They could get caught off guard. It's coming in.
Yeah, this is a quicker tempo.
Oh, Kerrigan! Another 2K!
Defense or offense, doesn't matter. Space created.
You're kidding. He took out Donk on the way into the site. I mean, we'll see if Spirit have a chance of pulling this back. They're certainly going to give it a try.
Got Shiro alive, which means you've got the ability to tap into the clutch, and a well-placed smoke grenade is going to take one of them out of the engagement. They're going to try to just sell this, though. If one player dies plat, the corner can just stay occupied, and Brokey's not even going to go down.
Now there's no chance.
He locks this in. Shiro lands his shot, but that second player,
yeah,
set up to perfection.
Wow, Kerrigan.
He wants this.
It's not just CT side.
My God, he wants this. Looking like Donk, devilish.
Looking like
Push
Donk.
him through this doorway. Oh, sit down, Chopper.
He's 2 kills around guaranteed. He's not letting this end yet. It was his play, his call to drop off mid into the quick split towards the B site. It's a new look for FaZe.
Kerrigan has multi-killed 3 of the 4 rounds in overtime. He has given them opening kills 3 of the 4 rounds in overtime. He is the difference maker right now for FaZe. He is the reason this game's still tied. Which member of Spirit cracks his code? And he's just remained so mobile, so many different looks, so many different approaches. They're not gonna respect this utility. They're gonna take over long control. There's bodies here now. FaZe getting dangerously close to this site. And this is the site that we questioned for Team Spirit from the start of this event. This is the site where Zontix and Shiro end up getting blinded by flashbangs on the execute. Right now, good interruption.
Yeah, they don't smoke this.
Rob's health down, good start.
That was the perfect timing. They were thinking about going in from there.
Man, that utility gets laid on thick.
I mean, look at Donk. He's on the right side of the map now.
Look at all this movement.
It's actually Magic's alone now over on B.
A defenders shuffling up their spots, and FaZe starting to try to move over, but they lose it. Magix is able to just play passive and wins the duel. Does the rest of FaZe follow through?
They can hear him running now.
They are running in, and Magic's on high alert. Chopper's on the back line, but the no support yet for Magix, so he holds, and he's buying time. Finally, Donk does get in. Who takes 15? It's looking like Spirit as Magix looks to lock it in, but Rain to make the difference.
He's got to go scoop up the bomb. There's someone here waiting to greet him at the doorway. Rain, when he plants, will he die?
Chopper, baby.
He's done. No plants.
Denies it and secures it. 15 Team Spirit.
Oh. They'll get there first.
We can talk about Kerrigan getting entries, but both IGLs making differences right now. Chopper held that bomb site 1 round ago.
Yes.
His flank is perfection.
Absolutely. It's obviously a massive find for Magix. If he dies, you cannot overstate it. If he dies right there, they lose the entire site. Donk was over on the other side of the map. He came in as a rotator and got those 2 kills. Timing worked out extraordinarily well. Spirit look unshaken.
Oh, taking a page out of the Kerrigan book. Aggression from Chopper out the gate.
This will be heard.
Throws in the flash. If it's not him at the tip of the spear.
Oh.
He throws flashes from the helm of the ship.
Oh, Shiro knows when he needs to jump to the call of duty here with the op pushing up aggressively.
How far does he go with this? I mean, Kerrigan, not ready. Thinking maybe he'd be further back, but this upper peak, I mean, if the shot's not clean from Kerrigan, it could cost him, and he's got a lot of responsibility thinking about mid. How does this boil down? How does
Perfect timing.
Kerrigan's way again. We go 4 versus 2 here for FaZe.
I mean, surely they're not committing with the bomb here. They want to get some more information if possible. It's a minute on the clock.
There's
they know
Magix.
at least one player's here.
Position can.
Oh, the nades do the rest.
It's good, but Zontix, it's not.
Let's go.
OT.
One more OT.
FaZe, baby. It's what they do. Kerrigan not needed in the kill department, but that flash was fantastic.
Yes, it was.
In a round where do you think Spirit had to run out this risk?
Still 5v5 in this moment. Anything goes.
Try to
whatever you think you have to do. You have to mix in a few pick plays here and there, but 2 players swinging out, it was heard. Spirit know when that starts that they can be tucked in that exact position. That's not new. Being ready with the flash is huge here for FaZe, but it's not something that Spirit should say, whoa, how'd they know we were here? They were swinging for the fight. A second OT to make up for not having the OT on the first map. I'm sorry, guys, we promised it.
No, FaZe did.
FaZe did, yeah.
So a quick hit of the reset button, an attempt to recompose. A composure that I think I've seen on Spirit's face this entire get-go.
We aren't having Donk have his round in some time.
That entire overtime was a non-topic as far as Donk's impact goes, which is insane while we continue to just sing Kerrigan and Chopper's praise.
You know, the amazing part of this match right now, as you can see, as we breach into overtime, there are still new ideas coming out.
Yes, sir.
Kerrigan is the master of building on conditioning, on what your opponent has shown you, what the patterns are in the game, and creating more complicated problems for your opponents to solve. Not only that, but his frags have been paramount. Can he keep that up?
I just love how much he's been operating on his own. This is another round where Kerrigan's just floating out here, solo, no support.
Yeah, he's been Atlas. They're shouldering the responsibility.
It's an army to deal with him, and Chopper can't manage. Donk, instant trade frag at least.
Wow, Kerrigan
trade he'll
underperformance. It wasn't 2 kills straight off, but at least for FaZe, bringing it down to a 4-on-4 can be just as unnerving for the CT side.
Magix was wonderful in this B site. He's gonna look to do it again, but the spam is perfect from Frozen. However, swing out from Donk, he didn't
even get the first kill.
And Shiro will still be here in time to stop one, but bomb planted, guaranteed, and a positioning behind Pillar, almost a second frag for Shiro. He's figuring out where they're at, and he's feeding that to Zontix, who's moving over to try to help, but Shiro can't escape. And while they don't know where Zontix is, can he actually slide forward? No! Instant with the headshot. FaZe back to the lead.
Yes, they are. Kerrigan 1 for 1 was enough. He's got the responsibility of his whole team. I mean, imagine what this overtime and second overtime would look like without the kills that he's gotten in this position where he's often alone.
We wouldn't be here.
No, we wouldn't. This game would be over.
Done.
They would be eliminated 100%.
Starting to take its toll here as we get into double OT.
Never gets easier. Shiro's scoreline still looks very clean, 27 and 15.
And luckily for him, in Donk's absence, Zontix still continues to put him up.
Yeah, he'll still be a threat.
Frozen walking through the smoke. Just walking through.
Is that the guy that you want? Is that the guy that you want still?
Chopper on the doorway, supported by Shiro. This off is going to be a part of it. Oh, a missed shot.
Miss.
Or a hit, but Donk survives it. Oh, Chopper! Who are they?
Okay.
Looking like Kerrigan with these doubles kills everybody on the bridge. Shiro's going to come through to clip a set of wings, and a 2v5 demanded of Rain and Kerrigan.
Oh, trade's looking better. They stopped this round. This is easy for Spirit.
Yeah, the presence in middle, right? It's a part of the map where we've seen some T rounds Kerrigan go out on his own. And in this case, Spirit try to throw numbers at it. They're actually rewarded with more bodies.
I don't know how to say this unironically, but they should have let Kerrigan do it, because that's the first time someone has pushed mid here from FaZe that wasn't him and didn't get the kill.
It's also the most disruptive CT round, though, from Spirit on that bridge.
It is. That's true.
You know, we'd seen Chopper peak last time, traded by Donk. This was full flash attempt to really disrupt things. And whether they're just looking to kill Kerrigan on his own, that's one thing. The fact they find an entire pack of players fully blind and Chopper rips their heads off, I mean, another just tip of the hat to the IGLs this series. Sick adjustment. Shiro holds the door at the same time, and then Magic's again just so stellar as this anchor, doing his job, getting his one, and in this case, shutting things down to tie this game yet again.
Such an odd sight to see a clean round after how hard each team have had to work all the way down to the last 10 or 15 seconds in some of these situations. As I mentioned, we've breached regulation, but the playbook still keeps giving. We got new smokes.
That's how, yeah. Pulling out all the stops. Supposed to save that for the major. Shiro taken off of his position, can't hang on to it.
Yeah, that smoke was Shanghai.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Kerrigan tasked with the mid play again, but it's him versus Donk. Kerrigan versus Donk. Who do you take? Unironically, in this map, Kerrigan. He's ready to move it forward. He's got support right behind him, but while camera remains smoked at a minute, how comfortable do you think this A defense feels? Because again, this is the formula.
This is the part.
Yep. This is the one that gets questioned, but Donk's timing is good.
They hear him.
They've regained vision.
And they stop him.
There's no kill here. Shiro turns, shoots Donk.
Oh my God.
And gets still Zontix, locks this in. He says, get out of here, kid.
It's just bloodthirsty.
Spirit to 17. He did just shoot his teammate,
He did try to kill him. He did try to murder him in broad daylight, yes.
What an animal. Composure's out the window.
He's a killing machine right now. He's killing everybody.
At the mouth. And Donk's perfect timing to kill Frozen. I mean, unfortunately for Kerrigan, he's looking to get traded as he goes running into sight. And as he activates, as he goes through, just moments earlier, you've got Frozen right behind you.
Yeah.
But then he looks a little foolish because he's just stuck there on his own. And you can't go back. You can't turn away. He has to commit, and it just gets away from him. So Spirit capitalized.
This is a matter, there's an element of luck involved. They get flashed like they did when things went wrong. The wide strafe that Kerrigan went out, he knew he was going to see someone blind.
Yes.
But it had to be so wide this time that they managed to come to and then get the frag. It was the right idea.
Yep.
But he had to commit hard for that and hope that they weren't going to look in his direction.
Because we've seen CTs get stuck in no man's land or next to bricks or over towards the storage with the flashbangs. This time he's down underneath in sight.
It works out perfectly for him.
Just hidden long enough to regain vision and then stop Kerrigan in his tracks.
Yes, yes.
We swap sides. Spirit back to the attack. And this is FaZe reverting back to where they began with this very open mid play. This is how it all started. The first time we saw it, punished.
Well, this is Spirit in their comfort zone here. T side to try to close this out in OT2. You know, they look at each other, they say, we've done our job, 2 CT rounds.
Making sure the corner's clear. Kerrigan ready to go, they flash out, but now they're caught in the open, and Kerrigan's gonna have to just fall into Temple. Not only do they lose Brokey on camera, but Kerrigan is forced to leave Rops alone.
Yeah, he skated off the ice there. They know that they've got Rops alone, isolated.
Yes, it's not a choice. Can Kerrigan come back down to help? Can he do something to save him? No, not this time.
And
so much impact throughout this map, but it's starting to come to an end. Rops in sight with nothing.
Nothing.
That's 3 players dead, empty-handed for FaZe.
Oh, it's the
Spirit secure 18.
They secure 18. It's the perfect play here, the perfect call. And Kerrigan in that moment knows he cannot leave after one died and rotating to the other side of the map. He knows that Rops is going to be all alone. He has to frag out in that position, but he has no favored engagements. That's the worst possible situation because Spirit realized they've been granted a massive opportunity. They can take this fight with a big advantage and go back to the isolated player and Rops on A. Their problematic position. I mean, and we saw what happened before. If Rob shows himself, doesn't get his kill, he's going to get mollied, he's going to get naded, and he has nowhere to fall back from. Now he has a camera split to deal with too. It's an impossible moment. Brought to you by the pressure created on the mid take and FaZe responding to that with the flash retake. They picked their timing. It was also their poison this time around. This is where Spirit need to strike to kill. A great CT side here in OT2. first T round as they switch over, and a chance to kill FaZe 2-0 right here and now.
Magic supported by Shiro behind him, but Brokey, how much further do you take this? He waits, he lands it, but both escape.
Oh my God, that smoke was so tricky. He was just in front of it. Magix is so lucky to be alive, but also he was playing with very fine margins as he pushed out of there. He knew his opportunity would only be a sliver of a person, if that. Maybe you could say at least he got the damage. Magix approached it carefully.
Rain thinking about moving around here. We've got a lot of bodies on the site. Rain needs utility. A cache of grenades dropped on top of him. That pressure is just enough to keep Donk away, because with Magix over towards Long and with Donk making noise, you know this B site, this kerneled 3-player setup is going to start to feel squeezed. Now, what's actually behind that's the question.
And we've seen Rops in this spot as well.
Rops freed up to camera, leaves Kerrigan over on Long. There's been a lot of utility posturing back and forth between Spirit and FaZe on Long A.
Yeah.
But there's an uncertainty as to what's really behind it. Questions over this, down to 25 seconds. Spirit trying to put them in a pressure cooker yet again, and Rops, that secondary op shines. But here we go, the commitment into B.
Is Donk gonna have his round?
Not had to talk about dead. Him and Brokey, they've locked this down. They tried to test it. Do they still get through? No stop.
Okay.
Zontix has been lights out, but the 3 players on B hold strong.
I thought Doc was finally going to have his moment, but they had 3 on B. They had Rops find his kill with the op. It's a new look inside of middle. It's not one that rests on a flash with riflers trying to trade each other out. In a more chaotic fashion, it was calmly Rops approaching to pick off the one lurker. That ends up being the perfect idea, and Kerrigan takes his place forward on main, showing some range himself here on CT side. FaZe pull out another difficult victory. And that's with another tactic. That's with the Brokey push. That was brand new at the beginning of the round over on B. That one only netted them 80 damage. Oh no. Oh no.
It's the old sneak.
Oh no.
It's Donk and Zontix.
We've seen
Deadly
this.
duo. Mohan,
No.
it's a completely open A site.
I mean, a retake. How did he figure this out?
Fully
Zontix walking the entire way in.
They just skate through.
Save your nades. This one's going to be a retake.
Oh, man.
Or Kerrigan, will he let it be?
He's charging in. And will they expect this? Kerrigan throwing himself into it all. The bomb has gone down, but at least he brings one with him. Still, a retake demanded. At least he sees the number inside of the site, and that pressure means that Spirit don't even get a chance to really take better positioning. And then suddenly the CTs do give them that chance. Good headshot out of Donk. This could be at the end of FaZe on the line. It's a man advantage for Spirit, and Donk continues to chew through. 2 left. Rain and Frozen. The hailstorm of FaZe. They can't manage. Up in flames. Spirit's dragon roars. And FaZe Clan fall in Singapore.
This was crazy, this was chaotic, this truly was Counter-Strike. Spirit somehow managed to keep their heads after that insane second map of Anubis, and they'll be getting a well-deserved spot in that semi-final versus Astralis.
Nothing, absolutely nothing beats a good overtime game of Counter-Strike, especially when one of the parts in that overtime is FaZe Clan. They gave us a good fight, they gave us a good run for the money. Unfortunately, they didn't have what it takes in order to push it to a third map, but I gotta give it up to Kerrigan in particular. The way he kept them in the game, the way he was leading by example, the way that he showed once more what a great leader he is, that made for one hell of a Counter-Strike game.
This was by far the best map we've seen so far this event, and it is worth of Blast World Finals.
It's incredible. I mean, we've got to give some props to Chopper on the other side of things as well. The fact that both in-game leaders were stepping up massively on both sides of the equation.
How many times have you seen Shiro sitting in his chair and just, you know, both hands above it and shaking, frustration, happy, you name it. He was full of emotions. It brought the best out of all the players on the server.
Spirit taking FaZe Clan down in 2, so let's hand it over to James on the stage.
After one hell of a fight and a great effort put up, Spirit take it over the line. And Zontix, that's what I want to start with. That was an intense game. Are you feeling like the pressure was really on in that match?
No, it was not like that much pressure, but it was hard for us because we lost against G2 once again yesterday, and we somehow, you know, a little bit lost confidence, and we had to regain that over the phase, and we won first map, but for some reason Anubis was way more harder than we thought it's going to be, because we thought their Anubis is very bad because you can open stats, and that's pretty logical if you see the stats. But yeah, it was hard because they're obviously a great team. They have very experienced players, and individually they're very good. But I think just because it's a playoff game and it's FaZe Clan, it is always like hard for us.
It's not easy to put FaZe away, but you still managed to do it. Talk to me about the mentality, especially when you got through to overtime, because you guys have touched on that the mentality can be hard for you. Do you feel like we've got the real spirit back?
Yeah, to be honest, I thought we will win this map, even when it was 12-10 or 12-9, I don't remember the score, because it was a great dynamic inside the game, and I thought we had a lot of ideas that we can show, and I thought we were gonna win. So it worked actually, but it's always hard to play this much of rounds because you don't have that much ideas, and when you play second, third overtimes, fourth overtimes, it is always very hard because you're repeating the things that you have done inside the game like 4 times already. So it is a lot about mind games when it comes to overtimes.
And I want to talk about these mind games, because on that final round, I think it was you and Donk, you snuck into the A site, you pushed through the smoke. Did you have some idea that the site was empty?
The last round? Yeah. Yeah, I thought it's either one guy is in front of the smoke, but he will not watch me, or it's totally clear.
So you read them, you knew what was happening, and you managed to get the job done. How did you know?
I just had an idea that this is what's gonna happen because I know how they play, and it worked. So obviously not 100% chance that it's going to happen, but it worked.
Now, how confident do you feel for tomorrow going into the semi-finals, facing an Astralis that there's not so much data on?
You know, Astralis is a new team because of the Carrion, but from what you can see, they're showing a very great game, and we can see their players performing very good. And it's going to be interesting, but still they're a new team, and I think they have a lot of problems, and we just have to play our game. It always comes to your own game, to be honest. You just have to understand your opponent, and that's enough. You don't have to think a lot about your opponent, you just have to play your game at the end of the day.
And you definitely have been understanding your opponents and playing damn well. So big congratulations to Zontix and Spirit as they're through to the semi-finals!
Zontix with some great reads and full confidence versus FaZe Clan. Now, Jacob, I don't know whether I buy his words or not feeling the pressure in that last map, but what matters is that they didn't crumble under it.
No, they didn't. They kept their composure and they kept the game at a very high level, and maybe Zontix didn't feel the pressure. Maybe he wasn't feeling that excited, but you could clearly see it on Shiro, you could see it on Chopper. Even Donk from time to time was showing an awful lot of emotions on the server. So saying there was no pressure right there, saying you don't feel pressure, you know, all the credit to Zontix if that's the case, but for the rest of this team, you could definitely feel that they were in the zone and they were definitely emotionally involved in the game as well.
It will always be like that when the game goes so long and no one really cracks the code of how other team is playing. It will always come down to not only strat book and the shooting, but also what happens inside of the brain of each and individual player on the server.
Not just one overtime, double overtime. And with that as well, we look back to regulation. FaZe Clan were the team that had 2 opportunities to be closing it out in that regulation. How on earth did Spirit flip it back in their favor?
Well, they gotta thank Shiro first and foremost. He had a fantastic showing and a fantastic game throughout the entire thing. I believe it's round 23, if I'm not mistaken, where he comes in a 1v2 clutch and stays alive, or keeps them basically alive. For Shiro to have such a great showing, for him to play so good Counter-Strike, consistently throughout the entirety of Anubis. That was such a beautiful, beautiful display by him. And I called him out, you know, I said, I want to see more impact from Shiro. Sometimes his stats are looking good without the impact following. This time around, though, it was the other way around. His stats were looking great, his impact even better.
And we can see it from just some of these images of Shiro. He was loving life up here on the stage. He was getting so fired up. He was even playing with the crowd at points. I love to see that emotion coming out of Shiro.
I think that was the first time I've actually seen Shiro in something like this emotional state where he is enjoying and he's flowing off of the crowd. I absolutely love it. He's the one that he needs to do it even more, and he's clearly feeding off of the audience that is showing him some love.
Yeah, any final thoughts on Shiro and what he's going to be delivering in this upcoming semi-final as well?
I mean, hopefully he continues down the same pathway and continues to play beautiful Counter-Strike. I can't help to think, you know, Shiro as a player as well, to see him be comfortable on a stage, to see him amp the crowd and animate the crowd. I remember when they didn't qualify for the major, where he was sitting on the stage and visibly very emotional, you know, crying to a point and feeling a little bit, I wouldn't say vague, but feeling a bit vulnerable in a situation like that. And see Shiro today, he's matured a lot. Not only as a player on the server, he's getting better and better, but also emotionally speaking, he was in control, which I love to see.
We were talking a lot about the calling ability from both sides of the equation. Obviously, Karrigan and Chopper known for some insane reads upon each other as well, but also putting in the legwork in this game too. I mean, obviously, Karrigan, it felt like towards the later stages of that regulation going into OT, every round he was just getting a double kill, but then Chopper started answering back as well, really leading by example.
I think there was a funny stat that towards the end of the game where each in-game leader was putting multi-frags upon multi-frags round after round back to back, and it was just really, really great to see. And at that point I was wondering, is this Karrigan that we're actually going to be seeing putting up head-to-head into the semifinal? He was playing out of his mind, he was getting entry kills, he was getting openers, and he was converting some of that into his favor.
Just pay attention to this highlight package, right? You saw 2 highlights from the first 15, 16 rounds, and now you're going to see an awful lot of highlights from this moment and onwards. He was the best fracking player on the server from round 18, 19, up until the game ended. Obviously, Shiro had a great showing throughout the entire thing, but had it not been for Karrigan in a lot of these rounds, as Moen even said during the cast, he was always good for 2. Whether it was on the CT side in middle, where he would double peek out twice in a row, by the way, or on the T side, entry fracking in towards the B bomb side, Karrigan had so much impact in this game that, yes, you can argue that Spirit could have lost the game, and yes, FaZe could have closed it out, but it was Karrigan keeping FaZe alive in the first overtime.
Yes, well, despite some individual heroics coming out of Karrigan, unfortunately, that does mean the end for FaZe Clan here in Singapore. So let's get a few departing thoughts from him.
FaZe Clan find themselves falling to Spirit in this one, but it was one hell of a fight and so much given to it. Karrigan, I'm getting sad to keep having to do this with you, but we're seeing progress, we're seeing steps forward. I want to start with this Mirage. It was such a back and forth game in that one. What do you think the deciding factor kind of why you weren't able to take that one over the line was?
I think there's 2 key moments. The first anti-ego dunk kills forward Eagle on B, and that's kind of ego, where we have worse buy than them, even though we're up 2-0. So that's a rough start, obviously. I think we're that good. Then we lose another force buy, or not force buy, I think it was eco. Middle of the half, again, I think we recoup really good and kind of grind out the last 2 rounds, changing the approach in the end and getting a lot more numbers in mid to trade. 6-6 half with key mistakes like that is acceptable. Coming to Mirage CT side, I kind of felt it was a little strange to play. I think we had some good ideas, and then obviously I think it becomes 12-10 and they force buy and a bad buy, and I think if we win that round it goes 12-12. But that's how it is in MR12. Key mistakes are way faster punished than in MR15, and that's why we are out today.
And then coming into this Anubis, I know this one's going to sting because it was like, it felt like you had the game in your hands and you were doing the right moves, right? Then they pull it into overtime. In your mind, you're thinking you probably shouldn't be there, right?
Well, I mean, yes and no, right? It's a way of seeing it. We are 12-9 on CT side. We have 2 buys, and then we have a very bad buy in the end for the overtime. But it was like really butt-clenching moments in the game, and especially when you look at the 12-11 round, I think I drop an M4 to Robs, he gets the entry and A, they're splitting A, and we know Chopper is alive. Yeah. And there is a random smoke in the middle, and we don't realize that Chopper is there. It's like me on T side, and they're splitting A, you know, there's always this guy in mid. Yeah. And somehow we lose the round, and I feel like that's a moment that really, like, again, we have to reset. That's what we've done a lot lately. I'm still proud we have the same mentality to reset, but we need to finish the job, and today we didn't, and Spirit were a better team.
For you guys, though, going into overtime as well, it looked like you guys were fighting, you were putting in new ideas together, you individually were trying to run off and just go in and cause chaos. You know, we saw the dive for the bombs, we saw everything. Did it feel like you can say you guys gave everything in order to try and get this one? It wasn't like bowing out at all.
I don't think you have often see FaZe bowing out. I think there was always a strong case that we are strong mentality, but that doesn't win you games. But it secures a fighting chance. So I think the past 6 months I've been proud of that mentality. Yep. Some events I have pointed out that we didn't show the passion, but this event we fighted with everything we had. And when you look at the four maps we lost to Mouz and Spirit, they're all very close. Yeah. And I mean, in 2022, we won all the close games. This time we're losing it, and it's part of a journey that hurts right now. But again, I have to say, I think we are going slightly right direction, but it's time to work on some anti-egos for sure.
I want to look at that as well. This is certainly positive steps forward, but we've got the RMR going into the major coming up as well. With the time you've got and the way we are seeing you trend upwards a little bit, right, and we're seeing more positive results, what do you think is needed in order for you to achieve better when it comes to that, which is obviously very important?
I mean, I know it's always going to be a headline with what I say. It's like, it is just key things. I think this tournament we got punished by key mistakes and key moments. A game of Counter-Strike is who does the less mistakes, but I think it's just tighten up some small agreements, small things when we have 4-on-2. How do we go in on new game main? Why should we rush it? Why not? And so on. I think it's just basics of Counter-Strike we need to perfect, and maybe we need to be a little hard on mistakes in practice to make sure that we are going in the right direction. But I don't feel like things are happening over and over again. I feel like it's different things every tournament, and that's part of a competitive environment like Counter-Strike.
Lastly, on a more positive note, is that crowd was loving you. There was the Carrigan chants coming in. They were very supportive of FaZe. What did you think of the Singapore crowd being our first time here?
When you think there was not like 10,000 of people, but it was pretty loud, and obviously I've enjoyed my time so much in Asia, also the last few years. I think CS is booming here, so seeing Singapore also showing up and selling all the tickets, well, I hope we can come back here and have an even bigger stadium maybe and fill up. So it's so proud of seeing the Counter-Strike move right direction. If you want the game to improve and be better, and we want better players, more tournaments, bigger tournaments, we need Asia with us, so keep supporting it.
Lovely, thank you very much, man.
Yeah, despite delivering an incredibly entertaining game of Counter-Strike up here in Singapore, unfortunately not the result that FaZe would have desired coming into this battle versus Spirit. But Carrigan says progress has been made. Question is, Jacob, is it enough progress moving on towards the RMR, which is getting ever closer?
From an outside perspective, no, it's still another disappointing tournament for FaZe. However, I do buy into what Carrigan is saying when he feels like it's not the same mistakes being made over and over and over again. It's not like he feels like he's running into a door over and over again. So in that regard, I have high hopes, and I think FaZe have a chance of continuing their small trend upwards in terms of the individual play and how they play the games. As he said, every single map was super competitive, super close, even when they lost. So it's not too bad for FaZe, but as a result, going out here 5-6, that's not good enough for FaZe. Simple as it is.
I will actually raise a counterpoint for that, because I don't agree with you fully, because in recent times, both Fall Finals and World Finals, they bowed to Na'Vi and Team Spirit. Both of these games where they should have won that, especially that one against Na'Vi, and the one here, it was very close for the comfort. I think they're making the right progress, and again, we're talking about that right peak at the right time. The major is coming. I think that's going to be the best FaZe we've seen all year.
I like this. We've got a glass half full guy, glass half empty kind of guy.
If you're happy with a 5th to 6th place, then go ahead. That's not what they're playing for.
Let's check on in with the playoffs overview, as of course it does mean Spirits taking on Astralis. That did go down at the Fall Finals, with obviously, the new look Astralis coming in, but now Astralis have got a new look, which is actually looking pretty great, Jacob.
Yeah, and potentially revenge at hand. Spirit during the Fall Finals, I believe, were the team sending Astralis out of the tournament. At least they had a matchup in that regard. So if I'm Astralis, I would be extra motivated, and if I'm a Shiro, I hope I continue to play the same level of Counter-Strike, because that could be fun.
Now, gentlemen, I don't envy the person's job who it was to select our Trade It Play of the Days today, because holy hell have we had a lot of incredible moments to go down. But we've got 3 for you guys to be choosing from at home. Jacob, what is the first option for our viewers?
Well, the first one is Shuhei coming in hot to this game with the USPS, actually putting up an ace. We were kind of walking from the stage towards the green room, hearing the crowd go crazy, and for good reason.
Another one was Flamesy, and it was again the ace. He has it on Mirage here, and it was the second round, dismantling the force by coming out of Mouz here and setting the tone for the rest of the map. I think this is really the momentum carry that he brought through Vitality.
It's good to see Flames play well, good to see him being activated. That's the Flames we like to see the most. Now the final contender is none other than Donk. He perhaps didn't have the best showing today, but he still put off a pretty crazy peak right here. Jumping in, 360, getting a kill with the dual elites. Style points to Mr. Donk. We even get it in slow-mo.
This guy has got nothing but style, nothing but class, nothing but edge. You can't even believe he pulled it off himself. Yeah, head on over to the Boss Premier Instagram to get your votes, and we'll be announcing the winner in our pre-show tomorrow. Let's speak about some more winners, probably more like losers though. Anybody else died along with Maui? Oh, actually no. No, we've done all right. Everybody else has survived. This
you had a good day today.
And there's no steals, so nobody's maybe getting murdered overnight. Are we all friends now?
For now.
Yeah?
For now.
Not just colleagues.
No, I mean, I've stolen from you this tournament, and I'll do it again. If I can kill you, I will.
Gentlemen, should we look at what we've got on the cards for tomorrow? We've been teasing it, obviously, with that playoffs overview, but we have got two banging semi-finals coming your way. Going to be ending out with Astralis taking on Spirit. First up is going to be G2 versus Vitality, which is extra spicy, because guess who is standing in for Vitality? Oh, it's Jax against his former organization, where a couple of players who were on there, they were responsible for maybe booting him out of that one.
I mean, yeah, it is the thing that the matchup is going to deliver no matter what. I believe that this is going to be a great one, and Vitality is going to probably cause a lot of damage here.
And I think as a Counter-Strike fan, you're happy to see Monesi in the semifinals, Saivu in the semifinal, and Donk in the semifinal. So the whole conversation as to who is the best player in the world most definitely lives on.
If you can so believe it, things only just heating up here in Singapore. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. Everybody at home, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow.